one launch pad to his name to clutch up.
Low ground, all there is struggle for people who aren't even moving in the zone. It's tough to see Nate go down that way, but it kind of shows you how that low ground will play out for a majority of these teams, and they've been used to being in that spot. Zara actually going down. They have a pad and should be so good on builds, depending on all the action we just saw them take a part of, but it's Leon that snaps their story in half. Flois finally goes down to Rafa, so Andretta will not be there alongside Flois in the finals of this FNCS either. Zaka, though, will have to try to solo clutch this. Kaden and Cruel have been here since day one on the right side of your screen. They're in 7th place and have high ground for what it looks like. They must either play really well or go for the win, but Kane slips, slides, and falls. They're having trouble editing through these builds. The pressure amounting to too much. Their blood freezing inside these close, flowy mountains, and Kane is down, put on ice. Cruel now left by himself. No launch pad, has the builds, but is stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Entire lobby with their focus, their eyes looking onto Cruel as the solo. One mere man trying to make his way through the entire lobby. He's 108 below the surge at the same time. It's ticking, his heel's going, the zone's catching up. He's just doing whatever he can to hit the damage, hit the shots onto some of the other players in the lobby at the same time. This is a potential qualification over, but hold on, he's moved up to 6th place on the leaderboard so far. So the 7th place team is currently down and underneath him, but there's still a lot of placement points left to go.
He's trying to keep things alive and survive. 24th place team all the way up on high ground. So if it's not going to be one of those top 6 teams winning, it might be tough for Cruel. He's dropping down perfect. Drop and catch to make sure he doesn't take the fall damage, but he needs to upkeep with his shields. Player in his box, and that's Cruel's run done. But it's not over yet. Jeff going straight up for height. It's 2 teams that are desperate for a win. They're nowhere close to the consistency. Jeff with the edit course all the way on high ground, but does not find a shot or the Spider-Man grab. It's unfortunate. Left up top to Keandro by himself. Does he have the potential for a res? Is it even an option at this point? No, absolutely not. And now the win, it was just there in his grasp, right there in front of his eyes. It's gone, and he has to do things by himself.
I think he was going for the materials, hopefully getting the drop from Jeff, but it just didn't happen yet at all. But up on high ground, flawless. Keyrox, the team who's been in the fights, in the engagements all day, now making a name for themselves up on high ground. They have the materials to hold it, but do they have the skill? Do they have the awareness of the entire lobby? We have not seen that so far, but yet this is the game that they can win and qualify. They have no shot at doing it through consistency.
You can hear the shots rumbling on low ground. Subwoofers of bass is going back and forth over and over again. It is not pretty down there on the ice. Krusty and Relvis, they start to skate down below as well. 118 points. They're right outside the top 6. Swifty, I assume, will just have to qualify after that elimination onto Floki. But there it is. It's Clement actually going down. They should be good too with the points they have in this game. We might be seeing them in the finals, but for Relvis and Krusty, this is desperation. Maximum overdrive. Flawless as well up top on height, 85 points. They need this win. Nothing short of that will cut it with 7 teams still left, but they're having trouble knocking on the door of every team down below. Jams it on this box, is going to get splintered to side splash as Relvis finally goes down. Krusty, 3 elims, 120 points. He needs about 19 more. Not going to have the chance to maybe even pick up his teammate. The zone is bouncing back. 9 zone revival, no chance, absolutely. 30 HP playing with that storm, no mats available. FNCS qualifier run on the line. He navigates with the shot, looking for the beam and finds it. The dream survives for a few more seconds, but he needs to stay active. 4 teams now down. Stepter finally gone. Krusty, he was the one getting the elimination. Jams it also denied a seat. 5th place, it's looking good. He's fine overall. This might just be enough for the qual. He does go down though in 5th place. How much higher do the points go? Clinberry, 11th overall. He might be looking for the win. Him and Leon have been so aggressive, but that maximum push on the gas might be too much. They're out of mats. Leon now too is trying to find a way to swing up. That was his last spider shot. They've got nothing but the guns and no mats on their back, going for the drop shot down. It's over. Huddy and Cyro up top, a 92-point run right now. 14th place. They need this win here.
It's a 2v2 situation, high ground versus low ground. The materials, yet again, almost down to nothing. But can the shots connect? The HP so low on Hutty. Hutty has qualified. He's in 3rd place to win this, to qualify. Xerox and Flawless have to pick up the victory. They jump into the box, and they do it. They are going to qualify straight through to the FNCS finals with that victory royale.
Absolutely beautiful from many different teams. We saw a variety of perspectives of runs, especially one that was absolutely desperate. Never count out any team in the semifinals all the way till the last game. That's what we love to see.
Every single match electrifying, every moment of that final game on the edge of my seat. But it went down in the end to the team who took their time, who went up to height layer, flawless Keyrox.
That was just beautiful, and once again that pattern repeats all the way to game 6. No one really interrupting height at all. It's crazy. A day 2 team that's also rolling by and looking fly. I mean, Reese, that was an amazing form of games, and we saw a bunch of 5th, 6th, 4th places even end their runs in that game. They graduated.
Yeah, there was a lot of people overtaking the leaderboard. When we come to actually finally see the full list of qualifications, we'll actually see how impactful that final game was.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for watching the semifinals so far. That was me and Reese on the cast. We'll toss it back over to Zeke, Levin, and Sundown to break down exactly who is going to the finals.
Thank you guys so much. You guys absolutely crushed it today. My goodness, 6 games of Fortnite, and for Cyrox and Flawless, they make it through the end. I love how the caster set it up right there in those final few moments. It does come down to this. They either win that game and they qualify, or they lose and they don't. So well fought from them. It comes down to this, right, Levin? In these final moments of these final games, a team always just finds a way to kind of come up and say, look, we can qualify. We're going to win whatever it is. We're just going to make sure that we can make it to the very next stage of the competition. And going from 14th, right? You got to think in this moment, they're thinking, what do we do? You know, it's this or nothing. It's this or we got to wait till the next FNCS. But they held it together. They isolated Huddy there, and they said, no, you're not going anywhere, but we are going to the finals.
Yeah, I love that from them, right? They didn't lose composure. When they lost high ground, we'll talk about it because one team did make this mistake, but when they lost high ground, they didn't lose composure. They realized, hey, let's try to chop it down. They went for the chop down. Eventually, it played off for them, and they were able to win out the game. They deserve to be in the final. Good job. It's not easy, right, to hold your nerve in the last game when you know everything's on the line, when you're not quite sure if you have enough points to secure in the top 6, but they were able to pull through. So big congratulations. I'm not sure actually, is that their first FNCS for those guys? I think it might be for Flawless maybe, but you know, big congrats to them. Going to be great to see them in the finals next weekend.
Yeah, very much so deserved, showing the composure like you talked about, being able to stay hip to hip. And hey, when you have only one win condition, that's a lot of pressure going on to them, and they were able to close it out, staying as a duo and really working their way too. But also got to give a shout out to Huddy and Swift. A phenomenally consistent round of 6 matches going through. They'll definitely be on that leaderboard, but we don't know completely what that leaderboard is going to look like. As everyone said, just keep an eye on the bottom left-hand corner. You can see nearly every team who was in this endgame was right around kind of that single or double digits towards the end, and then they were dropping, but you can just see the work they were consistently putting down and the teamwork they had together. This was every game for them.
Looks so good. Absolutely ridiculous. So we're in the back, right? Let me just set the stage for you guys, you viewers at home. Sundown, Levin, and I are in the back every single time someone's eliminated. We're looking at the bottom left. What's going on? Is that what number were they in? Wait, does that mean that this team's still up? The whole time we watched the tail end, the bottom 6 of the top 6 change. And now the question becomes, who did make it through? Now, they did hold on to that 3rd place, right? Huddy absolutely just holding on, because that's what a lot of these teams had to do, right? If you're in that top 6, you got to make sure you can squeeze just every single point you can out, right? Because if some other duo finds their way in, they're going to just knock you out. And we probably will more than likely see the team that was in 6th last time knocked out. So let's remind you guys of who won, who has already made it through on just the victory royale. Trulex, Chico, Irazumi, Ovalder, Swilliam, Lecce, Vortexia, Castery. This is, which one's this one? Alex Cod, Zandy, I remembered, Levin, I got it. And Flawless and Cyrox. Congratulations, but we got to flip on over. We got to see which duos do make it in that top 6 spot. Levin, it happened. It happened. We saw Cade and Cruel. They got pushed out.
So much switch up. If you're looking at that top 6, if you're just remembering back to the leaderboard in the previous game, so many switch ups, and that's what we expected to happen with just how fine the margins were, Sundown. And look, big congratulations to the players in the top 6. A lot of them were incredibly consistent on the day. You know, 1st and 2nd, phenomenal performance. They both did incredible. But when you look down below as well, a lot of them did a great job of being able to sneak their way in just in that final game there.
Yeah, the final top 6 ended up being 129. We saw second place going into that final game was 122. So the only people who ultimately ended up being safe and not having that last game kind of on their back was Floki and Complaint. And even then, we saw them in that highlight package at the end. They were playing in the end games, doing what they do well and being very consistent. But we have to say, hey, that's it for Europe. We got our top 50 duos. Congratulations to everyone. We'll see you next weekend. But what a region for Fortnite this weekend.
So good. We got to take a look at the predictions, right? How did we do? Now, of course, we were right. We knew Floki and Clement would come in and do absolutely well. Kane and Cruel, unfortunately, do miss the bus. But it is okay. It is all good, right, Levin? In these moments, it's easy to kind of look down and say, you know, we lost, we didn't make it, whatever. But it's okay. Fortnite is about growing. It's about evolving. You can take the learnings you have here, go back to the drawing board, study up, VOD review, and then bring all of that into next season.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, it's the first event of the year. You want to get off to a good start, but if you can't, you have to remember we got a long year of Fortnite ahead of us. There's going to be plenty of duo competitions for the teams that just didn't quite make it. It happens, you know what I mean? It happens. At the end of the day, right, like you said, you hit the drawing board, you come back even stronger. Look, as much as I will probably banter people as much as I can now over the next couple of weeks, you know, because I've got to keep it playful and whatnot. Don't be too hard on yourself, right? It happens. The best 50 duos were the ones that made it through. And if you weren't quite there, next season may be your season.
Yeah, there's always more competitive Fortnite.
Always, always, always. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us for this entire weekend of Europe. It has been an incredible subset of games. Please make sure you give these two a follow. Give Reese and Shywager a follow. Without them, this just is impossible. We are back next weekend. Finals. Acts of Champions, prize money on the line, stakes that much higher. But we also have NA East and NA West not too far away. So if you want to watch more Fortnite, there will be more Fortnite for you today. Until next week, we love you. Stay safe. And as always, we'll see you guys on the battle bus. Beep, beep.
All right, what's going on, Fortnite fam? Today I'm in the lobby with Cease. How are you getting on today? Simple one to start it all.
I'm doing pretty good.
Perfect. That's what we like to hear. That's what we like to hear. So I'm going to go with a bit of a wild card to start things off with here. Assuming the entire world was a zero ping single region, who would you want to duo with?
I probably want to do it with Volks because he's a funny man. He's OCE, and yeah, I've hung out with him a bunch of times.
Another weird one. Time travel your current skill back to the 2019 Solo World Cup. Where are you placing?
I don't think I put much more than like a couple hours into practicing for solos because I was so focused on duos, and duos was of course the day before, so I was already excited. I was like, I already did. So what can I do? So I literally landed at the most shambles spot ever. If I could change anything, I would probably just land the block.
What would be the first and best piece of advice you'd give someone who's kind of new, starting to get into the competitive scene now and just starting to improve their kind of Fortnite competitive placement?
If you place top 15 in a cash cup, take that $200, whatever it is, and put it aside. If you get top 10 in the grand finals, just put that aside for a new computer or for a new mouse that you've been wanting or whatever. Like, invest in yourself. That's exactly what I did. Like, my two teammates in the last FNCS were on the worst computers possible. I got them new computers for the Grand Royale, and look what happened. I think we made double what we made in the last FNCS.
Where do you rate yourself on the greatest of all time, the GOAT list?
I think right now, I probably put myself, within the top 25. But I think after this year, I'll be, back into the top 10, top 5.
There's a lot of money to play for when it comes to a lot of these finals, and there's a lot of stress involved in that too. Are you planning anything in particular with your mindset?
I don't think I had any nerves at World Cup. Like, I literally at duos, and I can tell because we were so prepared and we had a game plan knocked out. But then it came to solos, and I was extremely nervous because I had nothing, and I was by myself, and so like, now into trios, it's like. This last FNCS, I had so much prepared. I knew exactly what our game plan was. I knew what we were going to do, and we knocked it out.
You already mentioned earlier, your favorite game mode is duos in particular. What's your least favorite game?
Well, duos is always like a part of the game, but when trios came out, I was like, oh, no way, a year of trios. I hate it. Now we're on the duos, I'm like, no, trios is gone. I want trios. And so I always didn't like squads, and I'm guessing if squads got announced for a year or however long, I would be like, I'd hate it, but then by the end of the year, I'd love it. So it's just like, I don't really know. I think squads right now, but who knows? Maybe it's probably solos, honestly.
Thank you very much for your time, Cease. Very, very, very appreciated here. Where can the people find you?
At Cease on everything. That's just my handle across all socials. So just stay in touch.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Oh, it does get harder. Oh my god.
Let's go. I'm ready for the random patch of grass or like the random wall up close. I'm just not gonna be able to understand.
Oh, this is a good one.
This is on the south side of Sleepy Sounds. This is looking towards the lighthouse behind it.
Oh, this is from Sleepy Sound, I think.
This is definitely Sleepy Sounds, I'd say.
This is that Sleepy Sound.
That is Sleepy Sound.
It's a little close, but...
Let's go. We are in Condo Canyon.
This is actually my drop spot, I believe. I could be completely wrong, but I'm pretty sure this is...
I'm not...
Oh, this is at Condo Canyon.
That is Kando... I don't know the name. Kando something? Kando Canyon.
Condo Canyon. Nice.
I'm just too goated at this or something. I don't know what to say. Oh my god, this one is such a hard one.
Uh-oh.
I think this is Bugle.
Meowskull's Morse.
Okay, no, this one is, this one's in Coney.
Probably Tilted Towers, because of the building.
Coney? I'm just guessing Coney, I'm not sure.
So the building looks familiar. I think I'm gonna say Tilted.
I don't know a sign on the view. I didn't even know it was there.
Nice.
No way.
Oh my lord, what is this? What is this?
This is Greasy Grove, 100%.
Oh, Greasy.
Easy, this one is so easy. It's Greasy Grove.
Gosh, I have no clue.
Oh, this is at Greasy. I land Greasy, so...
I'm gonna go with Rocky Rios.
Let's go.
4 for 4.
Oh, this is a tough one.
If it's not Jones's, it might be Camp Cuddle, but I think it's Jones's. I'm gonna lock in Jones's.
Is this Shifty Shaps? Oh wait, no, it could be Camp Cuddle.
I think Camp Cuddle, because of the trees and the campfire. I don't really know.
The Joneses?
Like, this doesn't even seem like a POI. Like, I'd say Camp Cuddle.
Great.
Loot Lake, wow. Yeah, I have not been here.
Yeah, I've never been here either. Yeah, don't land here.
See, I would never guess that.
I think Bugle is probably the best spot on the map right now.
There is like a lot of chests, a lot of ammo, a lot of everything.
Tilted Towers, there's just so much floor loot and ammo boxes and pepper boxes, so you just always come out really stacked. And then CB Sound just has a lot of pepper boxes and a lot of floor loot, so you always come out with a lot of launch pads.
I really enjoyed Tilted coming back. It was very fun to land there again.
I actually land Tilted. That's my drop spot. Duos.
Tilted is like one of my favorite spots in the game, like forever.
It's going to be very good and competitive. A lot of players are going to have it uncontested.
And it's all modernized and changed into this current into the current way the game's played, and it's really cool.
That nostalgia, I'd say.
I cannot be more happy.
So I think people are making a mistake by not landing Sanctuary, because that Mythic AR there is definitely the best AR in the game.
If you can capitalize and get Sanctuary to yourself and maybe even get that Mythic AR in a Grand Finals, I just know how good it is.
Camp Cuddle is a really underrated spot.
I think Vigo's definitely the most slept on POI. I didn't even think of it in my top 3. Probably is honestly a top 3. It is a crazy POI.
Best method to rotate on the map is definitely using Spider-Man's.
I would definitely say Spider-Man's 100%.
It can get you across the map in probably a couple minutes. Nothing can do that right now.
The map awareness is definitely like really important, because like if you don't know where you are or where you're going or like where it could pull, like you're gonna just be in a pretty bad situation for like the next zone pull.
So you really got to be aware and understand the map.
A good map habit would be always to mark where the zone goes and what side you want to be on.
Oh, you need to always 100% be aware of where the zone is.
Marking it is a huge thing, and I think that like that alone has saved me so many times, because I can just see where the zones is and I'm not guessing.
Because if a zone pulls far and you're in a really bad spot, it could end your game.
Yeah, I would say the best tip to find a drop spot for your playstyle is really find where your strengths are in fighting.
Look for something that's not too heavily contested. It's kind of difficult in this current meta.
If you're really a team that needs to play for surge and really passive, I think you go for a center map, so a center spot, so that you can loot quick, get some surge, and then rotate and don't need to fight anybody.
And then if you want to like fight and you're really good at fighting, you want a crap ton of kills, then I'd probably just land like a Greasy, Tilted, Chonkers, Daily.
I think Bugle is definitely the best spot for an aggressive player, and Sanctuary. Both of those drop spots are very, very good.
Don't be scared to land somewhere shambles. If you can master a spot that's really, really good, then do it.
played in this new semi-finals format. 38 teams have already assembled for the finals, primed for the ultimate test. So who will rise up to challenge them? Welcome in, you lot, because it's Fortnite time! My name is Adam Savage. I am delighted to be your host at the course of this FNCS NAE semi-finals day number 3. And joining me here on the desk of destiny, the one and only Vivid and somebody's gun. Boys, this is going to be absolutely incredible. What a day we have ahead of us. First things first, Vivid, this is the last opportunity to qualify. What a ride it's been so far.
Yeah, what a ride it's been so far. You know, we've seen, you little coins right there, truck plays, right? These players are pulling out all the stops that they possibly can so that way they can secure themselves a spot in the finals. But now we're coming down to the wire, SBG, right? It is day 3 of the semifinals. 50 teams coming into the lobby, but we only have room for 12 more. I can't wait to see what's going to happen.
Oh, yeah, and perfectly said. The truck plays at the stop. Well done. I like the little wordplay there, but ultimately it's going to come down to who has it and who wants it most today, because everyone wants to win these games. But now, instead of 5, we got 6, an extra game today. One more team will qualify through that victory royale. It's going to be quite interesting because so many big players and big names are still on our list.
Indeed, and we've got a few new duos coming into the mix as well here, which will really shake things up as well. So we'll talk about those very shortly. But first things first, let's make this clear, okay? There is a way that you can watch FNCS semi-finals in the best way possible right now. Legends Landing, baby. It's all new this season. We have been hyping this thing up because it is spectacular. A great opportunity to watch live. All the action. You can find this in the Buy Epic Discovery Row. You can watch FNCS finals from this location. It is such a fun place. As I mentioned before, tons of activities, activations, fun things for you guys to do and experience and see as well. And you can hear our voices in all its glory in Legends Landing. As I said, the Buy Epic Discovery Row. It's a fun place, and there's so much more fun to be had here on the broadcast as well. Let's actually take a look at the schedule, because I know you guys at home might not have seen this before, want to see it again, or just get a recap from us here on what is coming your way and how we got here as well. Qualifier 1 and 2 happened last weekend, February 18th and 20th. We see that we had 16 teams go through, 8 on both days, and now here we are, semi-finals day 3. We've had the 25th and we've had the 26th. It is the 27th. This is the last chance, as we've mentioned here already. 12 teams left will qualify for finals next weekend, March 5th and 6th. It is unbelievable. And it's all happening. We're getting there, guys. We're almost at the final furlong, the real push for the top of the mountain. It's all coming your way. But of course, as well, we have the format. Vivid, walk us through how do we get to finals?
Yeah, so we're going to be finding ourselves in that middle column right there. Session 3 of the semifinals. We are in the last chance possible qualifiers, so that way these players can make it over into the finals. Let's not forget, though, a victory royale nets you a direct spot straight into the finals. So we will coin 6 teams from that format today, and then top 6 consistency also matters over those 6 games, so a lot to play for, and these teams will shake it up. Some will go for high ground and some will just try to chill and play for those consistent points.
Now, let's take a look, see what exactly we're playing for today, and look at the point format. We have 1,000 points. That's basically just saying, all right, you guys move on. Obviously, if you win the game, you're going to finals. Congratulations. But everyone else that doesn't win the match, you're playing for this consistency, these points in the semifinals. So we have 28 points for second place, and you start getting placement at 35th. Now, the big key that we've seen is these elimination points. It's 3 points per elimination. A lot of the teams that have been qualifying without the victory royale, finishing in that top 6, have been slaying out and picking up tons of eliminations. So likely going to see something like that once again here today.
Yeah, you could be more right there. It's the balance, isn't it, of the two things? But, 6 teams going through just purely from victory royales, that is exciting. The points, though, they must count for something, those 6 places at the end of the day as well. Let's take a look at some of the teams that are competing in front of our very eyes today as well, Vivid. A few new teams we can see there as well, but those are some of the duos who are going head-to-head those last 12 positions today.
Yeah, let's not forget we have 11 new duos joining the battle today. Eden and Cody up at the top there, all the way through to Omri, 2K, and Fratrice there on that 3rd row. 11 new duos are going to be joining this competition, and it's going to shake up everything. All spawn fights, how the middle game plays. Some of the teams might be high ground oriented, shake up how that battle goes. And there are some namely players in here, SBG.
Oh, there definitely is. And like you said, even with the old players, we found some switch ups at these different POIs as different players decided to fill the void over at Greasy Grove when some players qualified. One team that fell, actually two teams, they're right next to each other, AV and Fabled Tacos, just were so close yesterday, and I'm really hoping that they're able to push through today because they were on the verge, and unfortunately in that final game were unable to do enough.
Yeah, as is always the case here at NAE, we love to keep you guys at home guessing to the very end, and we like to keep ourselves guessing on the desk as well because it is so tight in this region that it comes down to a few points. Day one, it was down to 1 point in semi-finals. Yesterday, 6 points. So as you can see, it is so close. We love getting to know the players. We've seen loads of these kind of real cool VTs, giving you guys a bit of insight into them and their lives and their worlds as well. Let's check in with Mega to find out a bit more about this amazing player and this duo coming into today's action.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? Today I am in the lobby with Mega. Mega, thank you very much for being here. First question, let's start as simple. How are you doing?
Good, and you?
I am fantastic. Weird one to start things off here. Assuming the entire world changed to one region and you had 0 ping everywhere, who would you want to duo with?
Definitely Dubs, because we just have the most chemistry together.
But it's interesting, obviously, because you guys have been duos since... Is it even the first duos tournament, like all the way back?
Yeah, all the way back to Scallywag. We've been doing for a long time.
What do you think it is about, like, you two that work so well?
I think just because we've been playing so long together, we're, like, on the same page for a lot of, like, rotates and just everything.
Since you've been together so long, like, how do you think your guys' chemistry is? Like, is it just you know what he's gonna do, he knows what you're gonna do?
There's a lot of times where I know when, like, Dubs is gonna go in on a kid. If he doesn't talk or something, like, when he's fighting, you know he's gotten, like, really low and he's just trying to concentrate. Playing with someone for so long can get you, you know? Like, you just know what they're gonna do.
I like the fact that you figured out when he's not talking, you're like, oh, he needs some help, you know? Usually, most people would be the opposite. They're screaming, they're shouting, like, I need to get in here with him, but here's the opposite. There's a lot of other teams out there. Is there anyone who you think right now is the best duo on your respective region in East?
I think Threats and Users are definitely on the come up and they're gonna play really good in FNCS scans.
What do you think it is that they are doing well?
I just like their play style, and I think it's gonna bring them really far.
Do you do anything in terms of like your mental preparation? Is there any particular mindset you like to have? Is there anything you think about in particular?
You can always make a lot of money, but like even if you do like not good, then like you're just not losing anything. So
I like that. I've asked this question to quite a lot of people, and I've never heard anyone say I'm not losing by not winning. Essentially,
yeah.
I think if I wrap it up and just that's quite a cool one. But if you want to be the greatest of all time, what would you say is like the most important things to be able to be one of the best, if not just the best?
Definitely mechanics, aim, and I think the most important one is your mental. If you're not having a good mental going into this, or like game 3, you have bad like first 2 games, you could still really make it like come back. But if you have a bad mental, then I think to begin with you're just not going to do good. So mental is a huge component for sure.
I have one other question here. Who's the best player you've ever previously teamed up with?
Oh, Dubs.
Oh, no way. Yeah, I thought that would be pretty obvious. Look, thank you very much for your time, Mega.
All right, peace, guys. Thank you.
I love to see the camaraderie between Mega and Dubs there, but as well, Vivid, we regularly say that your hair's got such volume, such beautiful bounce. Mega's taken it to the level. What a fabulous Barnet. Fantastic. I love it. We obviously are going to see Mega and Dubs compete today. Shifty Shaft is looking like it could be the one. We've got a few teams in that contention there as well. But let's take a look at some of the duos specifically, because there are still so many who've not qualified and names that you kind of think should be there or thereabouts. Let's take a look at Casca and Smacked first, who I know are a duo that we've talked about loads before at FNCS. Still not qualified, but they are going to be competing today for us, Vivid. What makes these guys definitely worth a watch?
They are a well-vetted duo. They have the experience, and overall, they're just good, right? They just haven't found their rhythm yet. However, at the end of day 2 yesterday, we saw that they got a 4th place with 4 eliminations. And the previous 4 games, they didn't do too well. So that last game kind of sets them up for a strong opener today. If they can carry that momentum into day number 3, they can have a good day. And Southern Tilted Towers uncontested is huge for them as well.
Yeah, and we've seen teams qualify out of that space. Most namely is Benji Fishy and Mr. Savage over on EU, taking that same position. You're able to get all your mats, good loadout, so I expect them to do pretty well.
Yeah, me too. Obviously, we saw mats yesterday with high ground takes as well. Was so pivotal. So it's great they can load up with the mats and hopefully get to the end game. Let's talk about another one of our duos as well. Slacks and Clarity G. I chose these guys yesterday prediction-wise. Didn't quite go through. 14th now, both days back-to-back. Not quite making, but very close to doing so. Why are they so special here, Vivid?
Yeah, you got to think 14th, right? With 11 teams going through, that's only 3 spots behind. Looking through their match history, they usually like to hover around that 12th place finish each game, right? So they are very close to just breaking into that top 10. If they can just clean it up today on day number 3, they are for sure going to make it through at least consistency. But I bet that these guys can for sure get a victory out because they have the experience.
And we saw them get close a couple of times. They were going for that high ground position yesterday, and that is exactly where you want to be based on what we've seen. But there was also a couple teams that played that low ground. That may be the switch of plans in order to succeed today.
Yes, absolutely. And one team I know that we're all excited to see as well in this competition. Income on day number 3, Cease and Elite. We've seen Cease talk loads on our pre-show, the videos and such as well. It's great to see him compete today as well with his teammate Vivid. It's great to see what these guys could bring to the table.
Yeah, and that's kind of like the double-edged sword of coming in on day 3, right? Like, you're not really used to playing in these lobbies yet, while some of these players who have been in it through both days are. But then these players don't know really how you play yet because you haven't shown any of your cards yet. So it could really work in their favor. And landing over at the Covert Canyon, you know that you get those guaranteed launch pads, which could be very favorable in just coming out and winning a Victory Royale.
Again, seen a number of teams coming out of this POI and qualifying to finals, so we'll see exactly if they're able to replicate that, because it's not a simple task, especially if they're going to be contested.
Yeah, it could actually be quite an advantage as well, couldn't it? Coming on day 3, having not had a chance to compete yet at all, you're kind of feeling good. You know you need to make an impact immediately, whereas other teams could be kind of flagging a little bit after 2 days of not competing. It'd be interesting to see how this one unfolds. But let's actually take a look at that POI specifically as well. We're looking at like kind of, off-spawn fights will be really interesting today. And Covert Cavern seems to be one where there's going to be a few teams going head-to-head to head. What makes it such a great POI to land in, Vivid? Why do we like seeing this one so much? What makes it such an interesting spot for our duos to begin their journey each game from?
Let's just say the obvious answer, right? The vault. There's just so much concentrated loot. You got the guaranteed launch pad, some slurp barrels in there, and there's chests that just give it so much loot. But then also, you have these launch pads that are actually based around the POI that are always there, so it makes kind of some easy rotations out of the POI alone. And that's why you see so many players stick at this POI when they don't have the key card. They just kind of sit there and they're waiting for the other duo to bring it back, because there are guaranteed rotations out of this area, and you get so much loot from the vault that you can just heal up even though you're tanking the storm. So it's like there's a lot of loot to gather, but all the teams know that, so they fight for it.
Yeah, and we'll see exactly how this plays out, who decides to claim and what winds up happening by that 6th match. One thing we haven't really seen is teams using that IO card to try and rotate out of there, because that's one of the best vehicles in the game to use for rotates. Like you said, Vivid, there's so much movement coming out of that POI, so these players have to capture that.
Yeah, and this could be one of the reasons that we've had, you mentioned it, SBG, some of our teams have qualified from that POI is because of those rotations that are so beneficial to them as well. So I can't wait to see it unfold. I mean, obviously, we've had 2 days of this already, and here's day number 3, and I'm just absolutely buzzing for the 3rd day of this because the format's so much fun as well. So let's take a look at another POI, actually. We mentioned Loot there. Let's look at Loot Lake. Why not? And Redbridge here. Vivid, another POI which seems relatively popular. We're looking at we're going to get an off-spawn fight there as well today. So what can you see happening?
Yeah, this is one of those drops where it's a little bit sketchy because it's what we coin as a split drop. There's not a lot of loot. You kind of got to run around the whole entire area to gather up any of the floating chests that are there, but there's no real amount of concentrated loot. So you'll see a lot of these times these players will just land on each other at wherever the main bundle of the loot is, because if they know that if they lose that area of the loot, then they pretty much are going to lose that fight anyway. And you really got to just work on an elimination on the other team that's contesting you fast, because if they're off like stealing your route, you can't just work with whatever you land on because there's just not a lot there. You need the whole area.
and we've seen Smite and Larson take so many different early game fights. These guys have literally just been finding anybody in this early game and then taking that fight. It hasn't necessarily worked out for them. They're getting eliminations, but it's not continuing that momentum towards the end of the game. So Baby Moo and Wanted, they're going to be the ones that push them out. We'll see exactly how this winds up, because Smite and Larson, they change it up quite often.
Yeah, well, you have to adapt in some ways as well, don't you? Any given situation, obviously every day we've seen new teams drop into your POI, maybe leave and open it up for you as well. So that the way that you can adapt is really key as well. So be telling for our duos whether or not they can make it work when they need to, particularly when things like Storm Surge are coming and you need to get the tags and to build. We're all going to see it unfold, okay? You can see me getting ahead of myself here. While I reset and dab my brow, I'm getting very excited. Let's take a look at some quick fire questions from some of our competitors coming at you from NAE.
I like pizza more because I have it a lot more.
Pizza.
Oh, pizza, 100%.
I prefer pizzas.
I'm just not a big fan of hamburgers, to be honest. I don't know, I've just always liked pizza more than hamburgers.
I like high ground a lot more.
Right now in the state of Fortnite, I'd probably say high ground.
I think low ground because it's 100% more safe than high ground.
I like low ground more because on high ground, a lot more people will like have a chance of ruining your game.
Low ground.
Definitely low ground. I've always been more of a low ground type of player my whole career. I have 2 dogs, so it's a little biased, but I'm definitely a dog type of guy.
I like dogs more because my dad's actually allergic to cats, so I can't have any.
I've never been a dog person. I've always had like cats.
I would go with cats because I have 4 cats at home and I really never had a dog, and cats is just the cutest thing ever.
I have 2 dogs, so I prefer dogs.
Definitely dogs. 100%.
Car, definitely.
Probably car.
100% car because there's shield that can protect you from every bullet.
Definitely by car.
Car probably, because you're more like sealed in it.
Car.
Bionic legs, because like probably runs so fast. You definitely go super speed.
Definitely bionic legs.
Legs, to be honest, because like I feel like you use your arms more than your legs.
I think I would say leg. I think it would be pretty cool to just run like really fast or do anything with your leg.
Probably bionic arms.
Bionic legs, so that way I can sit forever.
Spike traps. They're a lot more effective.
I like spike traps a lot.
The spike trap, it's easy.
Spike traps.
Probably poison darts because they're not as OP as the spike trap.
Gotta go with the spike trap just because it was the OG move. When I full boxed somebody, I would always get them killed if I placed 2 traps.
Or home cooked food because my mom cooked the best.
Definitely takeout.
My mom doesn't like when I order takeout and stuff. But I like it because it's like
Out, because I feel like you can just get so much better food.
I'm definitely more of a home cooked meal type of guy.
Probably most likely takeout right now.
Hate the snow. Hate it. It's snowing right now. I hate it.
I don't like snow at all.
snow, definitely. I live in Canada, so I get a lot of snow.
Sand, to be honest, because I don't really like the cold weather.
Oh, definitely snow because I was born in November, so like there was really like a lot of snow.
Definitely snow. I like the snow a lot.
I'd say more edge than center.
I like playing around the edge because you could just rotate around the map.
Middle, definitely.
Edge of zone.
In the middle of zone. I was always a center zone type of IGL.
I would just say middle because it's way more safe than playing edge.
Definitely NA. E is really bad.
EU. It's just a better region.
NA for sure.
I think I would go with EU because there are really good mechanics.
EU.
NA on top, bro. NA on top.
All right, let me ask you, Vivid, cats or dogs?
Dogs.
Dogs. SPG, Vivid or Adam?
Oh, no. I'm not answering that one.
On the spot, man. Love it. Love to see him sweat. Honestly, it's great to know that get to know the guys as well. Obviously, bionic arms, bionic legs. Who would have thought that I wanted to know the answers to that as well? Let's actually take a look at predictions as well here, guys. Every single day we talk about, we get to know the players and who would you choose. Let's see who we've chosen as the teams that we think through today as well. Now, I'll go first. I'm sticking to my guns from yesterday, okay? Slacks and Clarity G. They came so close 2 days in a row. I think day one had 94 points, yesterday 107. I'm hoping today they'll break that threshold and get into that top 6 at least. Anyway, Vivid, who have you chosen and why?
I went ahead and chose Muzz and Avery. Whilst they haven't proven it yet, I really do think that these guys deserve to be in the finals. They're just well-vetted players. Avery's been to so many FNCS finals. Muzz has had a stellar performance in the NA East region. I think they are a really good duo, so I've went ahead and chose them. I don't think that they've shown me enough in sessions 1 and 2 to really back up my prediction, to be honest, but I know that they have done well in the past, so I am just predicting them based off of that. I love how MDF here also chose Glace and Chucky. They had such a strong performance in the session 1 of the semifinals, and I think that they repeat that in session 3 because hypothetically this could be an easier lobby. If they just do a repeat performance of that, then they should be really, really good position to go ahead and go to the finals.
So I'm gonna go with Edgy and Tahi here, and specifically because I believe in this duo. They started off really strong, and historically Edgy has only missed 2 FNCSs and only one that was a team FNCS. That was Grand Royale most recently, so it's a little different not going to have him in a finals. We gotta see Edgy once again, but Sundown, we gotta respect his pick, not changing it, locking it in, Patch and Pam style. Hey, Sundown sticks with his guns, and you gotta respect that.
I think Pam and Thatch are going to be Sundown's choice for the next 700 FNCS seasons until it happens, until it actually happens. I mean, can it happen today, guys, as well? Obviously, we've seen the last few days as well. We have seen some of the most unbelievable, clutch ups. I mean, Peterbot is one that we kind of talk about regularly. It was just an absolutely unbelievable thing to witness on day 1 here. We mentioned the truck plays, all kinds of fun things that happened yesterday. We saw some incredible solo work and teamwork as well. But, when you
a lot of it comes down to they come in with a game plan, and if that game plan doesn't work, they have a hard time pivoting. But they've had 2 days now to kind of gather experience and come into this 3rd day with basically 2 days of solid experience, and they need to just VOD review both days because they are both valuable information. If they can come in with a game plan based around both of those days, then I think that they do have a really good chance, because we know that they can perform, and Sundown for sure knows that they can perform, or else he wouldn't be predicting them so much. But also, I mentioned it yesterday, we've seen so many solo performances because the competition is just getting tighter as we filter out some of these players, so these duos aren't surviving as long. So maybe some teams who are stronger off with their solo clutches against other solos will actually be in a better position than
Our living the dream as well. Someone can tell us what's going to happen with Pam Stone Fats today. Over to you, boys.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. What's up, Fortnite fam? My name's Sundown, joined by Monster D-Face to call the 6-game action here in NA East, where the final 12 teams will end up going through. And I mean, y'all know what it is with my prediction. We don't have to cover it. Monster, how you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great here. I'm with you on this one. I do want to see Pam Stone Fats go all the way through. We've seen Kelly in the past take the same approach, or Arkham and Epic Whale, where it's like, hey, if I just keep voting for them, eventually they'll make it through. She did the same thing with Scented as well. So we'll see what's up. We'll see if that consistency makes it work here.
Yeah, I mean, that's high praise immediately, even putting him in the same sentence as the 6X Arkham and Epic Whale over there on West. I think they got a little bit more to kind of do to live up to praise like that, but we'll see if they're able to do it again. We'll have one additional match compared to yesterday and Friday, but otherwise it's the exact same thing. 6 games, the victors will go through, and so will the most consistent duos, but it's time to get into the action.
All right, let's get into this game here. Now it's game number 1 of the FNCS. The last opportunity now for players.
Yep, and now you can see right here, we're looking at Cease dropping in on Covert Cavern, a duo who has been added in for the first time today. Now, so far we've seen that our Session 3 duos over in Europe was able to push through and get into the finals. So now we're going to be keeping an eye on what happens. However, Covert Cavern has been a very strong spot, as also we keep an eye on that top left. We see Muzz ended up picking up an Elam very early on here. It's going to end up being valuable for them, not only for Storm Surge, but for confidence. We talked about how they're in very much under pressure here, but speaking of under pressure, we switch right on over. Pamstu getting some shots there onto Scarebear, backing him down. Static's though already sitting on an Elam, so Vatch looks like he's exited the lobby pretty quickly, and unfortunately my caster curse seems like it's got some pretty good mojo behind it so far this weekend. First shot coming through, gonna land, back him up. Pamster doing a really good job of putting the pressure down despite being back in front of numbers. Hits the first shot on a Scarebear and he finds it. There we go. Get him up on the board. Currently in first place on the back of those 2 eliminations, but the 1v2 is gonna feel good there, and it's a good thing he got it quickly, as we've seen so many other duos love to be able to pop in. And let's see how he was able to get that, just closing the gap and being able to get the shots there.
Huge right there. Little 2 eliminations, you know, keeping themselves in the game here. Fatch now going to get picked up over at the Greasy Grove, and I mean, they're the kings of the drop, right? They have everything to themselves, Sundown.
Yeah, that's what they want, and I mean, particularly because they've been having the rough starts off the bat with Fatch going down. If Pamsto had ended up going down, that puts you in a real rough spot. Not where you want to be on day 3, but instead, nice little 1v2 clutch. The blood's probably pumping a little bit, but they'll be able to get past that first Storm Surge threshold relatively comfortably.
Yeah, and mind you, 6 points. Kicking off the tournament. 6 big points here, right? That's very nice. For Teed and Owl, I mean, they have had this drop contested for several days now. Finally, it seems like things are easing up a little bit. The team to the south now moving on in, changing up the drop. So this is the first we see for Teed and Owl. I'd say in at least 48 hours of them not having a team directly fight them for all the loot here.
Yeah, and it's tough, in particular, when you are getting contested immediately off of the drop, and you can see the aim credit actually coming through there, so potentially a knock. Maybe it looks like he was able to get the shots towards the team who was on the eastern side, and then got a little help from somebody who was landing a little bit from the south. We will actually get a replay of that knock here real quick, so some additional context being given in, and some great shots being found here from Teed. My lord.
Very interesting. So, okay, he gets the knock, he gets the elimination here, and they maybe just let him kind of filter out for a little bit there as things kind of catch up with us. Story to be told, but hey, an Elam's an Elam. 3 points are 3 points, and that's the way you really want to start things off today. Unlike Tieko, who in the feed was just knocked, you do get to jump right on over to that fight. There is no action missed here on the main broadcast. Gold WID has to clutch this one up here. There is not only a player in front of him, but a fresh 2-man team coming in hot, and there it is. Shark Girl gets taken out, Shield Crack comes through, and it's not looking too hot for Gold now.
Yeah, you can see the Riders coming over the hill, and unfortunately not bringing relief here. He's the one storming the castle, and it looks like he's not long for this match here. Match number 1 with just 1 HP and not even a dream. He got woken up, shaken, rudely awake there. That's K-Burb and Sparebow. I'm not even going to acknowledge that name right there, please. Come on, man. Your branding's so important. You've got some great branding. You got some acknowledgement going out there. Make sure you keep that. We've seen what players are able to do with that in that regard. But for now, they're going to be happy with the pair of Elams, the Storm Surge tags, and a lot of excess white heals here. It'll be interesting to see if they opt to carry those or what they leave. So far, taking the med miss with them, as we're going to swing on over to the Logjam Lumberyard and LG Slacks and Clarity G.
Man, they came so close. So close yesterday. One of those few teams that was just right there knocking on qualification door and, you know, just couldn't push on through. The state vet squad as well. Luminosity Gaming Slacks here has been a part of our competitive scene for so long, as has everyone who's on the shot right now. So is C, so has Casker. These are all teams that really and realistically have a chance here to make themselves have another FNCS appearance. You know, it's kind of an interesting dynamic, right? You have all these players and duos that have prepared for this, you know, month in and month out. And, you know, we're going to see some upsets.
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest things to note, too, is looking at the other duos who qualified as we actually swing on over to a fight here. Flo and Nawson under pressure for OK Nawson taking a ton of damage there, actually being forced to burn an iron wall almost very early on to just create a little bit of space. You can hear the chug splashes going off on the side. But so far, it's been a battle of the veterans trying to come back. On the first day, it was a lot of the new blood being able to create some space as Flo ends up hitting the 70 tag there on the side. Some shots coming over the top. That's actually the duo we were just on board with, Sparebow and K-Burb, trying to throw some shots in. They can hear it over on the side. This is something that very frequently happens on the southern part of the map, where you just get people running through because the sightlines are just so open.
Yeah, definitely open sightlines here. Gonna make this very interesting, and it's perfect for the heavy shotgun though as well, as it can do big damage downrange here. Let's see how it's gonna play out. On the other side though, we got a nice little wide shot here to give us all the action, how it's unfolding. It's a 2v2 fight now, breaking out to the north, a 2v2 down here on the southern portion. Obviously this team down south doesn't really have all that information, so you can see the disengage coming out of Flo. This is just the right thing to do, but as Nawson, I guess, gets an understanding of the situation, he's maybe making a call like, there's a lot of traffic here. Let's just go ahead and get a move on out.
Yeah, they wanted to get right off of that highway and get onto the back road, saying, no. I think I found a faster way. But unfortunately, right now, not quite able to get over on the exit fast enough. It looks like they're getting blocked in and having to burn through a decent amount of the utility. We talked about some of the excess supplies that they had there, and will end up using that med miss both on themselves and on the teammate. There is a difference between right click and the left click, depending on how you want to use it. It is one of the most versatile new additions here in the chapter, but this is such an awkward fight, and why I really despise getting caught out on the southern part of the map, because you just can't move anywhere. You just can't break the line of sight, and it's so tough.
Yeah, very tough place to battle it out, but still looking pretty decent. Nawson and Flo buy themselves some space here. Oh, look at that. Shots coming from Casker. Might have found a tag or two for Elite and Cease. It looks like Elite also gets punished on his rotate now. Not looking too hot for them, as they have to dig into some big heals. I'm curious. Nope, the only whites they have to actually work off of are going to be these chug splashes. So a little early to be utilizing this, but hey, you have to do what you have to do.
Yeah, use it or lose it, as right now Charlie might be losing his first attempt in this game, and he does. Him and Specu going down there as the Bugle fight does finally resolve, and honestly a little earlier than we've seen, as these Bugle fights have been the ones that have really drawn out so far in a lot of these circumstances.
Bugle, very popular location. This time it's gonna house a full-on storm fight and new teams, right? Sundown, new teams hanging out at the Bugle right now. New teams trying to claim this drop that is freed up, if you will, for the tournament right now. You can see with how slow the zone's moving. They're actually super close to the storm line, so they shouldn't have too much of an issue here.
Yeah, they should have a little bit of a rotation, because I believe not only Bucky and Cam, but also Macwood and Donnie were landing here. So just two of the duos who we've already seen noticeable would be in there pulling in. And as we get a relatively, it's slightly northwest, but a pretty central zone, some decent changes of verticality in there, and a decent hike here for Omri and Furtis, as they're going to have to be going hop, skip, and a jump. It's over the river and through the woods. They're not heading to Grandma's house, but they're desperately trying to get back in the zone, as Unriana and Bank are trying to get some tags down here. And Bank, he's not trying. He is. P-God gets ripped to shreds.
Yeah, big put down right there, and Bank and Unrealiana looking very good right now, leading with a couple eliminations. This is what we like to see here.
Just one so far, so hopefully trying to find the pair to that one. Maybe they were able to catch a solo out, trying to look around in the distance. They got plenty of excess utility. Just still have 9 charges in the Spider-Man Mythic Web Slingers we've seen have come up so critical in so many different situations. It's just going to smack that log on down. It looks like they're actually going to double back and make sure they hop into this truck for the rotation. The truck being the preferred method of rotation because it doesn't have the back windows. You have slightly more coverage on the front. So it's just a slight bit of min-maxing that I'm a fan of, as now we're going to swing on over to one of the other predictions, Elite Tahi, NRG's Edgy.
NRG Edgy. In a very, very prime position right now. This outer edge here looking for some strays, right? Trying to wander on in now as they have 30 seconds before teams going to have to start to rotate on into them. This is that dominant position you want to be in. Very clean spot here for Casker and Smack. Their vets down low. Spicy Chug Splashes in the inventory as well. That's a win condition. These win conditions are going to be very, very important now as the format, again, it's going to favor the big dub. These are players that have also been playing for days and days now, right? So being able to punch out nice and early would be the most optimal situation for these players. But Tahi and Edgy right now taking their time right here.
Yeah, and you start talking about win conditions, and if you're just a casual viewer turning in for the first time, haven't watched competitive Fortnite in a while, it's your first time for the new season. First of all, welcome wherever you're watching, watch.fortnite.com, YouTube, Twitch, whether you're in-game in Legends Landing, throw whatever you want at us, hit your favorite emote, let us know what's up, hope you're enjoying yourself. But what win conditions are you looking for? The biggest one immediately are those launch pads, because it is still a team game mode. Launch pads not taking up a utility slot, and the fact that both of you can use them is very valuable. Now, unlike other seasons, there's no bouncers, there's no shockwaves, nothing else you can combo with those launch pads. And also Monster, because some of the other weapons added, you almost exclusively want to utilize throwing a ramp or a cone above your pad as you take off on it, because high padding is very dangerous.
Yeah, high padding can definitely be, one of those plays that you make, and looking back on it in your post and your VOD view, you have to decide, was that one worth it, especially if you get punished on the way on in. These are the types of decisions our pros are going to have to worry about and make decisions on. For Tragics and, was it Skittles here? Okay, Tragics and Skittles trying to get situated here. Big SMG shots coming down onto J-Man. There's already a knock inside that box. This is onto Quack. They have to make their move right now. Do they push in? They think they're a layer above, but little do they know they're just behind that single wall in front of them.
Yeah, unfortunately, the angle at which he's shooting is just not giving him a good vantage point, and now it looks like they might have found him out, but it's way too late. They'll hear those chug splashes going off, but chug splashes indicate that, hey, both of these guys are going to be at least have a semblance of health, and that was an absurdly quick shot from Tragics there. Barely even saw the striker pump come out, but was able to hit a nice 43 headshot. And keeping an eye on the right-hand side with Storm Surge triggering in 15 seconds, any amount of damage is going to be beneficial, as they're only 81 above.
It's a team that I've been looking forward to seeing play more of. Aiden and Blastro, one of our few rocking the SMG-only tags, and that's been the way they have been playing all weekend long. Plenty of highlights on scene for them, but Sneaky trying to find his own little highlight here as he's up to a clutch position here. Put in a situation where he has to fend for himself, and he gets taken out. Side shots fly in. Sparebow finds J-Man, so Sparebow also jumps into that fight there.
Yeah, and something particular compared to yesterday immediately. The Storm Surge number when it triggered was like, already tell players, no, there's a little bit of a faster pace going on, but immediately ignore what I'm saying. We're going to flip over to a duo who is underneath Storm Surge. One of the veterans, we talked to Mega early on here. They actually were just able to get above, but you see, Monster, how they're utilizing that shield cake to go take trades and then double back to it, knowing they're going to have the excess shields. And I mean, they're even prioritizing it in their inventory.
Actually love that, right? I love the way these players are using these new items, these new ways and strategies to go ahead and just, again, combat these same issues. Storm Surge. This is something that players have been trying to figure out how to beat for years now, quite literally, inside the Fortnite space. So as the meta changes, as the new items get introduced, they always come up with fun and interesting strategies. Here's my pick, though. Glace, just nearby, sitting right outside the box, thinking about coming on in here. Dubs and Mega have to be careful. It's a vehicle. They're going to go ahead and get the rotate there. Mega's going to have to back up here. And you saw from the interview too, right? Mega and Dubs, Mega was like, hey, listen, I know exactly what's going through Dubs' mind at all times. It's that level of synergy. I really do hope we see Mega and Dubs make it to finals today. This is one of the few teams that I'm definitely rooting for. And I mean, they have everything it takes to make it there.
Yeah, 6 games in the top 6 going through. Don't forget, 12 spots up for grabs. That's what's on the line. Vertice Muzz, I think they're up to their second elim. Weren't able 2 end up converting, 7 points for them so far. We did just tick over to our top 35 duos. That's the first placement point going over. Because there's 70 players up, that means there's not a single solo up. So we've talked about the land of the solo clutches. Well, that happens later on in the match. You got to have a buddy at least for the first half, as not a single solo rider made it to the third zone. So we get a nice little split view of some of our duos. Cease in the bottom left with Elite. You have Muzz and Avery in the top. Tragic with his duo in the bottom right-hand side. Everyone just kind of posted up, looking for shots here, as there will be a little bit of a lull in the action until that fourth zone is revealed. This next 30 seconds is just going to be people kind of poking their head out, seeing if there's any late scragglers.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? They're all, positioned up relatively close to one another. This outer edge is going to be the haven that they've all sort of landed onto. And the thing is, they're in the same position here. All of these players, you can see they're making quick edits, looking out for peaks, trying to find any other additional tags here. That is the looming threat of the next surge. It's one of the biggest issues pro players have in lead up to that end game, is finding enough damage, and that damage can scale and it can jump way up if you don't maintain it and manage it very well. Slacks and Clarity G, another one of those few teams that don't have many eliminations, but you can see that so far the game's been going really good for them. High ammunition count, great, and I mean great resource management as well here. So it just either one, Zone has landed on top of them round after round, or they've been making exceptional use of this vehicle here.
As Epoxy was able to pick up a nice pair of elims there, and we can actually see Pamsau and Fash boxed up directly on top of another group, but they're right on the edge of the zone. And if you actually look in the bottom right-hand side, the zone is super interesting because the fourth zone itself doesn't have a ton of changes in verticality. But if you look where most of those triangles are, they're almost entirely to the south and to the west. And because there's mountains that pretty much border that entire side, there's 2 funnel points where teams are already boxed up. That means everyone on the south and west is going to have an utter nightmare rotating in. It doesn't matter when you time it. If you don't go due north and kind of find that little gap that's right there, you're not going to get into the zone.
Yeah, this is like you said, just a funnel. It's a valleyway that's going to open up, and they're going to see what happens when they break through that mountainside. It's going to open up to plenty of boxes housed up here. This wide shot giving us the exact angle of just that. This is that funnel that we're talking about here. They're going to have to come right on through this area, and here it is, your decisions. It's either left or right, or spend tons of material going up in vertical, which most aren't going to have to do here, but Epoxy and Zypha, they have a vehicle, so 4 eliminations. Talk about getting active and maybe just getting a little lucky here, because it's only an SMG. It's not like they have long-range weapons. It's either one, they're just sneaking in those eliminations, getting those final tags, or they've been box fighting it out, and it's going really well for them.
Yeah, that's bonkers. We saw him just pick up a double right before that, so might have been able to take advantage of somebody who's under the pressure for first surge. But you hear all the shots going off. That's all of the gatekeeping that's happening from the players who are already on the inside. We're going to swing on over to Tahi and Edgy, who are... Now again, Storm Surge, 25 damage every 5 seconds to 3rd, 5th, and 7th zone, depending on how many players are up. So we'll see that happen here in 15 seconds. The 5th zone number is 50, and we currently have 67 players up. So a lot of duos, at least 9 are going to be put under pressure. Mega and Dubs, they're one of them. They're 200 below, so tags aren't good enough for them. They're going to have to go monsters. They're going to have to get in and commit to a fight. Here it is, wall to wall right now. And that, on the other side of them, you have Chucky and Glace. They've been absolutely dominating in these type of wall-to-walls fight, and a very good disengage. Putting the pressure on him, and Mega gets ripped in the side. Storm Surge also going to come down, and there's no down but not out if you get hit by Storm Surge, so he immediately is forced to pop the Chug Splashes. 99 below. Dubs traded off some of the damage, but he ended up getting picked up on the other side. That's Muzz, whose box is trying to get on the backside, but not able to quite find the shot, as Chucky is able to end up getting the confirm over onto Dubs. Tahi ends up also getting picked up by Convicted in the feed there. Unriana ending up getting Zerk, as Mega is going to get a little bit of respite, but needs to be careful with Muzz on the other side, as we swing over just in time to see Smacked and Casker get obliterated.
And Owl found Smite and Larson there too. So look at this, Mega still fighting in it, still in the game right now. And you notice he didn't waste a single moment there to continue the action and maintain control here before the opponents were able to actually retake the walls. And look, as he finds just enough tags, now he's trying to get out of there, looking for new opponents to pretty much target here at this point in time. He figured, hey, if I stay here, these guys have a little too much information on my situation right now. I got to get rolling. Now, mind you, 2 teams go down, maybe just one in this placing points to be be earned.
But look where the 5th zone pulled. It pulled directly on top of that western mountain that I talked about. So all those teams who boxed up there, they're all set. Everyone else now is pushing into that. And as you see, pretty much every duo has already been able to find a little bit of room here. But there's still so many players up. Mega is one of 2 solos running around right now. And Zapoxy just picked up his 5th Elim. What is going on with this kid?
Yeah, and that's on to Nawson, right? We saw what Nawson was doing just a little bit ago as well, getting very active, winning fights. So he's catching players that are like literally on fire right now, earning points here. Zypha and Zapoxy, they're a new team entering into the fold today. So, you know, if you guys haven't noticed, this is the problem when you get these next and fresh duos hopping on in. They can bring that damage to the field.
Yeah, Mega went down there in the feed right before that, so we're going to swing on over. The OCE transplant reigning Trios FNCS coming through. TNA, Muzz, C9, Avery trying to find a little bit of room here with the zone pulling due south. It's going to go over the top of the mountain, but they have the priority position in order to put shots down here. They're going to pop the pepper and use the bonus move speed to try and stay in the front. Might have been a little early in that regard. It does have a minute timer, which is the length of this rotation zone, but you can see them trying to catch up and get ahead. They have a great angle coming through on the side right now, trying to find a way to get in. And it seems like they're going to be fine.
This is a great rotate here. We haven't seen a nice wide dead side rotate like this in quite some time. Reminiscent of old Fortnite days, as normally it's hard pressure. No one's allowing anyone to move freely like this, but Muzz and Avery, the vets here, find a moment in space, find a moment in the chaos here, a little piece to go ahead and make this movement. For Zapoxy, though, he is in some big pressure. Launch pads coming out from the zone there. Floppers in hand, though, so that's a good measure to bounce back here. Alongside Zypha, they land right with one another. There goes a layer change on up. And all these pros, you can just tell, it is chaos on all layers. Muzz down low, making it look a little easy as he picks up Boxer here. It's a quick shred through the box there, and now he's going to have to move on out. The edit's already predetermined here by Avery. Nicely done here. And they're moving like a unit. I love to see this team play in motion here. This is high caliber gameplay. This is FNCS, and someone's going to finals here. Who's going to take this first win?
Yeah, if you want to look up an Epic Will and Arkham comparison, that's exactly how Avery and Muzz are tarping. The line they took there was fantastic. Keep an eye on the left-hand side, though. Edan and Cody up on the high ground, and nobody is even remotely looking up at them. Storm Surge is raining down on the duos who haven't done enough damage, so that will continue to trigger here. And actually, Muzz and Avery are one of them. 115 below. 3 more players need to go down. Chunk Smashers are falling. And if you don't get space, that's the one thing. If you're not in front of the zone, you don't have time to both negate Storm Surge and continue rotating. The zone will end up adding up the damage. Players still are not falling. There's knocks, but no confirmations going through. 2 more still need to go down. They're still below. And finally, they can exhale. They're into the top 30, but the second that happens, Avery's box gets dove right on into, and Muzz says, see you later, I'm out. He will disengage as fast as he can. Zypha picking up yet another knock there. Zapoxy going to be the one to get the confirmation. They are still just running. That's 6 eliminations for them. They're up on the high ground with the white heels as well. They're in the bottom right-hand part of your screen. The edit's coming through, and Zapoxy is just ripping them apart. Limited number of builds for Zapoxy, but even less for Muzz. In fact, he's on 0. That's the top right part of your screen. Can he find it? He gets the refresh.
Oh my gosh, this is the kind of game you don't see happen very often, but duos turning online here, and the competition is only just beginning, guys. On high ground, it's Rhythm 1K here by himself as a solo right now, maintaining positioning here, putting pressure on Eden and crew down low. He's going to force them off here, but Zapoxy and Zypha, they are making statements here. There's only one word that can explain this gameplay here. It's exceptional, okay? Zapoxy now on height. They managed to push the players off, find the Elims as well. One up piece here, and now that rounds them on up to 8. Cones himself out. 2-man team there. That's one. That's a beautiful knock, and another one coming outside the zone. It's a quick shred here. The zone's going to continue to add the pressure here. I mean, Sundown, Zapoxy, and Zypha are looking like the team to walk away with it right now.
No builds on Zapoxy, and look where we're going, out over the water, and you don't want to be a fish out of water with no builds. You'll end up as a fish in the water, and that's what happens. Zypha down 72, or 7W, 32 wanted, taking him out. Going to be able to find the conversion, but Zuck runs right through Zapoxy, and he says, Zapoxy who? It's my show. 7 elims for him. We have a 1v1v2 with Creo and Vert on the low ground being the only duo. They're hip to hip, but the star of the show of game 1 gets edited down, and his scene is cut early. The hook came in the form of the veteran. Creo and Teed pull him right down, and the question is, Monster, 2v1, pulling out over the water. Can they close it out here? Match 1 in NA East. all comes down to this.
They have the material. Oh my gosh, and more mythics are going to reveal themselves here. Zerk's starting to really run out of fuel here, as you can tell. Exactly, he has no ammunition. He's only got an SMG to work with here in Spider-Man hands. This is not good, guys. No other win condition available to them. Now low ground starting to look up here. All they have to do is start firing out here, and it will be their game. Last white heals come out, so now they know as well. Clock's ticking for them too. They're going to have to go ahead and find the damage here. Otherwise, it could just go the distance, and it's going to come down to misplay if they can't find these extra damage, but they are finding it. Vert and Creo, they're just taking their time right now.
And keeping an eye on the slight pull, it is going to go uphill. If they keep burning through all of their builds, they could end up in an awkward situation where the grid space forces them out. They do have a couple of chug splashes still, so they will have an HP lead, but they keep burning them, which could make the heal off questionable. We still have 30 seconds before we go to it, but here's that slight level change we're talking about. But Zerk is running out of builds. One more build here, and we're just moving over. He gets edited down, and Vert and Creo, 6 elims for Vert, 2 for Creo. Some amazing individual efforts, but game 1 goes to them as well as a ticket to the final.
And hats off to everyone else who performed very, very well there. You saw Zuck and Freeze just going crazy for a moment, as was Epoxy and Zypha. Big games for them, but of course, your stars of the round right now, Teed and Creo, or excuse me, Vert and Creo, who picked up a full 8 eliminations. This is also really good for the rest of the lobby, right? You want the teams that are picking up big points in general to move on so that the others down low can, you know, move on through with that consistency at the end of the day.
Yeah, but I mean, we saw so many individual elim numbers there that were up. I believe we saw an 8, a 7, another 6 there at the end. So plenty of points that were going over, but we couldn't have asked for a better way to kick off match number 1.
That was just the beginning, right? The pace has been set, guys. Another huge round in front of us. We're going to toss that over to Desk. Give us the standings. Let us know where we are right now.
Thank you, fellas. Creo and Vert take our first victory royale of the day and go right through to finals. Congratulations. Actually, a day 2 team that came in yesterday and came so close, coming second place to Princess Wolf's duo, I think, game 4 yesterday. So today it's actually happened. It's gone through. Do you know what's amazing here as well, guys, is as Sundown mentioned there at the end, so many big teams there towards the end had a ton of eliminations, which makes the whole thing's going to be a lot more interesting now, the leaderboard, particularly as our winners there as well had 8 eliminations themselves, taking those points out of the pack, so other teams have to climb even higher now to try and reach those top 6 positions.
Yeah, we love to see those strong solo performances. Zuck putting up big elimination numbers, Zapoxy putting up big elimination numbers just on their own, really, but that game was crazy. We saw Avery and Muzz, my prediction, I was rooting for them, right? And they're getting struck by Storm Surge going into the 8th zone. And then all of a sudden, we're watching Creo and Vert versus Zerks on the higher ground. And it seems like it lasts for like a minute, 32 minutes. So like the action was crazy. And then all of a sudden it just came to a halt. But Creo and Vert stayed alive. They were the only duo remaining for a while there. They cleaned it up, no problem. Going to the finals.
Yeah, that was a nice, clean, low ground play. They were able just to hold it, and we saw them just pulling people into their tarp. They're grabbing some elims. They're like, thank you, I'll take that refresh. I'll keep going. And beautiful low ground play. I think someone might have said that earlier.
Huh. Yes. Yeah, who was that? I can't remember. Yes. It was you genius, SBG. We actually got, obviously, Muzz as well. You mentioned there. Your pick today, actually, your prediction here, Vivid. We saw a really strong work here from Muzz. Yesterday, eliminations didn't really happen until a bit later on in the day, but to get off the bat here with at least 3 or 4 as a duo as well, really strong start for these guys, and they could be up in the top half of the table at least now.
Yeah, this is what you love to see coming into the session number 3, a strong performance in that game number 1, because you might be feeling a little bit shaky, right? You had an opportunity in session number 1, you had an opportunity in session number 2, and you're like, man, this is the last chance. Are we really going to do well? So those nerves could really be kicking in right now, but no, they come out game number 1 swinging. They're letting everybody know that they are here to play, and more importantly, they're letting themselves know, right? A little bit of a confidence boost for them.
Yeah, it's tough when you fall early in that first game. It really gets into your head, and then you can either, make adjustments and go better, or it just continues to pull you down. Interesting to see. I mean, Muzz solo clutching, we know he's one of the best solo players in the world, hands down. So it's awesome to see him do it once again.
Yeah, it really is. Plus, obviously, with Miro, Booga, Muzz last season coming in, winning FNCS last year, you kind of want to see them at least give them an opportunity to kind of reclaim the title in some capacity, right? With Avery, obviously, it's a chance here for them to do that. But let's have a look at the standings, exactly how things are on the leaderboard right now, and how they fare after the first game. Obviously, we can see there that Vert and Creo are our first confirmed finalists today, winning game 1 and going straight through to next weekend. And you can see here, we got Zuck and Freeze. They're looking very pretty here, 56 points. But those top 2 teams really ahead of the rest of the pack right now, Vivid.
Yeah, and that difference, look at the difference between second and third, 17 points. And you really got to credit this to the amazing solo performances of Zuck and Zapoxy there. They had so many eliminations, a total of 10 for Zuck's team and a total of 9 for Zapoxy's team. And a majority of them were gathered by them individually. So they're just going to be flying up the leaderboard. But nonetheless, we're going to see the likes of Pamsto and Fats there in 6, squeezing into that consistency threshold right there. So they're doing solid. And then Muzz and Avery 2 up there as well. So that is great for those teams.
Yeah, solid performance by a lot of teams. Some big Elim games we saw there by 3 separate duos. And KNG, Playboy Cardi, and K-Burbs, they're sneaking into that top 3 right there. We didn't really talk about or see them much in that end game, but 6 Elims just barely getting into those moving zones, enough to put them in 3rd place. And they gotta keep it consistent. They've been close. They've shown flashes of Sparebow and K-Burbs, but ultimately it's either gotta be a victory royale or consistent throughout the day, boys.
That's right. We talked about mats as well, and the utilization of your mats at the beginning of that in the pre-show there, and how important it is, particularly at the end game there. And we saw Zerx there up top, who kind of had that high ground, was in a good position, but didn't have a shotgun, didn't have the materials to consistently be in the game there at the end. And with the circle closing in, there was only one way, and it was down, having to challenge and put it on the bottom the 2 players. And with an SMG, just not going to do the same business or the same damage as well, Vivid, that shotgun could do in that situation.
Yeah, you really got to, manage your resources well. If you want to get those victory royales, obviously you have to spend resources to get to that end game. But if you don't have anything at the end, it is going to be hard for you to clutch up and get that victory royale. And that is why Creo and Vert came ahead, because there were 2 of them, right? They had 2 bodies of resources there available at the end.
Yeah, well played by them. Hey, Adam, I think we got another one coming here soon, right?
We certainly do, my friend. We are just about to head into game number 2. Who will get the victory royale? Who will score the points to get themselves into that contention? We can hear the bus right now beeping. It is ready. Game 2 is here. Let's head over into the game. MDF and Sundown are waiting for us. Let's do it. Here we go.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. Match number 1 is down. Match number 2 to go. We already saw Vert and Creo get a pass directly through the finals now. Keep an eye on the top right-hand side. We have Statics and Scarebear, bottom right-hand side. Fatch and Pamso, we can see the bus path cutting pretty much right down the middle on a diagonal cut, but this was the Greasy Grove contest we saw. Pamso was able to clutch up and get a nice 1v2 right off the rip. Pamso 25-53 and almost say goodbye. I said it looked like he finished him all the way through, but Scarebear cleaned up near instantly. Pamso, though, needs to about face and will get the builds from the Siphon. Huge. He was able to get the 15 mats down and cover himself, and that will give them a quick 1v2. The question is, can they close it out now? As I saw on the other side, they were able to 1v2 clutch, and it looks like Statics is actually just going to try and run.
Not only that, look at the points. The overall points now, 36. That's an extra 3. They could find the rest here. That'll round them out just nearing into that 40-point threshold, which honestly, in the overarching scheme of things, is not bad for game number 1. Definitely a better start than they've had so far. So if they can maintain this consistency, I mean, we'll see them up there right now, holding on to that 3rd place spot. That's all they have to do if they can't pull a victory out, of course.
Yeah, and don't forget, they were on that 6th place line right before it. So every single time, if that ends up coming through, as we're looking across each one of the regions, when it was the 5 matches, but even then, just looking right around average, it's about 25 points a game will put you at least in contention or right around that 6th place mark. So we're going to swing back on over to the Daily Bugle. Omri and Virtus looking for a little bit of space here, just trying to farm on the lower level, potentially get some minis from the vending there. They have Spegu and 33 Charlie directly above them. You can see Clue over on the side with Danny as well. So 3 different duos just trying to posture up. Clue and Danny are on the outside, posting up on the hills, looking to just rain shots down on anybody who might poke up. But we have an engagement. This is just outside Chonkers. This Mamtating just gets completely abused there. Keys now in a 1v2, looking to drop him down. But Bacon is the one who's doing the frying here, able to find the shots on the opposite side, trying to put some pressure. Keys looking for a little space. 1 build, 2 build, no builds. Finds the edit. Peanut Butter not quite going to be there. Won't find the jelly to go with it. We'll try and get around that right-hand side, but instead, Bacon takes him out.
It's a clever play, very clever play, but that build is a little too fresh. You're able to see through those builds when they're just put down. So because of that, he was tracked pretty easily through the wall. Not bad for Bacon. And Nerface here, those 6 points mean a lot this early inside the competition. That'll go ahead and bump them on up into that well within the top 10 spot. Here's a look at how it all went down, making it look easy on Mamting right there. Jumps on in. Here's those fresh walls like we talked about. You can see he's tracking them right on through. Oh, look at that. They were even his, so he definitely had all advantage in that battle there.
And a lot of people like to talk trash on the auto shotgun, but I'm a big fan, particularly in the early fights. If you're accurate with it, granted, I think the heavy just puts it to shame in a lot of circumstances because the fire rate's not that different. But in the early fights, if you're able to get on top of somebody and just kind of keep that rate of fire down, it provides a very similar role to the tack, but it hits just a little bit chunkier, right? There's a couple extra slices of meat in that sandwich than before, and it's really good at kind of hitting those surprise 2 shots. If you don't have full shields, those will put you down.
I think the problem is the name, right? Auto shotgun. It dates you back to the drum shotgun, which wasn't as good, right? And maybe it just leaves this preconceived notion like, maybe it's not that hot. But I agree with you. I think the damage is definitely there. It falls more so with the feel in line of one of those more upgraded tactical shotguns from back in the day. Take a look at Freeze and Zuck, though, man. What they did last game was insane, and now they're off to that same pace here. Freeze and Zuck already cleaning up the Condo Canyon. We're talking about how this was an uncontested drop spot between here and Chonkers, but it seems like a team has moved on in, and they've made quick work of them. This has kind of been their story, though. A lot of fighting on the drop. Condo Canyon has not been a very pleasant place to land for the most part over this weekend. It's been contested every single day.
Yeah, not like Pleasant Park, which you could get to yourself there. But one thing to note, too, Zuck was one of those players who we talked about them going off and finding eliminations, finding another one there. And then also just got to get a quick correction because we were calling it out last time. It is not Zapoxy who is Zypha's duo. It's Spexy. That's how it's pronounced, so we apologize going through there. I have no idea how you get that from ZPXY, but hey, we'll go with it. Spexy, congratulations. That's a phenomenal first game coming through there. Hopefully you guys are able to keep repeating it so we can give you the correct call-outs you need. We're going to swing on over to 2 names I can definitely pronounce, Zenki and Ducky. Currently just holding out, doing a prime example of gatekeeping, but right as I say that, and I'm about to explain what gatekeeping is, they're just going to turn around and rotate in because there's actually somebody sitting on the next mountain, so the gatekeepers are about to be gate kept, as somebody who is closer to the zone is just going to rain shots, knowing that the storm will eventually pressure them in, and now they're in an awkward spot. They're between 2 teams who have great lines of sight on them.
Yeah, definitely a good spot to be in. And just while we're on Spexy's feed here, yes, we encourage you guys, if we are making a mistake with your name, let us know, right? We're here to work together. We want to help you guys out. I was going to make the joke of, yeah, you said you read Ducky's name right, and then next thing you know, the D is silent, and it was actually Lucky or something weird like that.
Don't get me started with it.
It just happens, dude.
You can see here. All is quiet right now. We can chill. You can keep an eye. Definitely a little bit of a slower pace game in the first game. As the top left-hand corner, we've only had 5 players go down. There is 1 solo dolo running around here. I believe that's still Statics. And as we get another bit of a fight here over on the side of Greasy, Pamso and Fats saying, no. This is our taco stand. Go find your own. As Jackson and Fable Taco say, all right. Enough, I get it. They're going to actually go out over the zone and try and catch a new angle, but they need to be careful because, I mean, the perspectives we showed just before it are rotating from that exact same angle. Swing on over to Slacks and Clarity, who are just on the inside of where all of those duos will be heading towards.
Yeah, this Tilted Towers location here, playing the nice, cheeky little bush here, hoping no one sees them inside this location, tries to find the surprise tags on opponents. This would be honestly one of the most ideal positions to hold a Ranger rifle in, right? Where it's nice and clean, no one sees you, have all the time in the world to use that first shot accuracy, and then just double back through Tilted and pick up your good weapons. But either way, strategy is strategy. On the bottom side, we have Cease, just outside the Covert Canyon, or Curving Cavern here. Seems like, you know, some actions unfolded there. Much more contested than we've seen as opposed to yesterday, where Scented and company were landing there consistently. This time around, we haven't seen any fight go down there. So I'm not sure if, you know, things have kind of eased up a little bit. But for Fatch and Pamstu, man, impressive game so far. The early eliminations, they didn't quite get the full team elim, though, but they're fending off this drop. They're not allowing anyone to rotate in for free, and they're even going as far as baiting that drop. Notice they haven't looted it, Sundown. They're just letting it be there. So teams have a reason to maybe come check it out.
Yeah, and the only lonely solo dolo Statics, he's just, you know, checking out the beach, hanging out on the western side, hoping nobody comes anywhere near him. He keeps hearing the shots from Greasy. You should know that teams are going to rotate through and towards the side and make his life a wee bit difficult. However, for Pamstu and Fatch just raiding the shots around the side, they've kind of been able to pass the checklist. And I've talked about this a lot when it comes to Europe and how you evaluate the game plans. When these duos come into a competitive Fortnite match, you're basically looking like, hey, can we win our drop spot or at least make it out of our drop spot? And if the answer is yes, it's like, okay, do we now have Storm Surge tags? If the answer is still yes, it's like, okay, can we safely rotate to the zone? And you kind of keep going through and asking those next questions. If at any point the answer is no, you should be going back and VOD reviewing and seeing what's going on there. And I'm seeing a little bit of that from Pamstu and Fatch in this circumstance, because they were able to pick up the elim onto Scarebear. That's why we see Statics just kind of running around aimlessly on the western side. But then they posted up on the edge of the zone, and they've just been raining shots towards their opponents. Now, the reason that's important is because, as we've seen over the past 2 days, and even back to Qualifier 1 and 2, they haven't struggled in first Storm Surge monster. It's been second Storm Surge where they've been under pressure, and it's because they're not finding the mid-game tags. It looks like they're trying to fix it now, as Cease and Elite say, we don't want to fix it, we're just pushing straight in, and this is very aggro for what?
For a second there, Cease and Elite looked like they were ready to go in full for the fight, but that vehicle, you know, physics decided otherwise, kind of stopped them dead in their tracks there, the momentum being cut down. Off they go, though. They make it on over to this next little mountain area. And I just want to say, I hope Pamstu and Fatch actually picked up the airdrop, because other teams started rotating into their blind spot, if you will, from the more condensed side, maybe the side they didn't expect the team to rotate in from. So we'll end up finding out if they have a launch pad or not. Maybe some big heals will give us the full story there for Spexy and Zyphon out. You can see they are just lurking around, playing this edge of the storm line here, hoping it goes behind players lurking. There goes a couple more shots. We don't see any tags come through. Those are the ones that you'll be beating yourself up about a little later if you do end up falling behind.
We're back at 92 players, by the way. So I'm not sure if Static was able to double back there, because as far as I know, he was the only solo and Greasy was there. But that's it's a pretty late reboot going through there, and you can see, yep, nice little update. Pamstu and Fatch securing a supply drop as well, so putting themselves in a good spot. You can see Wanted actually getting a full confirm onto Dubs in that top left-hand corner, so that's going to end up being very interesting. Something else here, a nice little min-max Spexy, finding the vending machine and making sure to buy up a bunch of light bullets. When that SMG, the Stinger SMG, is so strong, making sure you get that opportunity and putting a bunch of light bullets into your inventory is huge, because what other use does gold have, really?
That's probably one of the most consistent strategies we've seen kind of come into play when it comes down to, you know, players building out routes and whatnot. That is like one of the key determining factors of any good route right now, I think, is knowing where the vending machines are and honestly picking up as much light ammunition as you can afford at that given time. And it's happened multiple times over the course of the weekend, and I think other players are starting to pick it up, right? The one thing this broadcast is really good on is highlighting strategy. Most teams, most players, and coaches alike will hide all the strats, right, as long as possible, but on the FNCS stage, once the reviews and the replays are available, all strats come to light, people start figuring stuff out, and the game really develops quickly during these couple of weeks of FNCS.
And I also love that Spexy is prioritizing carrying floppers. It's something that we've seen in so many other seasons where it's like, oh, you're a flopper player and all this type of stuff, and it gives you a massive opportunity to find some room. But I'm going to stop talking about the floppers and start talking about the right-hand side. They're 126 damage below Storm Surge. They are way out in the top right-hand corner of the map. I mean, forget about the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. These guys are just completely gone. It's just like everywhere. They're nowhere close. They're all the way through. It just, no one is near them.
Not to mention they're running 3 weapons in the loadout here. This is about time maybe you want to start considering dropping an AR or SMG, depending on your preference here. Go with those extra heals. They're probably going to need it, as now 30 seconds until the zone really starts to close in here, guys. And once it touches down, once it hits that white line and the next zone is revealed, essentially, what's going to happen is they're going to be getting struck by lightning here. The Storm Surge will become completely active. Other teams on screen are facing the same issue, but they're not having a problem finding a fight. They're inside the mix right now. AV and NQs right now also in a battle here. Only 87 damage below, now 100. That's a good shotgun shots away. They have a team right on top of them, so could just be a moment of time before they find a tag that they need or get punished big time for making this aggressive fight.
And you can see it's Edgy and Tahi, no strangers to that box-to-box fight. He's also keeping an eye on the right-hand side. Zypha and Spexy still well below Storm Surge, and not even well below, 64 below, but out in the zone. Do have a decent amount of floppers and some shields, keeping an eye both on the right and left-hand side. Av and Enka is going to opt to use a bunch of the chunk splashes, get up the full, and then dive right on in. Here they go. The fight is on. Tons of tags coming through for Av. Is he going to be able to clean up both, as Enka's will end up ultimately finding some of it there above, but boom, there it is. Will get the cleanup. Like I said, it looks like he's about to get it. Tahi holding on for as long as he could there, but ultimately grass slipped and he will go down. As we see Zypha and Spexy, I mean, Storm Surge plus the Storm itself is a tough time, and for a duo who had so many elims last game, Monster, see them struggle that horribly with Storm Surge. It's very interesting.
That's what happens. You have such a great pop-off game. You want to slow down, play a little more consistent, and instead it comes around, stings you with the venom right there. The most impressive thing I'd say about this NQ's fight here is the fact that he actually saved AV before the full finish. That's a rare occurrence in a 2v2 kind of fight like that, especially when your teammate is down inside the enemy's box and behind those walls. So huge save there, guys. Don't overlook the fact that this might just keep them in the game and turn this into a huge round for them now.
This is something I love seeing as well. Utilizing the Fireflies, because why not? Generally, you won't hold them this long, but if you look at where the zone is, there's so much stuff that is flammable, right? Like, all of this can be lit on fire, and that it will be a nuisance, and it will clear sightlines for you. So now you can see, Cease can see pretty much everything around him, and if he wants to shoot at it, he has that sniper rifle, which a number of times we don't see it often now, but people will hold open edits a little longer than they should.
Yep, and that's where the punishment comes in, and very rarely I feel like we've seen Sniper in play as well, and see it's just
almost
old school. It's like he kind of showing off his old school stripes here, holding on to a sniper shot. It's just like, feels like he's from a different time of Fortnite. You almost forget it even exists inside competitive at this point with how infrequently you see it at the highest levels. Look at Pamstu and Thatch's loadout. We want to talk about this. Peppers in hand, 5 armored walls. How do you get that many armored walls here?
Well, they won't end up coming through on the supply drops. That's where they got the launch pads on that side, but just being able to filter down. And one thing to note too, despite the fact that they land in Greasy, they were able to force everyone out so early that they got that entire POI, and then they got what Shia loves to call the home zone. And that's when the zone drops directly on top of your drop spot. They haven't had to move this entire time, and in 5 seconds, I would argue, one of the most important zones in the game, the 4th zone, we'll see if it drops yet again right out. They're right on the edge of it, Monster.
GG's. Works out very nicely for them. They don't have to move. Looks like everything is coming to them this game here. Not only was it the airdrop, this is about the location where the airdrop landed the original time, but now the zone as well, just kind of sharing this location. This is perfect for Slacks and Clarity. Just a masterful rotation right now. And not only that, finds himself some splashes on the way, so this is really good.
Yeah, and this is more about timing. You're thinking, wow, how are these guys just walking through? And it's recognizing which teams can shoot at you. And if there's a cone edit peeked out on the other side, you can just do this. They just walked right on up to Smack, and they were just like, hey, thanks to the priority position on the zone, you can keep that high ground over there. They don't really have an angle to shoot down on them, and they had to use, what, 10 builds total, and they're all right up against this side. So now they're going to be able to about face, and as you see on the right-hand side, there's still tons of triangles that have to move in towards that.
Yep, lots of more movement to be had here inside the lobby. Great angles here, and they have the full vision of the lobby here. Big sight lines available to them, and this is why you saw players like Cease trying to burn those trees down to really open up the field, give them all visual. It's those little pieces right there that's going to make the difference here. It's going to force players to burn way more material, because if there's a sight line blocking you, you're going to try to steal away as much as possible, as optimal as possible. And look, even now, Cease is still breaking trees here, quite literally, with the AR and SMG as well. So big plays for Cease, opening up the field. Of anything, I think he's supporting the rest of the lobby in helping find opponents to target.
Yeah, you know, good guys, Cease, just creating a little bit of room here, and those MK7s really are the benefits of those open sightlines, that red dot sight. These players are so absurdly accurate when aiming down sights and being able to find the advantage, but Cease now, just trying to find some more pressure. We're going to swing on over. Avery and Muzz, 188 above, so no reason to really overly peek. They're just trying to survey the land. But Monster, they've invested a lot of hard mats for the position they're in. On our bottom right-hand side, we have one of the duos who is underneath the pressure, trying to fight here for Surge on the low ground, and they're going to be forced to go. It is going to turn on in just 15 seconds.
Yeah, definitely. The only team above that we see on scene right now is Muzz and Avery. Not only above the Surge, they're above the high ground as well here. They have big visual on the entirety of the lobby. It's their high ground of command right now. Their story to be told. On the low, though, Shicey has a player down into the box. He goes to 2v1, gets face checked by a couple SMGs, realizing now it's a big mistake. But hey, he's found the tags here, and at least that's going to keep him alive right now. Explosions coming through. Has to be careful, though. Doesn't switch over to those heavy materials. Aiden on the other side, taken out as well, alongside Blasto there. That's an explosive exit for them, too. And now, who do we have left here? Sparebow, Solo, Pose just above them as well, trying to make do with the situation here.
Right,
we have Chubbs here on screen.
At 3 eliminations for him and his duo, we can see just the one player who's below, Tragics, Skittles, trying to just out-heal it. Does have the med miss, which is a significant amount of time. It's 5 Storm Surge tanks you're able to do, but no one else is taking any action. There's no reason for them to move. But as 5th zone is revealed, Pamso and Fash got a max pull. Their luck ran out. The 4 leaves on their Clover, unfortunately, weren't watered enough, and we'll see if they're able to do it. As Tragics, though, he'll thank the lucky stars there, as we finally have Spareboat go down, and Storm Surge will gracefully turn off.
I'm not gonna lie, having that med miss right there really made it feel like it lasts a long time. Like he had a lot of time to work with. I think grossly underrated, honestly. I never truly looked at the med miss as something I could, you know,
I love that thing.
Buy you so much time under that kind of pressure of Surge.
Yeah, I mean, Surge, last zone, whether you're someone like me who can't win a fight for the life of them the early in the mid game, so you need to storm camp the entire time. The fact that it is 15 seconds in the zone, or it's 25 seconds negating Surge for a single slot, just ends up being so valuable. And speaking of so valuable, Tragic saying, Launchpad boxed up on a bunch of pre-built full hard mats. I'll take this.
I mean, normally I'm a bit skeptical. I'm like, dude, you want to replace all that? Or he's like, no, we'll be okay. I'm waiting for the next zone to reveal itself. I'm just going to tuck myself far and away inside these builds here. Pamso and Fatch, the zone's going to pull far north now. They have the equal longest rotate to make here. Down an armored wall since the last time we checked in. Tells the story of a little pressure, maybe some fighting going down, but otherwise, still looking A-OK and healthy this game here. 44 points right now, still holding on to their 3rd place spot overall when it comes down to how much points they've earned coming out of game 1 and now rounding into the end of game 2 here. But this is it. This is where real Fortnite begins. This is where men are made on the Fortnite field. Avery and Muzz managed to maintain high ground this entire time, and they still have the damage. They still have the lead here to make a good play. They're going for it.
Yeah, it's the bottom left-hand side of your screen, making sure they find that recycled launch pad and being able to go through. Don't forget, Pamso and Batch did find a supply drop. They had 2 launch pads, used one earlier. Bottom right-hand corner of the screen, you have Slacks and Clarity. They're on the low ground towards the priority position on the zone. Currently, my eyes are towards that bottom left. Yep, let's go there. Avery and Muzz, that's their own launch pad. I believe that's their last investor. They're going up towards the high ground. They're going to land directly on top of it. Shots come in. Avery's going to be able to find his. Muzz also looks like he's being able to contest towards the high ground. Box to box, hip to hip, not quite able to find it. Avery pushing this other player out, has the 2 spray weapons, but completely out of medium ammo, so going to be reliant on the reload. Will get the siphon, still has the med miss as well, so even though there is the white HP ticket, it's not too much of a threat, as able to catch back up, and Muzz has that high gun as players are dropping like flies in the Elam feed on your top left.
Big Elims coming through here. Players getting bent left and right. Now, though, Muzz and Avery, looks like they have a little bit of a fight going on here. Little do they know, it's Tieko coming from the backside there. And for a second now, they have to give up the high ground. All that, they look in the wrong direction for just a moment. And you have this fresh duo. Tieko comes up. And all of a sudden, look at this. They are so situated up here. Now, though, for the low ground, big beams come through. And that's a punishment and a half. And oh no, where are these shotgun shots coming from? I can't even see it. I don't think Gold even knows where they're coming from. He's just getting clapped left and right here. It's Chubbs. Oh my gosh, the range shot there from the strikers just gonna come through, and the angles here from this elite duo is looking like they're setting themselves up for the win. Not only that, they actually picked up the material too, so everything's starting to connect here on the low ground. Pamstone and Fatch looking for a 2v2 situation. It's Casker. They add them to the list. Down goes Smacked as well. And these are huge. Pick up 6 eliminations now, Sundown.
Amstow trying to make eventually right now. Match number 2 here in NA East. They will get the refresh over that body right there. Need to find an angle on the zone. Taking a little bit too much damage. Will go up a layer. Good change of level there from Pamstow. And you can see he's got it ticking. He's feeling confident. The builds are there. 55. And he also looks up towards the high ground. He says, hey, how far away is it? Can we go up? They see it's just Chubbs up there. But as I say, that Scented Fan ends up going with them. Slacks cuts off just above him. Keep an eye on the left-hand side as well as the bottom right. Muzz and Avery in a box trying to dive, making the stingers sing, but the rat-tat-tat is not finding enough as Avery gets rebuffed. Back now, you can see just a slight change in the elevation on the left-hand side. Teams are stuck at the bottom. Elite and C's trying to find a way around, but Ring Around the Rosie isn't paying off. Will they all end up falling down as still Chubbs and Scented Fan raining shots down from the high ground? Pamstow and Fatch, they're chilling.
Yeah, all the while, they just have their eyes on the Victory Royale here, waiting for that big splash banner to come through and the win to announce their names. They're not looking to take any risk here. They're sitting back, allowing the action to go down at the bottom. And that's the two-handed, two-pointed sword right there, right? On one side, you can try to earn points to play consistent. On the other side, you have the win condition waiting for you. Players like Avery now have to go way inside. This is a big clutch for him. Those are points earned. Players are dropping left and right here, but there's still a battle between them and the win here. And Scented Fan and Chubbs are saying, out with the old guard, in with the new. They're trying to get this dub right now, and they are still coasting. Pamso and Fatch, however, are fighting every team on every layer, and they're winning left and right here. Look at Pam go. He is not stopping.
And now it's a 2v2, but Monster, 11 eliminations, and even if they don't get the Victory Royale, they're nearly double the pace of the points right now that they need. And you can see Chubbs and Scented Fan, Pamstow and Fatch, a spot in the finals in NA East. 2 teams who most assuredly feel they should be there and have played their best in this match, but we're pulling out over the grass, and like we said, it is on fire. The 2v2 is about to pop off. Chubbs and Scented Fan are out of mass. They're gonna have to go down. Pamso pokes his head up, but he gets whacked down like an unruly whack-a-mole. Notch goes for the finish, and he loses the fight. Chubbs rebuffs him, and despite the 11 eliminations, the 2v2 at the end does not go their way. And Scented Fan and Chubbs, congratulations, you earn a ticket straight to the finals.
So close. Chubbs gets away with a single HP difference maker there. You saw at the end, the siphon buffs him up, and it was just that close. A line was drawn in the sand, and Chubbs said, I'm standing my ground here. Wins the battle. Look at it. You thought I was joking. 16 HP. Almost a single shot difference there, Sundown.
I mean, just being able to get that, but don't forget, he had to also end up getting the conversion as well. And when you're relying on that Stinger SMG, that takes time. You have to wait for the down but not out animation to play, and then you have to finish him off. So unfortunately, just the missed time by Pamstow to kind of peek his head up and immediately get whacked back down is going to end up being the deciding factor there.
Hey, well, you know what? I think they've done enough. A couple more consistent games, and we'll be seeing them in the finals. They earned so many points just in the first 2 games, and if our average points are any indicator of where they'll be, they're going to be okay today. But we're going to send it on over to the desk. Adam, round us on out.
Oh, so close. So close, Sundown. Oh, but you know what? Still, we all said it. 11 eliminations in game 2 gives them a huge catapult towards the top spots there on the leaderboard. So whatever happens, be it victory out otherwise, puts them in great contention for the rest of the competition, Pamster and Fatch there. But we have a new victory royale winner there. We have Chubbs and we have Centre, I think it's Twix, going head-to-head there and going all the way through into finals. I mean, what a great display there, Vivid. We have 2 new finalists, and to see them go through is exciting because, again, another game where a lot of teams at the top, they're getting tons of eliminations. So again, the leaderboard is going to change up completely.
Yeah, and basically for Twix and Chubbs here, it was just all about when they took the high ground. We saw that Muzz and Avery were actually playing for it for quite some time there. They had it when the half and half zone appeared, but because they decided to take a couple launchpad rotates, that allowed time for Chubbs and Twix to actually create a play on the high ground. And ever since they made that play, they just rode it out. And listen, you can look at the situation here. They have 0 build, so they used everything for this position right here. And it really just comes down to this one shot. Pamstu sticks his face out for just a second, and Twix over there takes full advantage of it. And yeah, that's just how it rounds out right there. Chubbs off on the side there onto Fatch, picks up the elimination too. So they both kind of win their 1v1s, and that's why they're going to the finals.
Hey, you gotta win your ones if you're gonna be at this stage, but that's kind of a win-win for Pamster and Fatch though, because a team that was gonna be way up there on the leaderboards is now removed. They're not going to be a part of it, and we saw they just slayed out on that low ground, absolutely dominating. That was such a beautiful performance, but nonetheless, hey, we get to see them go again.
Absolutely. Let's take a look exactly where they are in the table in a second. Firstly, the winners from games 1 and 2 here. You can see that Vert and Creo from game 1 are qualified already to finals thanks to the Victory Royale. And now we have ourselves Senifan, who is Twix, and Chubbs doing exactly the same. Game 2, our winners directly through to finals. And this is how it stands. There they are. Sundown will be happy. We're all happy for Pamster and Fatch there. After 3 days, they are there at the top spot right now. Can they maintain it? 94 points, though, looking strong, Vivid.
35-point lead on the board for Pamstu and Fatch. That's incredible. If you take into account they just got 11 eliminations, that's 33 points alone. So we can credit that large lead to the absolute stomping performance in the elimination category. But Yuz and Okish creeping up here into the second place position, 69, only 1 point ahead. And if you look at 2, 3, and 4 positions, 1 point separates each of them. So this is still anybody's game.
Definitely is, and I'm looking right at that 6, 7, 8, 9 spot where all those teams are so close. We're only a couple games in. We got 6 to play today, that extra game compared to Friday and Saturday, but we see these teams just have one really strong match. Across the entire top 10, there's a lot of elims up there, and these guys are just racking them up, getting all those points like you mentioned. Now looking at the second page here, Season Elite, a new team today. On the opposite side of that, I just said a ton of elims, but these guys are playing heavy placement, putting themselves in 11th place with only 2 elims. That is rare. I mean, if we just look at the rest of that leaderboard, very few teams have that few elims, and now we get to see them play a different style. Hey, going slow and steady also wins some races.
That is very true. But I'm talking of different styles as well quickly. You know, we saw rotates in the last game. We saw, I think, Tragic's rotating very late, sliding into zone. Launchpad just finds it out of nowhere, then finds another one on the back of that coming very late. Then we saw Muzz's angle as well, who was going very early and being aggressive with the rotate. So I guess in this situation here, Vivid, we're going to see a lot of ups and downs, and depending on the situation presented to our players, they'll have to adapt. We talk about adaptation is everything in these finals.
Yeah, Tragic's doing the best with what he has. You know, we were watching, backstage, and we were just like, oh man, listen, it is just so over him. He's got nothing going for him. Everybody else is in zone, and he's just like walking along this hill, and all of a sudden there's a launch pad there, and it's just like, oh, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, whoa. And then he takes a launch pad, and he lands on another one. He just boxes it up, and then he's just chilling for the rest of the game, basically, as long as he plays well. And he did that. He clutched up some solo points there in the end game, and that's huge for his duo.
Yeah, gifts come aplenty when, you're just playing the game, and that's why you have to play out as long as you can. Sometimes pads will be placed right in front of you, just like you want.
A gift from the gaming gods right there. Love it. Let's throw over to MDF and Sundown waiting in the wings here. Game 3 is afoot. Let's do this thing.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. 2 matches down, 4 more to go. We're closing in on the halfway point, and so far, honestly, I feel like NA East has really delivered. We've seen those final moments, Monster, and it really comes down to if you have your duo partner up and how well you execute that last fight.
I mean, absolutely. But don't forget the last 2 days have had some exceptional solo performances, and that's the beauty of duos kind of competition, right? Solos can absolutely clutch up. It's never free in the end game, and those deadly exchanges, my gosh, you never really know which way they're going to go. But right now, it sounds like the battle bus is ringing, and the driver's ready to go. Let's get on to the world.
Two matches down, 4 to go. Halfway point coming through. As we will see, we will have 10 final duos joining us. And I was about to say, where better to kick it off right over at Greasy, but you see Pamcell kind of looking around, and it looks like the 2-0 is good enough for Statics & Co., as they don't want no mo of the smoke.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you couldn't have said it more eloquently. But honestly, Fansu and Patch are doing an exceptional job. And this is the thing, right? Now they're at the point to where they almost have nothing to lose, everything to gain here, right? They have such a point lead, you know, with 4 additional opportunities to make another end game. I mean, they're consistent enough, right? So you don't want to challenge a team like this. And last game, they put on a masterclass of how to play Greasy Grove when zone's on top of you, down to the trickery and of course, to the gunplay. They were hitting their shots when it mattered.
Yeah, they were able to do that, but I am going to question whether or not the Storm Shage game plan will be there without the 2 early elims. But speaking of an early contest over here, we do have one of the outposts being fought over. Bacon, Nerface trying to get a little bit of pressure here on the Mamtating. We saw Mamtating before just get popped, and that's going to happen again. Keys, unfortunately, going to get dropped, and they're going straight down the drain, but that's why you can't commit to going into the basement. Nerface says, surprise, what's happening there? But immediately tries to about face and return shots. Bacon, though, gets tossed around a little bit, and he looks like he's going to be the one who ends up in the sandwich. But right after I say that, he's actually able to get a knock on the other side, not able to get the confirmation, but we'll get a little bit of respite as Shao is going to opt for the revive, and it looks like Bacon is too.
I wonder if they're going to go ahead and back off now. This is a pretty fair exchange here, but no, instead, Ishao says, all right, I want to take this fight in full, and cancels the pickup. No, never mind. Bacon actually sticks it through. Nerves a steal there. He sits on the ramp ready to get the pickup, and I think Ishao recognizes now, he's got him up. What? He jumps in. Oh, come on. You had to expect him to take the peek, and he does. Ishao now has everything going for him here. Bacon trapped inside the wall. I hope you like a little bit crispy because he is getting fried right now. Let's see if he gets chased on through. Exits out the top side. Ishao and Chaotic Love looking pretty solid here as Bacon manages to hop away.
Yeah, and Hop Away literally burned the launch pad there and is going to just try and get out of dodge. And luckily for him, I think he broke line of sight fast enough, and Chaotic Love and Ishu were a little bit too slow living up to his aim and sitting back there, but they weren't able to find where he exited. So only the 1 elim, but still plenty of damage going on. And now Vamos, Alicia, and P-God, we're going to hop on over there as they're going to pick up Unreal Ana. That's going to be the first one. Bank on the other side will now try and fight off a 1v2.
Big elim right here. Brings them on up to 29. Not bad by any means, but there's still an opponent nearby. Bank hanging out inside the building, and look at that. Those 3 points alone took them from the back of the 20s on up to the top 16. Don't let these points fool you guys. Elige has to come through and clutch things up. P-God gets chin-checked for a second there by Bank with the striker shock in at close quarter, but ends up working out. Look at that. Legendary SMG as well for their troubles. It's going to be nice.
Yeah, the legendary Stinger SMG just rips. It is so incredibly powerful. The one thing, it does burn through those light ammo very quickly, so you want to make sure you have an excess of that. But Enquaz gets stuck trying to hop in the whip. The door was locked. Child lock was on it and was unable to get through in time. He says, "Mom, open the door, please. There's scary people outside," but no. Golden Tieko going to be able to pick that one up. We'll take a look here of what that fight looked like. Tieko actually some really good pressure there with the pistol and hitting a huge clutch heavy shot there with that aim down sights. Again, completely, that was brilliant from Tieko.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, you deserve to smile right there. 141, right? The best damage you can get at that type of angle and peak. That's just how you want to be doing it, and that's why Heavy Shock is one of the more exciting weapons to see in motion. Owl and T though, cracked here, playing super sneaky. Man, Big HD, they think they have a nice little 2v2 going down. Little do they know, they're being ghosted right behind here. They're just thinking, you know, when's the right time?
Well, that half wall is super awkward because building around it is very difficult. So they're waiting for somebody to rotate the corner and then try and throw a wall in their face, because you can't. You have to ramp instantly. And most players' first reaction is to either cone or throw a wall in those circumstances. And you can see patience is paying off. I mean, the Owl is a hunter. He's known to just try and pick up the scraps and see what else is there, and he's looking for the opportune moment to end up popping in. The ambush is set. You can see on the right-hand side, that's the fight that they're watching. They want to be able to go, but if they don't time it right, all of this time is wasted for naught. And again, you can see they don't want to overcommit. They want to find somebody on this side of the wall, because once they pop in, they're stuck in this fight.
Yeah, definitely. They're either one of two things, looking for the full box or the point-blank shotgun striker opener. Now, though, hearing one of those elims come through, hearing the shots being exchanged, it might just be time to strike. They can just get him when he's a little bit weak. There it is, the full box. Pounced in on, and they catch two. And just like that, all of a sudden now, you have to assume Cracked and company are thinking, wait, what just happened?
We must VOD review this. We must VOD review this, and then they're going to feel a little silly when they go back to knowing that the team was there for a hot minute or two, but now you can see we got reinforcements rolling over the hill, and unfortunately, even though the ambush was well set, the 6 points were given, and you pushed yourselves up into 8th, you weren't able to then disengage, and don't forget, the mission's not successful until you have gotten out and gotten hydrated. The heist isn't clear until you're out with the goods, and right now, Owl and Cracked are trying to avoid getting caught with their hand in the cookie jar.
Not only that, there's a fresh team coming in as well, playing a little security, checking out the perimeter now. They're the big eyes in the sky. They're the big problem now to deal with.
Another one too.
And Serb, fresh team here arriving. What kind of intel did they pick up? They see a team up top. They know there's a fight going down. They're thinking they have the biggest advantage as well now.
Yeah, but keep an eye on that bottom right-hand corner. We got 2 minutes, and we're relatively close to the zone because the zone's not pulling that fast, but that purple is still creeping in, and despite the fact that everyone wants to run towards these bullets and pick up some tags and catch people who might be weak rotating out, both of these duos are okay. Away. They're not fantastic, but they're definitely not bad.
Yeah, not by any means. Back on over to Cracked and Owl, who've been playing this very slow the entire time. They're back to doing just that here. Sitting back. Jam's playing in the meantime.
Right, I was just about to say, like, this nice little epic backtrack to this and seeing and waiting for this fight to resolve, but honestly, it looks like everyone really just doesn't want anything to do with this fight.
Yep, there it is. Take out the NPCs here. Get some spoils for the fight. Get the music to calm things down for a little bit. Back on over to Sparebow, though.
Sparebow is trying to get back up on his feet. Caber sticking the revive right now. Does have that legendary SMG. Needs to be careful. We'll try and go for the wall replace. We'll open an edit, but the opponent not there and finding the shot. Good option to use the Chug Splash on his down teammate, knowing he has enough excess shield to still get him back up and to extend the timer there. It will still end up going through, but still trying to fight defensively, trying to back that player off there, wanting no part of Wanted's aggression. But you can see every couple of seconds, Wanted's going to keep poking back, and he doesn't want to end up in a 1v2 as he knows it makes that fight that much more difficult.
And look at this. Opening up that defensive line there. Extra measures. Tries to go for the pre-fire shot. If that would have connected with the shield crack, could have been the difference maker for him to close this fight. Another Chug Splash comes down. That's 2 already. He's committed to keeping Sparebow up. More shots coming in from behind. Another cheeky shot through there, but doesn't connect. Maybe it's time to just change this box here. Move out just a little bit. Would be the difference maker. There it is. Caber thinking the same exact thing. Like, all right, we've been here for quite some time. We put a little more distance. That should be okay. But another team now starts to fire in.
Needs to change the situation, needs to change the angle, or else he's going to end up going down, and all of those chug splashes were for naught. Sparebow ends up getting taken down anyway. The shots raining in from the side, keeping an eye on that bottom right-hand corner to try and see. There's the two duos who are just raining shots over. That Wanted was the player who was trying to pin him there, but instead has now moved a little bit around the side. It seems like Wanted may have actually lost where K-Burbs was, and instead is now opting to try and just disengage.
Yeah, looking to get on out of here, trying to keep a low profile now, hoping that this duo that comes on in thinks that, hey, it's just one player, let's hunt him down and get on out of here. This is, meanwhile, way outside the storm line now, right? And that's a little rotate to the rift there. Definitely the best move that he could have made for the situation he was granted and put himself in. I want to say he got Sparebow's card as well because they were just all inside those layers. So he should be A-okay right now. Looking to look back here. Very important that he finds some tags here. Surge is going to be much more difficult to maintain and work with now that he is by himself here, but he knows this is wanted here.
Yeah, and he knows this should be a 1v1 based on the fact that there was only the one player who followed him. You could hear the rift noise when you go through it. It confirms how many players goes in, and it is loud. We're not talking reboot van loud, but definitely loud. Like Wanted shots loud on there, but K-Burbs, no, he can back up because he deployed the shield.
He's healed him.
He's going to be able to get it, but it's healing Wanted too. It's AoE and it is not team dependent, but K-Burbs going to be able to take advantage of it. Dives in, and now honestly, if I'm him, I am leaving as fast as I can because you know other people are going to be coming over to that. They know there wasn't a knock, so it should just have been a solo in that circumstance, and you could already see the triangles going over to where he just was on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. And honestly, brilliant job from K-Burbs. If you're looking how to disengage in a 1v1 situation in the mid-game, go watch it, go rewatch that, because that was textbook.
Yeah, that was very smart of him. Just map awareness, 10 out of 10 right there, gets to where he needs to go. And then, of course, reevaluates the fight and decides, hey, I have this now. It's a clean 1v1. One less factor to worry about, too, which is trying to keep his team up. So on over to Avery and Muzz here, currently housed up in 4th place, just outside the Tilted Towers, playing this mountain as well. So this is a good little spot to be in. Nice little terrain, nice bit of high ground here, overlooking Tilted and, of course, the Loot Lake.
The one thing they need to be a little bit careful of based on the position, because they are so far to the northeast, is rotating in late, and you can actually see that they're going to opt to hop into that Chonkers out Whiplash. And I would say just try and keep going and driving in a straight line, but looks like Avery might have failed his permit test a couple times, hit that rock, and now they're going to actually rain a couple shots here. But as long as you're not driving straight at somebody, it's actually really difficult to chain connected shots onto one of these Chonkers out Whiplash.
Yeah, I agree. Very small windows, limited areas to get shots to pierce through. Edgy and Tahi. Oh, definitely fast. Little test of the tracking there as well. What are we thinking about Edgy and Tahi so far right now? Surge has been a pretty big problem for them.
Yeah, I mean, I would say everything's been a pretty big problem for them based on the fact that they have a single point, which means they've made it into the top 35 and nowhere else, no other elims. And that's something you wouldn't necessarily expect out of a duo of their caliber. But right now you can see that Surge with only 1 or 2 duos who are going to be threatened by it. The fact that they're even remotely close to that line, yeah, 2 duos who will be threatened by it, it makes it pretty difficult.
Yeah. They're going to have to continue to get active here. It looks like Furtice and Omri right now trying to find their extra tags here as they are just below, not only with the SMG, now pulling out the MK7. Nice little headshot right there. Okay, that's a big one, but gonna need a little bit more if they want to be safe. As the points start to add up, looks like the damage was just enough here. 6 damage above. That's gonna apply pressure to players like Tahi and Sprite, who might have been toting above, could have been pushed down now because of that little change there. Here's Spexy and Sypha, dead center of the zone here, way below the Surge.
And this is the 2nd game in a row that they've struggled with Surge, and that was after Spexy had that absurd performance in game number 1, but we were praising him for just being ridiculous with the amount of elims, but since then, it feels like they've barely shot their guns.
Yeah, they have to do a lot more right now, and they've made it further this game than the previous one, but come on, enough's enough. Find your tags, push some boxes, do something, or this game's going to start to slip away now. 51 points out of game 1 is just so great. But not earning anything in game 2 really offsets you, kind of puts you right back where you began. 2 steps forward, 1 step back is the situation we found themselves in. If they can't earn points this round, I'm afraid they're going to need another huge game to jump back in.
Well, it's like they're running a 5K and then ate a bunch of fettuccine Alfredo, got a huge lead at the start, and then their stomach cramped up all of a sudden. They just can't end up going anywhere right now. They're trying to push through it, trying to find a little bit of respite, but it's almost too little too late. They used that shield keg, and it gave them a false sense of security, but now they're the only duo being pressured. They're going wild, and look who it is who actually picks up a piece of that pie. Pamso and Thatcher over on the side will get yet another Elam credited over to him for getting the knock onto Zypha in that circumstance, while not able to pick up Spexy as well. They got tons there, and now they're going to crack triple digits here if they can just get 2 more rounds of placement point. That's outlasting 10 more duos, and so far, Monster, they're looking fantastic.
Nom 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 for Pamson and Thatch. They start gobbling up more and more points here coming into game 3. It's perfect for them. 1 step closer to finals now. Casker and Smacked on the other side in the replay package here. Finds the Bacon. We're talking about how Bacon managed to escape the Elam opportunity before as he was hunted down. Here's K-Burb on the other side, clutching up. That'll keep Spareboat and crew in the game.
Man, I love looking at players' reactions after they pull off ridiculous plays and just seeing how absolutely thrilled they are. And yes, that was sarcasm in that instance. K-Burbs looked like he barely even reacted. There's a slight glint of a slight glint of a smile there. Sometimes I think the polarity in some of the reactions is sometimes if I pulled that off in a tournament, like in this circumstance, I would be screaming, like Mouse would be on the desk and be like, "Let's go!" But then he barely even blinked. It's like, yeah, no, we got it. Yep, no problem. It's like I said, textbook disengaged, but I would be sweating profusely. I'm already sweating profusely, and I'm just talking about the game.
Yeah, it's just another day in the office. You know, a lot of these guys put that cool guy personality here. You know, they got it. They got it like that.
Well, and as we talked
down low.
And as we talked about those cool guys, unfortunately, they did just end up going down. So, I mean, they'll be the cool guys sitting on the back of the bus waiting for the next one to end up taking off there.
About 10 more minutes left before they get to queue up again. We'll see them in a bit, see how their job spot ends up turning out for them. Season Crew, I like the spot that they're in right now, but they're not in the safe zone, not just yet. I think Pamso and Thatch are actually just about there, but there's a marker down on the map, so maybe they have to make a rotate as well.
Just keeping an eye, seeing who's spraying shots towards. Don't forget, this 4th zone is the last one that will be completely inside of the safe zone. When the 5th zone is revealed, that's the half in, half out, and the players want to be that to pull directly on top of them. You don't want a long rotation, and this is really going to kind of set up the pace for the end game here. Who's in what position, what lines you're able to take, what utility you have to use. Now you can see Cease, Elite, there on the top of your screen, Slacks and Clarity. Then on the bottom left-hand side, going for a nice little stroll into the zone. Then we got Thatch and Pam Stew. Bottom right-hand side, still plenty of chili chug splashes to loot, still plenty of mats. And now we're going to Storm Surge warning, and let's take a look. Out of our 3 duos on the screen, they're all pretty comfortably above.
Yeah, they're all also well within some decent points so far.
Ooh.
So these are teams that are playing well, getting tags, finding action, everything. Slacks and Clarity make it to the new safe zone here, and they had a little rotate to make. Just tough on the marker as well. They went from mountaintop on down, slid right on into this new drop. We see Dubs and Mega off in the distance there, currently in 27th place. Not too hot of a start for them. And mind you all, this is the last opportunity now to make it to finals here. To play for the big cash, big prizing. Just next week. Everyone now, it's defense time. Big players below here. Glace, they jump inside the box. They end up finding one. Nicely done there, but counterfire comes on in. Let's see, once the surge ends up updating. Yes, 30 above there. That's Larson and Smite. They end up dropping. Cracked and Owl on the other side, also in a battle too. Cracked is by himself here. There goes the Siphon for the finish. Loses his teammate in the process, though.
Yeah, Crack setting on 4 eliminations by himself, but unfortunately, the stepping stone to advance will end up being Owl. We see Edgy actually getting himself up onto the board as well. That's their first elimination, period, across all of the games. In the bottom right-hand side, we see Yuz currently just being hammered away on by Storm Surge. The Purple Lightning God not so happy. He says, more damage, sir. That's 25 damage every 5 seconds to the duos who have done the least amount of damage to their opponents. And Yuz right now, rather than looking to try and go spray and put some damage down, knowing that nobody really has to move for a while, he's instead just trying to find whatever utility and resources he can. He's going to have to jump in, but I mean, it's too little, too late. Nothing's going on for him, and he is going to get ticked over. 5 seconds, 3, 2, and he goes down.
Not before delivering all of his loot here to Legion P-God, who definitely could have used it. So big find for them. Yes, it was P-God who gets the full elimination there. I was going to say early bird, you know, normally gets the worm here on the rotate, but when you're early and you're on the Storm Surge, I mean, it's just a different story. It doesn't really work out that way.
The early bird gets the worm, but in this circumstance, the early bird is apparently the first in line for skeet shooting right there. And fortunately, nobody was looking at him on that rotate. Instead, just got slapped down by the Purple Lightning God that comes. So you can see Pamstow and Fats. They're the ones covered in purple currently, our leaders on the leaderboard. But again, the ultimate prize is the win. We'll bother about consistency after the end of the 6 matches, but all of these duos are focused on trying to take that #1 spot in just one of these games. Currently, just on that border, Slacks and Clarity on the left-hand side, as we'll swing back on board. To talk about them needing 2 placement points. They've gotten it to break into the top 100, and now we're going to get a rotation into our first moving zones, as it's pulled pretty much right on top of them.
That was what we were talking about. Just breaking their way to that next placement threshold was going to get them into that triple-digit mark. Batch and Pamstu playing out of their minds right now. An absurd performance so far, and this is going to be what looks to be another big endgame for them. They have all the material that they need, and look at that. How often do you see a team actually be able to pick and choose what kind of loadout they want to move with? That's how dominant they are right now, and they have loot to play with as well. Cracked on the other side, so low right now, but you're seeing how the Mythic hands can really play into the benefit here inside the endgame. 49 damage below though, so yes, he can rotate fast, but you got to rotate fast and find angles. Great angles here as he gets a bunch of tags there onto an opponent. That's going to be for Whites. And now though, he's trying to get clean rotate, gets caught up there.
And keeping an eye, Pamstow and Fast on the left-hand side, they're the ones ping-ponging right on that threshold as well, but so many players are going to need to go down. They find some more damage, and Crack is also going to be completely cleaned up. He's trying to get the solo clutch in there, but rotating and doing damage is so incredibly hard. As Cease finds out the hard way, he gets ripped to shreds there. Elite, though, actually going to have a chance to at least box him up and pick up the loot as Cease drops that over. He says, go on without me, but here, it's dangerous out there alone. Take this, as Nevify now in Ritual. Raining shots down from above. They have 92 builds still, Monster. What?
This is big. This is enough to definitely just ride out this high ground right now. We've seen many teams do before, but we've also seen teams contest for this. Nevify, I am not enjoying the way you're building this base up. Yes, there it is. Fortified up a little bit. It was a little too shaky, my friend. Only on 2 builds there. And now, being so vertical, he has to come on down, get a little bit closer to the opponents here. It's Tieko in gold once again fighting for high ground. They are absolutely playing for a win condition. We love to see it.
Trying to get involved now on the low ground. Pamstu, Fatch, you can see that. The bottom right-hand side, Elite still trying to run through. He finds a nice little Elim on the backside of the zone there. That's the second one, but doesn't get any of the mats with it. Going to continue working forward. Storm Surge is completely turned off. We'll have our 8th zone tick over here in a second as we're into our top 15 duos. 24 players remaining. We have 4 solo riders running through. Everyone else still has a buddy. Our current leaders are in your top right, and honestly, a great solo effort right now is in your bottom right. Everyone else is in the wide on your left. Keeping an eye on the top right-hand corner. Batch looking to try and piece that player on the right. He knows he's there. He knows he's in the box. He's just going to let him pass, continuing the trend of playing for the end game as Elite in the bottom right-hand corner in the zone, gets the box off on the player, finds the first shot, but not enough damage. Will he find the second? A huge 108 tag, but no follow-up on that side. He'll cover his 6. He'll see the player down there, but Monster ticking low on builds. Just 2 left. Just 1 left and just 2 storm ticks as we zoom in on him.
Yeah, definitely. Major problem on the horizon, and there it is. He gets chin checked by Serbsky and Shiesty. That's a refresher. Avery's down there trying to scoop up some loot. Little greedy for him. I'm seeing a Liege and P-God still alive as well. Don't count them out, because high ground from max builds no longer now. It's a Liege and P-God territory, but they don't have anything to work with either. Very low material count. counts. It's the Spider-Man hands that allowed them to get up this high. Another elim for them, and they are racking up points. Now at 10 eliminations, the most we've seen so far. Edgy, where do you think you're going? It's P-God who's here. The tracking looks good. Tahi's there to back him up, though, and Edgy is down. Elige now, the only player left, as it looks like P-God might have got a trade it there, too. So 7 eliminations for Tahi. High ground's beautiful here. Great harpoon grab for some resources, so it's going to buy him a little bit more time now.
Yeah, but Pamstow and Fatch still going off when the only duos up, trying to end up running through. Right now, you can see 2v1v1. The only duo, Pamstow and Fatch. I said eventually, when will it be enough? Second place in 11 elims in the last game. Ali's trying to do everything he can to find a little bit of room. They're on 12 elims by themselves. He's trying to take P-God with him straight to the finals, but the solos, they go up against each other, and he gets blown up in Tahi with a shred of HP trying to clutch it out. But eventually, when will it come through? And the answer is, thank you boys so much. Game 3, session 3 of the NA East FNCS semifinals. Your winner with a ticket to the finals, Pamstow in 33, Fatchy Fatch.
Nicely done there, nicely done there. Let's take it back. Let's run it back one more time. Pamstow and Fatch. Things just worked out for them today, having it. Exceptional play. They would have went through either way off the placement points. So this is a little bit of a sigh of relief for the rest of the lobby, as now Pamstow and Fatch mark their way to the finals next week. Look at that, coming in here at game number 3. And this is honestly going to open things up for the standings, for the leaderboards, right? This is what everyone else was hoping for. Give Pamstow and Fatch to win, honestly. Make it easier for us.
Yeah, they just pulled so many points out of the pool. I mean, we saw what they did last game. It felt like eventually they were going to have a day. And that was my argument. I mean, they played too well this season. We're going to see them in the finals. And eventually my prediction would be right. I just had to sack the first couple of days. But to throw it on over to break it down as we're halfway through the competition, Adam, Vivid, SVG, show us what you got.
Thank you, son. 5th time lucky down. I appreciate it, dude. It happened. It actually happened, but congratulations to Pamstow and Fatch. But what was incredible about that as well, as we saw, and they were going into that last game in top position, had a great game 2, a great game 3 as well, with so many eliminations as well, and now they completely catapult their way into the finals, opening up that top spot, Vivid. So things are going to completely change here, and we saw Tahi there and Edgy right at the end. Obviously Edgy gone down, but Tahi there, they were on 0 points before that game. Suddenly they come in 2nd place, ton of eliminations, they're right back up there.
Yeah, we love to see that for Pamstow and Fatch. Finally, they find their rhythm. And honestly, it wasn't even just in this game. They found it throughout the entire day. And it was mainly on the low ground, surprisingly enough. We have not seen a lot of success from teams that love to favor that low ground. But Pamstow and Fatch just absolutely mopped the lobby with the low ground, especially in the game where they got 11 eliminations. That was all on the low ground. This game right here, a victory route from the low ground. We haven't seen a lot of that. It's been a lot of high ground victory route dominance. But Pamstow and Fatch putting a staple into this competition. And listen, as Sundown likes to say, eventually a broken clock is right, and it's finals o'clock.
Beautiful, beautiful. And, you know, congrats to them. Obviously, something changed today that has worked, and I think it's what you just explained, playing that low ground, just dominating it. They were just locking it in and making sure no one was playing on their position. But we also saw a huge game there by Elige popping off for 12 eliminations. That is the largest number of elims we've had of any team on NA East. Him and P-God getting those 12 elims. Thank you, Adam. I forgot who they were, but just slaying out.
Oh, mate, I got you back always, man. I think that's the thing, is P-God and Elige as well, coming in today into the competition as well. You know, there are some teams here, like Pamstow and Fatch, who have been here since day 1. We can see Cease on screen here as well, with Elite, who have also come in today on day 3. And already we assume this might be the case, just going straight in. There's no kind of holding back here, regardless of the format change-ups, Vivid. They've just taken it by the scruff of the neck and rolled with this, and suddenly they've catapulted themselves. I've used the word catapult a lot because that is what this format does. You go from being 0 to hero immediately, and they'll be right up there now.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of switch-ups in this game number 3. A lot of teams come to life, actually. We saw Tahi and Edgy. They came into this game with 1 point, which is just unbelievable. They should not have 1 point, right? But we saw them in the end game there, so we'll see when we check out the leaderboards how many points they ended up grabbing. But Cease and Elite also coming in, big names, day 3 teams actually, and we can see right there a little bit of life. They were on the higher ground, which is good for them, but then also Elite showing his solo prowess there, clutching up a couple of points as Cease went down a little bit earlier.
Yeah, well, let me take this over and just have a quick look at the winners here, because I think we should talk about that first, then break down the leaderboard, because that is where the party's really at right now. These are the current winners who have gone through courtesy of a victory royale. We've got Vert and Creo there in the very first game, followed by Centufan, which is Twix, and Chubbs in game 2. Now Pamsto and Fatch have done it. They've gone through game 3. But of course, SBG, this is where the shift is going to happen on the leaderboard now, because now they're out of the equation. Who's at the top here? Muzz and Avery. The first team to break 3 digits today, 114 points, my friend.
Look at you, Vivid. Another one for you. Seeming to do so well right off the bat.
He's the prediction king, man. He's the prediction king.
Between you and him, you guys have been absolutely crushing these predictions.
Yeah, and listen, Muzz and Avery here, big performance, actually. I didn't actually see them in the endgame right there. They must have slipped under the radar, but they just absolutely flew up the leaderboard here, so that is great to see. And then P got an Elise right there with that 12 elimination game, also throwing themselves all the way up into that second place position. And we love to see here also Zuck actually still holding on to that top position there. But another team that we've seen actually fall off of this leaderboard is Spexy, right? We saw that they had a huge first game, but we no longer see them up there. So that just speaks to how consistent you really have to be.
And one more point, we saw that play. We were watching Owl and Cracked sit and hold behind that wall. We're like, this is not going to work. This is not going to work. Eventually, they wound up getting Elims, and they're right in it. They have a good shot. But checking out this second page, there is Tahi and Edgy. So 53 points. After really not doing much in those first 2 games, they're within striking distance after 3 matches. And we see a couple of teams that started off hot and now are cooling down as we continue on the back half.
Yeah, I think that's the kind of interesting thing about this leaderboard we're seeing as well here now, is that is what happens in this particular semi-final format, which you've talked about, is the fact that teams can go from that lower position straight up into the upper echelon, which is where it's really exciting for us, because we know NAE, the shifts all the time, right, guys? We know this happens, but when it's on this level as well, and it can happen in the blink of an eye, that's what makes it so exhilarating. Speaking of which, we have a game 4 coming your way. It's going to be a free-for-all out there, and who's got your back? Who's going to guide you through? Of course, MDF and Sundown. Over to you, fellas.
Thank you so much, Adam, SBG, and Vivid. 3 matches down, 3 to go, and then we will round out. 9 more duos will have the opportunity to join our 41 others in the finals, Monster.
I like the way Adam said it. It's sort of a free-for-all. It feels like every game is a bit of a reset, except it's kind of not, too, right? At the end, you do have that consistency to fight for. So, a free-for-all about there. I'm trying to see if we can find another game to kind of summarize what this format is really doing for us, but it's by far my favorite right now.
I mean, by definition, it's a battle royale. It's a free-for-all. It's every duo. I was about to say every man, every person, every duo for themselves trying to make it through, but you got a little bit to fall back on. You can kind of plan your win conditions out, or you can go for that Hail Mary through whatever other sports terms, the full court shot. I don't know. I'm sure there's some kind of hockey equivalent we could toss in there, but we saw it yesterday with Princess Wolf being able to take a game in 49th place. So now with another top duo out, 3 games to go, I think we'll probably see just another surprise, something we aren't ready for.
Hey, listen, I mean, so far the most consistent and notable teams have been the ones to walk through, right? Avery up there now at the top with the points. So, you know, for them, they have a nice little strong lead, but it sounds like the battle bus is ready. Let's get into game number 4, guys. No more time to waste.
No time to waste. Your FNCS season could be over in just 3 matches if you don't find yourself holding a victory crown or finishing in that top 6. Right now, the line is pretty tight, and we can see we're going to get a little bit the contestation going down here at Chonkers. At a little bit of a tough drop here for Owl. He tried to get towards one of these outer camps and potentially end up grabbing early MK7 to rain shots in from the outside, but landing a little short. He's not going to have any opportunity, and now him and Cracked are super separated.
Yeah, this is a pretty awkward position to find yourself in, right? Very spread out here. If one or the other decides to jump onto you, I mean, it could be really bad for you, but looks like teams are going to be pretty comfortable with looting their locations, and maybe that's just how the pacing's been going so far. They get comfortable, then battle it out. For AV and NQs on the other side, looks like they've been pushed down into this spot as well, but having the better drop here, they forced this other duo to rotate a bit earlier, give up the hold over the top of this building here. You can see those are definitely enemy builds. Sniper in hand, static off in the distance. Is he going to be able to see one of these guys that hit a shot? I'd love to see a sniper shot come through. Little blind check there through the bushes to see what's up. What you got, AV? Let's see it.
I was about to say, was he going to fire him off? It looks like he had 2 opportunities to throw him out there. And I mean, you're not really going to use heavy bullets for anything else. So unless you're trying to get the surprise factor and hope that somebody kind of posts up and takes the knee and tries to find some of those FSA shots with the MK7, I mean, might as well. But speaking of might as well, sitting on 1 point so far, Ducky and Zenki, they got to put a little bit of pedal to the metal. They got to go a little bit faster here because consistency points likely aren't going to do it in 3 games.
Yeah, they got to make it all the way through to the end now. Hopefully pull a big victory out, as do HD and teammate here. On the other side, you have someone sitting behind the palm tree here. And you know, I was going to say, this is the second time now HD and his teammate have had a fresh team basically watching them idly in the distance, waiting to jump on them. I don't know if it's unlucky or the fight, but it literally has happened time and time again now. Little bob and weave here, swerve out. Oof, a lot of damage done.
Yeah, trying to get over to this 50-50 scavenger boat, and depending on where that lands, it can be a problem. And I also love how you said the big HD and his duo, because I was going to dare you to try and pronounce that duo's name, but not even sure I could remotely go through it. It's like Dabuki Debeppo, maybe, something like that. I know there's a...
I see HBD. We can just call him Happy Birthday, you know?
Okay, yeah, we'll go with that now. We'll do our best, and I think we'll probably stick with the big HD and his duo there as Unreal Anna and Keys. Or let us know how you pronounce that, and we'll absolutely do our best, because we want to give you all the credit in the world. But an awkward little boat rotation over to the side. Looked like me trying to just hide away from the bigger sharks in the water right now. But speaking of hiding away from the bigger sharks in the water, Mamtating and Keys, they've had a rough go of it so far. Is pretty much every time we've tuned in, it's just been them getting abused off of spawn here.
Yeah, it's been rough, and now they come on over to this drop spot, right? Pamsu and Fatch basically punch their ticket out of the game here and on into the finals. And now, once again, just like yesterday, we see teams landing inside Greasy Grove, hoping to find a little opportunity here. And I'd say the most successful team after all this has happened has always been Jackson and Fable Taco, because they have a drop spot that's just outside of it. So, if anything, they rotate in and try to get a piece of the chaos, piece of the craziness. And this time, they don't find any elims, but hey, they find a few fights. They get to get a couple tags off, and for them, that's good enough to at least maintain this early game.
Yeah, it looks like Bank was the one who was able to pick up that first elim there. You can hear the rift going off in the distance, like we said last game. It's loud, so they're going to immediately try and see if there's any shots going on. There's some shots immediately being thrown off, and Mamtating just hoping everyone kind of forgets about him. Hang out over on the side, as we're going to hang on out with the duo we were so absurdly impressed with in game number 1, Sentinel Zypha and then Spexy. But since then, they have just gotten... Their gameplay's been completely overturned by Storm Surge. We've seen them go down to it the past 2 games with very little recourse.
Yeah. Listen, big rooting for Zypha and Spexy right now. I like that they're actually taking this early game fight. They're not trying to have the same, double Storm Surge issue happen like they had last round here. This time they're going for the full fight. Seems like they're in a bit of control here, but Spexy based out by himself. Zypha playing a bit of a low ground position. Seems like that's not going to work out here, as they have to give it up now at the disadvantage. So no longer
one build.
2v1 situation, goes for the face check on double SMG. I mean, that is definitely going to be a bad play. You know it. We know it. And now we get to see what happens when that happens. Zypha has to do this by himself here.
Such a weird fight. So many excess builds burnt, and then when he opts to take it, he takes the fight with 1 build, so he can't even separate the players. Zypha was nowhere near to be able to help out when he's the one who has the heavy shotgun, which in this circumstance, we already talked about how strong this weapon can be early on. But now, our duo, who looked amazing after game 1, has really just got their tires stuck in the mud. They're going nowhere.
Yeah, stuck in the mud here. Need to couple people to push him on out, but fortunately it's only 1 and 1 to work with here. Zypha doubles back when thinking about making an exit. I guess he realizes, hey, it's either swim across the water with no builds or take the fight and take my chances. Fortunately, the chances were not on his side here. No favor, no luck for him.
So we're going to take a look at some of the other off-spawn fights that we might have missed around the island into the back half here. You can see Enka's trying to get some shots down with that MK7. Does have that auto shotgun, but then just gets run down. Av doing his best to try and close the gap, but again, we talked about that strength of the auto shotgun off the rip. Here was the other side, that Mamtating and Keys fight when Keys just gets pieced out and put away the cone immediately on top of his box. Mamtating doing a good job just trying to back off his opponents in this circumstance, but with everyone around, you can see how he's able to disengage and just get around the side and get out of dodge.
Not bad at all. Things are going down around the world here for Slacks and Clarity G, holding on, just consistent enough now. Edge their way up another positioning here. Currently in 8th. Let's take a look at the map right now. Zone number 1, minute 20. Teams are having to make their rotates here. This is where decision comes in. Where are you going to decide to house yourself up for the first zone here? The more experienced teams are going to be looking for elevated points of action here. Bushes in play like Skittles and Tragics here like this as well. Yeah.
Currently, right, you can see just nice little gap in the action during this moment. Teams not really pressured yet. You'll anticipate that we'll see a little bit more poking and prodding once this first zone closes, because then we'll get second zone reveal. Teams will be forced to move. We're relatively central, so not a ton of movement has really happened now anyway. But we'll get the storm surge warning, so people will know whether or not they have to go or whether they can sit and chill.
That is exactly how it'll play out. That's the pacing here. In the lead right now, Avery and Muzz. Just good enough, right? Just good enough. Flowing, I'd say, at the top of the pack here.
Just good enough? They're in first place. What do you mean? Just good enough would be 6 right now, right?
I say that because, remember, when teams win, their points are extracted out, right? So, like, you know, they're up there. 3 teams move out. They get pushed even higher. They get to represent first for a little bit. All in all, yeah, just good enough, man. They're doing all right. Another good game, and we'll see them in finals.
Like I said, I'll take being in first place right now as we see that second zone reveal. We don't keep going over the east. We'll stay just central towards kind of that northeastern part. But one thing to note, we got a big mountain range towards the southern side that a duo has already posted up on. And then the entirety of that Daily Bugle POI is in play. And we've talked about how that POI provides a lot of really interesting dynamics when fighting around, whether it's in the early game or in the late game, just because of how those mountains tend to move. But right now, we're going to swing back on board with our just good enough first place duo, Cloud9 Avery, Team New Age, Muzz with the 3X in his name, and the only player to win an FNCS in multiple regions.
Only player who can rep that 3X proudly right now. Muzz trying to see what he can find. Any pixel, any tag here would be huge. Playing a base split as well. Haven't seen that in quite some time. Teams just housing up different areas to get more sightline, more control.
Well, then I know for a fact you don't watch West in that regard then, because Epic Whale and Arkham were doing that. They've been doing that 24/7 the entire time, man. That's their special. Every Cash Cup, every FNCS game, there's still a big fan. 2 scarecrows next to each other.
That's the play. Definitely the play. This players need to pick up these strats, throw it into the playbook. If you ask me, P got in the lead, man. What a game for them last round. Now up in second here. Managing to clutch up. Tons of eliminations. The biggest round we've seen. 12 elims in total.
Yeah, but even looking at that gap, we talked about them being in second. We just saw Muzz and Avery on the page, and if I remember correctly, Muzz and Avery are at 114, which that's a huge lead going into first place. We talked about how 25 points on average per game has been about the pace going through. Well, that would put us at 75, which means they're 50 over. So about have 2 more games to spare in terms of points, but right now, Tragics and Skittles, take a look on the right-hand side as that Storm Surge warning does end up coming through 48 above, not necessarily the most comfortable. We'll take a look at some of our other notable teams and where they sit right now. 53 above for Avery and Muzz in the bottom left, 293 above for Slacks and Clarity, who are currently sitting in 8th place. That's in the bottom right-hand corner.
Look at this, Muzz and Avery, though. They're not happy with this 49 above here. They have a duo right next door, and they're trying to take this fight all the way through. Can they find a little bit more? Yes, they can. Muzz with a great angle, brilliantly done there, peeking straight up. Now they have opponent underneath here. It's Static on the other side. I like how they're playing this. I like where they're positioned now, and they're comfortable. Not getting too greedy either. 144, they say, okay, we're good here. Let's slow down now.
Very disciplined approach in this circumstance, which is something you expect from a champion. But one thing we've noted about Muzz in particular is it's a very emotional player. Like, he's very strong when he gets going, when they can get a little bit of a base, as we've seen here today. But if they're not able to kind of get that stuff rolling, that's where they've struggled, and it's part of the reason why they're even playing in the matches here today. But we'll swing on over. Currently sitting in 2nd place, Alish and Pigod spraying some shots over right now, but they're 43 below. And as I say that, Pigod finds 2 tags, which generally would be enough to put you right above, but keep an eye on that left-hand side. Don't forget, the threshold isn't something static. It's always constantly moving as other duos are doing damage. And right now, we'll have 7 duos who will be affected in just 15 seconds or so. So there's going to be a lot of people who are looking for shots and want that number to go higher.
Yeah, it's going up and down right now as things are continuing to develop here. Danny Bat Bloom and Shiesty as well. Big below, and they're in a full 2v2. This is all in. All cards on the table. Dealer reveal, what comes next? We'll find out here. Danny Bad Bloom stepping on in with the pickaxe. Pigod sniper in hand. I'm keeping eyes on both sides right now. I would love to see the sniper shot, but we're going to go ahead and hop onto Danny here, see what's going to go down. Okay, they full HP up. They're tanking it. Juggernauts ready to take the battle now. It's all about tracking at this point. One false move and it can be it. Rhythm, great shot on defense there. Another heal for the teammate there, trying to offset the Storm Surge now, Sundown.
Then when fighting defensively against a team who's taking Storm Surge, all you want to do is just tag them and then back up, force them to waste resources because you know they're taking damage the entire time. Well, you don't have to worry about it. As we can see, Clue is still ticking over. Danny also still ticking over. Luckily, he has that med miss, which will help upset a lot of it, but right there, Clue, he hears the shots, he hears the med miss. He knows that he's going to be able to have an opportunity, and he finds it with somebody who needs an opportunity. They need a chance, and they won't get it. Our 2nd place duo, who's looking to rally behind the momentum of their 12 eliminations last game, falls before any placement points or any eliminations can come through.
Yeah, Mega actually found Pigod on the rotate there, so little cheeky snipe up for him. Surge must have been active. He must have got beamed as they were pushing into Zerx and Evasion there. Zerx and Evasion end up getting to secure Alicia's loot. They had a lot to work with as well. They were pretty much big chilling in that base before having to give it up. Rhythm and Shiesty now walk away with those 2 elims. The first this game now. 71 players. Okay, so Surge is still active. There's a poor solo out there. Or a duo. Or duo. Trying to stay alive right now.
Yeah, it's a duo, and it's Nexi and Wrigley, and I'm actually shocked by this because Nexi has had a very good individual performance. We've seen him pick up, I would say, eliminations that are disproportionate to how his team has been playing. But with that being said, we'll actually have a fresh wave of eliminations go off as the rotation ends up coming through, likely happening on that eastern side of the map, where it's just so congested and the players are being forced to rotate past. But Nexi and Wrigley will be spared a little bit with 2 chug splashes left in their inventory. Keep an eye on that top left, seeing if any of the players who are relevant towards the leaderboards do end up dropping, but this was a little bit of a sketch rotation. However, they're going to find a nice little bit of space and get their full builds up pretty quickly.
Yeah, very bold of them to drive this vehicle straight down the main road.
Oh, yeah.
We've actually seen this zone give a lot of problems, believe it or not. These river locations can be very, very interesting, depending on how you end up crossing through. That current will surely take you if you make any kind of mistake there. Cracked an owl. Once again, cracked by himself. 2nd time now we've seen him in a very similar position where he's coming deep from the zone here. This time, not the focus of the lobby. See right now in the feed. Skittles goes down, Nevify goes down. Couple exchanges here.
Some space given for Crack, looking for a little bit of room, a little bit of respite, but we talked about that eastern side of the zone being very weird. You can see we got 3 or 4 different clusters of triangles who are directly on top of each other. Also, keep an eye on the bottom left-hand corner. Oh, Cracked is currently in 6th place, but being able to find that Elan is so huge. Being able to find the shots here and get a line, that's going to give him more storm surge, but more importantly, again, we talked about you just need to be top 6 when all is said and done, and that line is so incredibly close. The etiquette's opened up, but it's too slow from the big HD and his duo, as now it will swing on over. There's SMG duo, Aiden and Blasto, and Aiden just finding one over in the zone, reminiscent of a different Aiden back in the Winter Royale days, finding an Elim like that, as here's P-God and Elige going down to the Great Purple Thunder God. He will claim his toll. You weren't active enough in the early game, so unfortunately, that's it.
Skittles as well here. Oh. Just melted by Slacks and Clarity G, just trying to farm his metal up. Spider-Manning across the map there, web slinging his way about. Blaster and Aiden just on the outskirts there. Muzz and Avery, sight lines right on them. They can see they don't have a cone up, so this is why Avery's marking them out.
Look at Slacks and Clarity's damage above Surge with only 2 eliminations. Nearly 700 above. That's bonkers as we take a look at some of our other duos. Tahi and Edgy above Surge for the first time in a while. Muzz and Avery are actually one of the duos who are close to underneath. 5 are going to be pressured here.
Long range shots not connecting at all right now. Don't let it fool you. There's some kick on these weapons. It'd be hard to tell, but getting those long range tags are pretty difficult here. As I glance on over, it looks like Blaster was taken out. What kind of bad peek did he take on someone for him to get demolished here? Could have been Dubs and Mega, who are now getting focused by Muzz and Avery. It's Slacks and Clarity G, of course, very active here, targeting those floorboards here right from underneath. They needed some damage to kind of get in there, and they just continue to pad up.
Yeah, right now they're walking in the kitchen, they're sniffing, and they smell something's cooking, and it smells like opportunity. They're in 8th place. They've already seen some other duos end up going down, but swinging over to somebody who really could use an opportunity in this game. 32 points, not horribly off the pace, but with Storm Surge and just an awful peek from Rivinacha, trying to take a left-handed peek with the MK, one of the most inefficient things you can do. However, it would push him just above Surge, potentially long enough to end up getting this revive, but they have to be careful as duos are dropping across the map, and boom, there it goes. It flicks over to 10 below. He's going to instantly have to use the Chug Splash on his partner, who's also using the Med Mist. That's on the left-hand side. On our right-hand side, we have Tieko and Gold, who we saw are just on the outside looking in on that first page, barely able to get back above it. But Rivinacha and Tyler, they need some more tags, and they need them now.
I just noticed Avery, look at that. Avery finds Chucky there with the full elimination in the feed. Muzz gets the knock. Nicely done. Rivnacha has to get active here. Only 10 damage below. That's a single tag with any of these weapons right now. And now just barely above. They double back here. What's the play? They're trying to get with one another. Rivnacha, no. Should have just kept slinging his way about with the hands, and now Tyler has to come in here. Dubs and Mega on the other side finally getting their footing here. 6 points, and in the box, Dubs goes straight in for it. SMG only. Aiden gets a piece of his own medicine there, completely deleted by Dubs.
Zerk's going to find the other one there on the blast, so going to be able to cover their 6, and he's trying to get that legendary striker pump, but opting instead to then drop down and get hip to hip with his duo. We've seen how important that can be, but immediately not covering his back, it takes a big chunk of his shield, and with no big pot, he's not going to be able to top that back off.
Dubs and Mega playing for the win right now. Spegu and Charlie finally getting active here. We saw them get a knock before, didn't actually jump in to go ahead and complete it. But again, another one traded there. Zone's going to reveal itself. Front side of the rotate's going to play into Mega and Dubs, so they definitely have the advantage. So do Clarity and Slacks. This is perfect for a team like Clarity and Slacks right now, who have expended tons of materials to get this far. From what we've seen, the last we checked in, they were completely capped out. Now, about half that, if that. Muzz and Avery, same position. Tahi and Edgy even worse, though, down to a third of their mats here. And for the ground rotate, and this is what happens when you don't have material. You take the risk, you jump in a car, and now you have to connect. And yes, it is worth it. Look at how much they saved. That's about as far as they could have gotten there. What a risky play, an exciting play, and it works out for them.
Yeah, exciting there because we saw, I think it was Tahi there. He hopped in the back. He was like, yeehaw, let's go. Get in the cab. And Edge like, what are you doing? Get in here, please. Get in the car. We need to go. And they are able to get that line we talked about on the front side of the zone where you're able to just kind of attack at a 45-degree angle. You take a perfect diagonal tarp. You're able to minimize the number of mats. But Edgy says, hey, wait, there's people behind us. They're on the struggle bus. Unlike us, we got there early. We'll turn around. And he's able to find that, get right back up to his duo. But now they're on the backside of the zone. As we get a look on the left-hand side, we got J-Man and Quack raining shots down from above the duck, looking for revenge, but Dubs and Mega are just below them. As now we'll zoom in on the right-hand side. Edgy is down, and Tahi looking for a run, currently sitting in 10th place, but with no white heels in the zone on his back, he will be taken down in 18th place.
J-Man and Quack on high ground, though, right now, as they're trying to set things up for the win right here. New players entering on in, looking to make their way to finals right now. 46 points on the day. Not too bad, so this is still a great game for them to keep them in the run. Can they close this out, though, is the real question. As Mega and Dubs are eyeing up the high ground, they get themselves a couple layers on up. And there's trouble in paradise right now. I'm looking at a lot of Mythic Spider-Man hands in play here, so there's tons of players that can actually play for high ground. Zuck and Freeze have been popping off all day long. This is at least the third end game we've seen them make it in out of the 4 rounds of Fortnite so far, and it is looking awesome. It's looking like they might be punching up a big ticket game right here. Slacks on high ground. Again, Slacks fighting for height. Sundown, we're watching them go for it round after round.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Clarity is going to end up dropping there. That was the cost they paid, and if they had been able to take it together, 50 mats might have been enough in the 7th zone. But instead now, Slacks forced down. He's just going to be playing for as many points as possible because he is sitting in 5th place. He knows, hey, the victory here, while great, isn't necessarily what we need. However, on the other side, Quack and J-Man sitting in 17th and 18th. With only 2 games to play after this, they feel this might be their best opportunity to get a chance to play in the NAE's finals. They want it here. We'll take a look on the wide. We'll see where everyone is, and then we'll swing back on over. I actually think Dubs just went down. I think I saw that real quick there in the Elam feed there. Mega should just be the only one up on that side of Slacks. Continues to solo run. 6 builds, 5 builds, 4 builds, and it's down. Looks to try and find the duo on his side. 3 builds left. Sees Accept and Boyle over there. Will he be able to pressure? He gets cut off. 2 builds left.
And it's just
the backside.
It is just Mega. Mega's by himself. He's right above him. Into the layer he goes. Slacks finds Mega there on the side there. Catches the 2. Sees and Mega. It's a double point pickup for him. A nice little 2-piece. That's going to keep him in the round. Not only that, the double siphon means he's got plenty of material to work with here too. J-Man goes on up. Someone tries to take high ground from him. And it's a battle for height. It's not looking good for J-Man. He is running for his life there. And down he goes. It's actually Rhythm. Where did he come from? I don't know. But he is up top right now as a solo here. Like, what do you do? What do you do in this position?
Wait it out. Hope that zone pulls back over. Go through the long builds as long as you can. You know there's a couple other duos there. You just want them to fight each other. The real question will come when he's forced to go out over the open space. But right now, Slacks looking for a little bit of room to operate, but here comes the pull. There's the open space we were talking about, and the builds are forced out on the high ground. That was the last of his builds. He's going to be forced to come down. When will the chop come in? What's going on the low ground? Is there another duo is fighting? The 2 duos are on the low ground. That's Accept and Boyle trying to put the shots in, but everyone else is getting pressured out. And right now you can say Accept and Boyle are down. Now you got a whole bunch of solos running around, and then the duo, Jackson and Fable Taco. Wow. Trying to find a little bit of space, and Jackson says, what other duo, Sundown? Never fly. 124 to the face, and the immediate cleanup. They're the last duo up, Monster. This is their game to win.
This is what makes a duo so exciting. The amount of solos that can end up in the final moments, but these duos are operating in machine fashion here. Efficient and clean. Let's see it, though. Rhythm's up top, still putting down shots out of material. He has to be at this point. Where is Slack? Down, lurking just around. That's one down. It's all solos now. Every man for themselves, and one sitting deep inside the storm line. You could tell right there, he's trying to play the heal off. What is going on here? Is he gonna be having enough? Jackson actually aware, not too comfortable, blocks that side out, opens it, finds him. Ritual has mats. Here comes a fake out. Can he pull a Nick 830? I don't think so. Jackson's out of there. The storm does the rest. Nicely done. It's still a 1v1 Jackson versus Rhythm here.
It's He's got the space, he's got the mats, but Rhythm has no mats. He has the HP lead. If Jackson overbuilds here, he might actually just end up giving the victory royale over accidentally, but instead, Rhythm, he says he feels it, he feels the rhyme, and he feels a trip to the finals. Game 4 goes over to him in what was a really weird one, Monster.
Man, Rhythm getting jiggy with it there at the end, making sure he brings it on home, dancing to the tune of his own victory royale right now. Take a look at it. Nice and clean. I can't believe Jackson actually opened up this edit here. And it was a little too soon. I get it. You want to catch him off guard, but it was predictable. And that was the problem right there. Shicey and Rhythm. Big win right there. Nicely done. They're going to the finals. What a game, though, for Jackson and Fable Taco. They pick up a lot of points. That's our windmill team, right? They've been giving problems to Greasy Grove all day long.
Yeah, and I mean, just a brilliant effort there from Milks and Rhythm to win over match number 4. But now we're 2/3 of the way through the competition. 2 more teams and 2 more chances at victory royales, and then 6 consistent teams to round us out. We're going to kick it back on over the desk. So Adam, SVG, Vivid, break it down.
That is correct. We have a new duo who's joining the rest of our qualified players today, going through via the Victory Royale. It was amazing. Milks and Rhythm there did a fantastic job there to hold out there. We saw Jackson was really pushing them to the limit there, and Vivid suddenly they've won through, and they've completely made their way over to finals without any problems whatsoever. In the end game, they've just held out and done it. It's fantastic.
Another one of those situations where we've seen it's actually just a solo up on the high ground, right? None of these high ground teams are really getting settled in to a point where they're comfortable in holding it throughout the entirety of the game. They don't have any mats left. They don't even usually have a duo left, and it was looking really, really good for Jackson and Fable down on the low ground here, but Ritual was off in the distance in the storm, playing the med miss, and comes in from the side and actually picks up a quick knock on the Fable, so Jackson was left to do it and kind of getting the MVP there, Ritual for Rhythm. And then Rhythm just, again, coasting on the higher ground. No duo, just himself. And he ends up finding that final elimination victory royale for him.
Yeah, the little assist there on the player in Storm to help out Rhythm get that. You know, it's unfortunate, but hey, sometimes it happens. That was all part of that Peterbot clutch. We saw the cold assist come through when that happened. And Rhythm hitting his shots, he didn't do it alone. No one gifted him that. He still had to take down that last Elim. And hey, the fable of Taco and Jackson J has to come in another day.
It does. And, you know, again, we talk about the leaderboard shifting. 9 eliminations there from our winners. They now go straight forward into the finals. They're taken out of the equation, but there's 9 eliminations worth of points there that have been sucked out of the rest of the table. So that's really going to change things up here. A couple of teams, obviously, to look at as well. Obviously, Clarity and Slacks. I've gone for today, and they've had a bit of an up-and-down journey the last few days, but Slacks again today here, Vivid, has managed to just grab his teammate by the scruff of the neck and dragged him over towards that finish line, getting I think a 4th overall, even though kind of soloing for a while there, but even dropping down, taking out duos solo as well, and getting those points, and that is so pivotal to getting into that top 6 spots.
Yeah, big game for them right there. They came into this game, they were in the 13th position, so they weren't doing too well, but they were around that bubble. And after this game, I think they're going to be around that top 5 position, potentially even top 2. So they have definitely found their rhythm throughout the day, but still 2 more games of the play, so they have to stay consistent throughout.
And we saw that battle for the high ground, but I want to see the battle on the leaderboards here, Adam.
Yes, this is it. I mean, we'll look at the winners right now, actually. The stand, how they currently look, having gone through the first 4 games. These are the confirmed, qualified players who've made it through to finals. We have ourselves Vert and Creo from Game 1. In Game 2 was Scented Fan, who's Twix and Chubbs. Game 3 was Pamsto and Fatch. They did it! Sundown's prediction there. We will have Milks and Rhythm there joining in Game 4. With 2 games to go now, fellas. Let's look at the leaderboard. Vivid, walk us through. They're still there. Your prediction remains on the top spot. Let's go.
Yeah, crazy that they still actually have that 29-point lead even after right there. We saw them in the end game, but they went down a little bit early. I think it was at the start of the second moving zone, so they didn't completely capitalize on that game, but they did actually scrape together some points, and that's why we still see them up there at the top. And then, as you mentioned, Adam, a good game there from Slacks and Clarity puts them in the 2nd place position.
And we really only see one team distinguishing themselves from the pack here. Once again in NA East with 2 games remaining, it's going to come down to this entire field from, let's call it 3rd all the way down to 15th. That's going to have to figure out where they want to finalize themselves on the leaderboard, because ultimately everyone's done enough to give themselves a chance, one little opportunity to get through in these last 2 matches, and ultimately it's going to be decided in these games we got coming up.
Yes, it will. 2 more to go. This is the penultimate game now. There's only 2 more opportunities to get a victory out to go through to finals directly. It's over to MDF and a Sundown to walk us through what is going to be an amazing game 5. Over to you, boys.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. The penultimate match coming through, and everyone's hoping to avoid a peril of falling early. You need a victory royale or to finish in the top 6. And right now, Monster, with the exception of that top spot, that top 6 is they're pretty packed together.
Yeah, definitely. 6 points separate from 4th place down to about 9th there. So listen, that's 2 eliminations in this current format. That is how tight the race has been. And all of those teams are Elim heavy except for Cease. Cease's duo is the only team up there that has 71 placement points, up there with Avery and actually Muzz. So just about as consistent as far as how much endgame they've made, but they only have 6 elims. So if Cease and crew could just pick up a couple more elims, man, they'd be so far ahead of the pack.
Yeah, but there goes the bus, so let's not delay. Match 5 is on the way.
Here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 5. This is it. We're at the back end of the half now, and it's time to get after it for Pose and crew, for everyone else here. It's not a touchdown. Hopefully find your good weapons and win these early game engagements. Owl and Cracked have had quite the fight here at this draw spot round after round, and it's going to mean a lot here for Owl and Cracked, who have managed to find themselves all the way up into the top 10 here. So a very important battle is before them right now. Luckily for him, he is going to touch down, get himself a nice little AR and some shields to work with, and already legendary Vulture just nearby, so that just beats a nice little power upgrade for him in this early game.
Yeah, but the question is, does he want to separate over from Crack to go get it? Because we've seen them being separated off of the start tends to be their biggest issue. And we've talked about how Mamtini and Keys have struggled, but finding that massive heavy shotgun shot right off of the rift, that's the power of that weapon. You're not full shields, the headshot comes through, and you're just gone.
Not only that, first points here on the day from Mamtating here, who honestly, you know, maybe that's the difference, right? Get a little confidence rolling for you, make yourself a nice little end game there, and pull home a victory royale, and they can definitely see their way to finals. That's the beauty of the format here. Tons of juice to work with here now. Let's see, though. Back on over to Cracked, who have managed to get on top of the opponents here. Okay, so they are pressing for the fight right now.
Wanting to fight, looking for a little bit of room. Again, no strangers to these early fights. They've gone pretty well for them, and Owl is somebody who puts in the time and the effort when it comes to these fights. He knows how they go down and immediately Crack right in his face, and some real questionable decision making there from Coop, knocking the builds out in the right circumstance, placing the ramp over his head and being boxed in. You can see there's a little bit of confidence now coming out from Cracked as he gets right in Poe's face with that auto shotgun, and he'll drop it as soon as afterward, but you can see the power early on of just having that high rate of fire shotgun.
I'm just more impressed in how much map awareness he had there to know there was a pillar there to play off of and just duck, bop, and weave right through those fired shots. It's just beautifully done here. Mamtating and Keys getting active right now. Okay, they're feeling it. Pick up Bank now. It's a full team wipe here, and Greasy seems to have been aired out. Don't forget, though, Fable Taco is just nearby with Jackson. Southwest here. Should be expecting a little rotate coming on in shortly. This is about the fastest, honestly. I think Greasy's been cleaned up, though. Last game, Jackson and Fable Taco got to take all advantage of the fight here. For Freeze and Zuck, we haven't seen them fight in the early game in quite some time. This is over at the, what's this, the Condo Canyon right now, seems?
Yeah, over on the side, some fights going on. We did see Zuck in that first game put up an absurd number of eliminations. I believe he was up at either that 6 or 7 number, but now trying to back down, currently sitting in 3rd place. Used the shield keg to just try and stall and delay, but got caught out in the open. And right now, Big HD into Bucci de Beppo trying to end up putting the pressure on. And Zuck is really forced back here. He has some great weaponry, but not necessarily the HP. Trying to get back to his teammate. They do have the chug splashes and going to use that to top off his white HP. Will pop the 1 mini shield, trying to find the edit, slams down the iron wall. He says, no, you're not coming through that. Will walk out, but a horrible peek to walk out on. Couldn't even see his opponent from the left-hand vantage, and because of that there, will slam down a second iron wall, jumps up to take the 50-50, and he whiffs. Worse than me playing wiffle ball right there, but instead not going to be able to find the second one, trying to get the follow-up, but with only the uncommon striker pump and then the SMG and 35 HP is not going to win a battle of attrition despite having the stronger shot there. He gets taken down.
Honestly, you know, I've seen an interview with Clicks once, and he talked about what pros, like really, really good pros would do. They'll play aggressive even against all odds with the low HP. It makes me question it, the way you see Zuck just jump on in so aggressively instead of taking a step back. But, you know, you win some, you lose some, and this is going to be the first time now where they do not best HD and his teammate in the early game there, and they pay for it big time. Elige, on the other hand, they are going to win their fight in the early game this time around. That's going to be 3 more points for them, bringing them on up to 91. That's great. They're inside a competitive standing, a competitive reach of the top positions. For Statics and Sneaky, they roll up onto HD here at the Condo Canyon because the fight just ended, and so are 4 more players outside the zone as well. This is just a hot zone.
Yeah, keep an eye on that bottom right-hand corner. You can see the triangles heading over, the yellow triangles towards the way North want nothing to do with that. But the other ones are peeking around. It looks like Flood and his duo are trying to potentially set up a trap, set up an ambush, try and catch somebody rotating through here. And if everyone just decides to leave, I actually want to recall back just a second ago, because there's something I'm very confused about when it comes to the Leash and the P-God fight. They're fighting Statics, who was over at Greasy before, right? He got downed, and then he got finished. Where was his duo? His duo wasn't on the map, it wasn't in the same grid space, wasn't anywhere even remotely close. I was trying to put that together in my head because P-God and Leash, I was about to say, oh, they need to push the duo and like get as many points as possible because they've kind of stalled here, and that would have been huge for them. And then I started looking, and he wasn't anywhere on the map.
Asking all the right questions to all the wrong people right now. So,
right? I know. I just...
Yeah. No, seriously, though. It is a good question. Where is your duo? You have to stand and land with one another. You just cannot be that far spread, especially when we can't pinpoint you on the map. That's when you know you're a little too far, regardless of whatever the split drop you're trying to pull off is.
Yeah, throwback to the 72 hours at Secret Skirmish drop where he just looked at his duo and he said, hey, there's nobody in these 2 spots. We'll just drop separately early game and we'll meet up in the mid game. It actually worked in one of those games, but it's not something that is generally ever seen in competitive Fortnite because of how dangerous it is to be caught out alone. But looks like Condo Canyon, everyone just kind of grabbed a timeshare in that instance, spending a couple minutes there, then rotating through. No violence going on, no kind of poor or malignant tenants going through, and now we'll swing back on over. Like I said, P-God and Elige back into 6th place, right on that line with just a single Elim and a llama to their name.
Ooh, nice find right here. It's a big come up for them. Honestly, they didn't really have much mats to work with. You could tell they were just building with a little bit of wood, some stone that they picked up along the way. Here's Quack and J-Man baiting a chest. We can hear it. Mama Ting and Keys, they've been here for quite some time, right? They caught a couple Elims, they got the siphon. They don't really need this material. They don't need all the loot here in the POI. If anything, they're probably looking to go set themselves up for some key central positioning for the next couple zones. So J-Man and Quack, love the idea. Unfortunately, wrong POI for the team that landed here at the current moment.
Do you know how disappointed I am in myself that it took me this long to realize that mamtating is dictating? Yeah, right? Nope. Dude, I do know, like, again, consistent branding going through, like, would have had a bunch more relevant facts about you, but please name yourself something where we can at least put 2 and 2 together.
Yeah, Dictating is a good player. See, I'm here.
Yeah, right?
Like, man, mamtating this guy, you know, he's trying. Who is he?
Dang, I wasn't going to go that far, but I mean, you're not wrong in that circumstance. As the results speak for themselves, actions speak louder than words, and points end up mattering at the end of the day. But let's take a look at some of the fights. We ended up missing off a spawn because it is a little bit of a faster paced game than we're used to. We see Pose and Cooperoni over here at Chonkus. We saw the end tail of this from the other perspective, but Pose end up, unfortunately, just getting put into the blender.
Yeah, definitely. Here's the other perspective from HD's team here. Onto Freeze and Zug. This is probably the biggest upset we've seen so far as high-ranking teams taken out early. Our third-place team dropped right there. If you are just tuning in, just to get you all fully caught up. And then, of course, that fight with Status, we were wondering, where in the world is Scare Bear? Like, where is he? Because somehow P got an leisure up here by himself, and before he can get the finish, he gets finished off right there.
Yeah, and I actually need to correct myself. It seems like Mamtating, it wasn't dictating as I assumed. I should have done more research. That's my fault. Never make assumptions. You know what they say about that. On that regard, it's actually Mammy FN. So if you want to get up and check him out in that regard, feel free. But maybe a little homage there, as we saw with Fatchy Fishy, the Benji Fishy, and all that. As you said, dictating, very good players. So, I mean, I could see why. But in this circumstance now, Serbsky Flood trying to find a little bit of room, currently sitting in 24th, so a victory royale is really what they're looking for, kind of on the outside looking in and gonna get that rotation in. And I feel like we've seen this, we've seen a lot of these zones, not necessarily today here in NA East, but down pretty much right on top of that southwestern quadrant with a lot to Cody and Edan, who are fighting right on the edge of the zone.
Yeah, we've had two zones kind of be in this general area, but more eastern. This one's like a western portion, so it's favoring somewhat center, but really southern, to be fair. Cody and Eden, this is their general drop location, more up so towards the Joneses. They rotate down wide here, trying to play a dead side rotate. Little did they know, the timeshares over at Chonkers have been all used up, and everyone's now gone. Probably expecting a little bit more of a vacant position as they need the material count to bounce back here. 30 seconds should be ample time with no one here to bother them to get their mats back up and back in the running here.
Though the one thing I will say, if you're trying to very quickly farm mats through this area, you need to be more efficient about that. Hitting those brick half walls is probably the most inefficient piece of material you can hit in that area. Yeah, it's not awful, but I mean, there's so many other ones that you can rotate past and so many other rock supplies that teams in that area hit max stone near instantly. So I would try and say be a little bit more efficient, be a little bit more conscious of that. However, as you noted, they got plenty of time, so as long as they don't get stuck on the outside of the zone, they'll be okay. As we take a peek, and our second ranked team, 163 above Surge. That's on the right hand side of your screen, so they'll be avoiding that 25 damage every 5 seconds. Only 3 duos potentially to be under pressure, so we got a little bit of a faster pace here. Match number 5.
And there's a team eyeing up Slacks and Clarity. Saw them on the map there just for a brief moment. Looking on in, eyes in this general direction. A lot of shots coming out from here. J-Man on the other side with Quack, though. They end up inside the box fight. This is what Slacks and crew were looking in at. That's onto Tragics. That's a huge knock right there. Tragics and Skittles both completely finished now. That's it. X out of the competition, sent back to the lobby. We'll be seeing them for Game 6Q here. One less chance for them now.
One less chance and one last chance in next game. So everyone else still fighting for position. We said Ducky here had a little bit of a rough day, not necessarily finding the nutrients he needs in this pond full of big fish. Everyone else has just been kind of pulling those points there, but he is kind of aware of a little bit of a refresh on that side. Say, hey, here's some extra stuff. I'd love that big pot instead of the sniper rifle. What else is over there? But could he be opening up into a little bit of a bait? You see J-Man and Quack on the other side, and it's really dangerous to kind of challenge this alone. Zanky, though, going to come over and make sure he holds the ramp for him. They're going to swap out weapons, make sure they get everything they need, and they'll be happy about that. But currently, they're the only team below that Storm Surge damage. You see that on the right-hand side, right above the map. So they need to get some damage out, and they need to do it stat.
This is interesting. This is how much you can see a player like Ducky is going to favor the SMG here. He barely has any ammo, but he's like, nope, I'd rather have 30 in the magazine here and play with that for this next box dive for the Storm Surge than opt in to play with the AR in this instance.
maybe holding the sniper, trying to find somebody opening up with that MK7, but nobody has to open up. They're the only ones who are under pressure. If anything now, they should be looking to just hopefully wait out one more player going down. They did have chug splashes in a combined effort, as we see on the right-hand side here. We have P-God and Elish. We touched on them in the early game, but as that storm surge keeps ticking, keep an eye on that top left-hand corner on the left screen. 71 players, only one player has to fall, and at some point you might make a decision to sacrifice your duo to get storm surge to turn off, because you just keep burning extra utility, and that's what's ultimately going to end up happening whether they want it or not, as Zenki goes down, and we'll swing on over to P-God and Elish.
P-God and Elish looking very nice right now, and Zone kind of favors them. Ends up coming west, went over to this side. This is where the majority of the players are as well. This Greasy Grove drop has been super hot today. Even more so right now. J-Man and Quack, though, making their way around the outskirts. I was going to say trailblazing their way through the builds there, but no one was behind the wall. It was a blind guess to see if someone was going to reveal themselves. They've been sitting in this home, by the way, for quite some time. Remember, they were still baiting that same chest out just a little bit ago. Now seeing enemy builds in here, so I'm assuming some ambush took place as they have 2 eliminations now.
I mean, who can resist the sound of a chest? Hear it glowing, you're like, oh, there's a chest in here, I gotta go find it. But I mean, if somebody is standing just completely still, waiting for you to come around the corner, maybe you're holding your interact key, it takes you an extra half second to throw a build in their face, they're able to get a cone down. I mean, ambush is one of the things I talk about. It's kind of that old school battle royale tactic, right? Where you hide around the corner and somebody's not waiting for you. Like, Fortnite players have gotten so used to being able to triple edit, box somebody up, and throw a wall up in your face that when somebody's hiding right around the corner of a wall, like, you're not used to that kind of jump scare, that kind of surprise, and it takes a second.
I mean, how many times back in Steamy Stacks, that coastal chest, and you sit behind the door, we've seen a player jump out, the catch and elimination, always in those same kind of locations. It's always those oddball chests. There's a couple real easy ones to prime up, find some ambushes going, but look at this, Jackson and Fable Taco. This is their general home. This is their general terrain. They play very regularly out of here. Now having 2 games, 2 zones, pretty much favor their overall spot. This could be the little bit of luck they needed.
Oh, such a great pull. Whoa. Look at that. Look at the materials coming in for them. They already had double gauntlets. They get a launch pad. They pull whatever shotgun they want. That's a shotgun upgrade. That's ammo upgrade. That's just shows how strong those mythic web shooters are.
Yeah, they can just do them all. Rotate and, most importantly, pull in the loot. However, can't use them very well offensively to get inside the box like a harpoon can, or as a weapon item. So there are benefits to both sides, just in terms of playstyle and things you can do with them. Oddly enough, this zone comes, once again, much more centralized. There's barely anyone in the zone right now. A lot of players are going to have to make a move here.
Yeah, one of the biggest things about this zone, I don't think we've seen this so far today, there is no natural high ground. I mean, literally none. There's about 3 or 4 spots on the map where this can happen just because there's so much variability in terrain on the Chapter 3 map. And this is one of them, which makes it very interesting because normally in that circumstance, teams are able to get a high ground position without a ton of material investment simply because they were there earlier. That's no longer the case, regardless of how early you showed up, unless you boxed up on top of one of the rock deposits that were here originally. There's only like 3 or 4 over this entire nice little grassy field. You have to invest hard mats pretty much now if you want any form of a strong position.
I feel like this is where who's got the zone war skills, who knows how to play off a flat ground and really make it work. It's about as creative as it's gonna get for a Fortnite lobby right here. You called it. Tahi and Edgy on the low ground right now. No height to them. They got to be careful. These grid spaces will start to get weird on these types of areas where things aren't necessarily completely even. You can also see grass being set ablaze off in the distance as well. I do wonder if that Cease kind of player will just create that little bit of chaos.
You know, Some men just want to watch the world burn, and Cease is one of them, chucking those fireflies all over the place. But Storm Surge warning comes in on the right-hand side. We started at 68 players, and that's what kicked off this flurry of action. You can see one of our teams, yet again, they don't struggle with first surge, but they struggle with second surge. And this is perennially, I don't want to say perennially, but typically during this FNCS, been a problem for Elysian Peak out there on the left side of your screen. On the right side of your screen, K-Burbs, again, trying to just drag Sparebow with him, do everything he can to get every individual point. He's sitting at 67. He's not necessarily too far on the outside. I think that was an elim for him there, actually, though. You see the +3 points coming through. No, not going to be. It was just the placement point coming over, but he was able to get himself just barely above surge. But now on the left-hand side, 2 below, 38 below, 27 below, and that time is ticking. Here comes the damage, but instead, here comes Elise straight into the box, and he gets a great opportunity to end up segmenting off J-Man, but he doesn't get the elim, and now 11 above to 6 below. The damage is going to come through. They're going to burn all of their valuable chili chug splashes, and they're going to have to find shots quickly.
That's when you know it's bad. They have to get with the program here and find this tag. It's only 6 damage, and it's cost them so much already. All they have to do is really just cone them off and hopefully find everything. But no, J-Man's gonna answer back. Big tag there, just enough for the Surge to do the rest. That's a sight. He's got all advantage here in our 6 watching, because you know their fan bases are there, glued to the screen like we are. For K-Burb and Sparebow, though, they also have a fighter's chance here. Up in 14th now. Avery and Muzz leading the pack here, 30 points ahead of the competition, sliding, coasting, and cruising their way in. This is definitely enough. We'll be seeing them in the finals, but hey, they're here to take away opportunity from everyone else. They're not going to make it easy.
Well, if anything, for the teams in the top 6, you're hoping, or even in the top 15, you're hoping Avery and Muzz win the game. Yep. And they just pull their points out of the pool because it makes it that much easier. If you're a team who's outside that range, you're hoping they don't. You don't want to see that victory round go over to them. You want to pick it up yourself because you know they're already going to go through anyway. So it's an interesting dynamic. You can see the left-hand side, which one of our duos are directly on top of each other. As we've noted, nobody wanted to spend that early investment with their hard mats. And Monster, everyone, and I mean every single duo, is 1, 2, or 3 grid spaces on the map. Nobody has even gone 4 grid spaces up yet.
Yeah, no. This is the way the map's just making it work out right here. This zone favoring these flat areas. No one's looking to overinvest. These pros are just not needing to commit that much too early. Cracked is going to find a couple shots here. These are great tags, by the way, and a steal on the elimination there as he gets the final shot off. Perfectly done for him. That's going to give him another little point swing here. Clarity and Slacks, however, are under some big pressure. Down goes Slacks there. It's up to Clarity. No, he gets wiped out in 23rd, only earning 2 placement points, and that is to Spexy, who has finally now made themselves another endgame appearance. After that game 1, they were a little bit cold, but is this the place where they finally come back and answer? Cease, however,
heat up.
No elims for Cease and Duo still. Remember, they play for placements all the way.
No elims, but they're nearly 500 Storm Surge damage above, so they can just chill and keep playing in that regard. While everyone else is going to be threatened. A third of the lobby right now is going to be threatened by that Storm Surge when it comes down. But bigger, the rotations are dropping people like flies. Right now you can see Fable Taco ended up being costed on that play. We talked about what a great position they were in, but all of a sudden now it's Jackson as a solo just continuing his run. Nexi with a still great individual effort picking up a pair of elims, but you also see Tahi got a pair on the right side of the screen. Edgy and Tahi trying to make a run at it here in the later zone as we're into our top 20 trios. The placement points continue to keep taking over, and right as I call a name out, Tahi unfortunately ends up being taken out. Jackson now under a little bit of pressure. That's the left side of your screen. On the right side of your screen, Edgy on the back side of the zone, but gets a little bit of a bounce back, gets a little bit of a line, and he'll find a great rotation the front side of the zone.
Cease found J-Man too, so the first elim on the board here for Cease. Nicely done. That's going to bring him on up to 7 overall in the tournament, the least of our players inside the top 6. But hey, you do what you need to do to earn your placement points. Crack, however, is on the other side looking for elims here. That's going to be a huge tag there. It's going to go for the finish. A little bit of greed sets in there, and no, instead he backs off. On height though, Elite and Cease managed to come on over, and it only took them 1 elim to do it. 1 well-timed, executed elim here, and all of a sudden now the world is in their grips here. What can they do? Veterans in play here though. Jackson and Fable Taco. No, Fable Taco down officially here. Jackson slides on into 2nd place, but it's so close. If they go down now, they're gonna slip down a little bit, and they do.
He went down, but I believe one other player went down before him, so he finishes in 13th, but then 14th, just one extra point going through as we're going to swing it back on over. Larson and Smite trying to challenge towards that top 6, currently sitting 98 points. They're looking for triple digits, bottom right-hand side. Cracked, continuing his run. He's on 6 eliminations by himself. A couple more will trickle through. They're on 8 as a pair. You can see on the left-hand side of your screen, Elite and C still holding that high ground. They're currently sitting in 3rd place. Anybody who's in that top 6 will be happy to see them end up going through, but Cracked gets his shield cracked himself. It's all going to be on Owl with no builds on the backside of the zone, just spraying away with that SMG, trying to find a little bit of space to pop that small pot, and he'll do it. Larson on the top right-hand part of your screen has the pepper popped, and he's looking to pop some of the shields on the backside of the zone. Finds a huge shot there onto Flood, who will just get drained away, and then he follows up immediately. The Stinger swap hits some of his shots, but not all. The Iron Walls end up going down in his face. The Peace Control and his duo will end up cleaning it up, but Voil also ends up getting a pair on the other side.
And there's a big battle on low ground here between Larson and Smite. Smite's still going to stand up now. 7 eliminations. Look at high ground. High ground's actually no longer safe. Cease and crew have also been fighting for it, defending off players that are trying to go on up. There are still Spider-Man hands and Mythics in play here. Voil and Except hunting down this low ground all the way. Look at this. Cease and crew just barely holding on. Moo is sneaking up from behind, though. It's not completely over. Smite finds one. That's onto Voil. Nicely done here. That's 8 eliminations in total. Little Siphon to stay up. No more math for him. And now Wanted and Moo are on high ground. Cease goes down. No victory for them just yet. And an exchange from Smite. Smite is going crazy. This heavy shotgun from range. I want to see that from the other side. That was insane. But Moo, what can you do here as you... Now his teammate is down. There's only one other duo alive, and it's Spegu and Charlie.
Yeah, and then second place, Owl just trying to get as many points as he can going into the last match. Really wants to cement himself into the top 6. And the 1v2, no builds, MIH, Mulabuka, Spegu, and 33 Charlie. Will Spegu and Charlie be able to do it? They're in 13, so still plenty of chance for the top 6 for them, but they want to cement it right here. Mulabuka trying to get the pressure down. He has plenty of bullets, plenty of shields, but Monster, no builds, no white HP. That's going to make a 1v2 in his win conditions very limited.
I almost want him to just fake the launch pad. I don't know, throw some mind games around right here. This is going to be a very tough fight to win here. Charlie and Spegu, they've been in these end games before. They know what to do. They work together. They jump up and they close out the game. Nicely done there. Hats off to, of course, Moo, one of the newer players, big competitors here, and Fable Taco and Jackson the Pool on another accurate one. But it's going to be Spegu and Charlie, the vets themselves, the young grinders too. They go all the way to finals.
Yeah, Spegu and Charlie, but they're fantastic. You could almost tell there was a 3, 2, 1, oh, we're going. And they immediately went forward knowing that, hey, one of them were going to be able to pick it out. And honestly, props to them for winning just what was an absurd, and I mean an absolutely absurd exchange of attrition on the low ground. Just so many different duos dropping in and trying to stake their claim on the game, and they were the ones who came out on top, and they'll receive that prize of a ticket straight to the finals.
All the teams we've seen win so far are teams that have taken victory royales in a big stage before, so no surprise watching these teams that know how to execute on these win conditions. And you know what made that end game probably one of the better ones was the actual terrain. It wasn't about all these crazy high grounds. It was very low and centered to the ground, gravity holding everyone down. Made for a very exciting exchange there.
Yeah, made for some different decision making, but to break it down and break down the stakes heading into our final game for NAEs, we got to kick it back on over the desk. Adam, Vivid, SBG, show us what you got.
Thank you, guys. Spegu and Charlie going through then all the way to finals. A team that we've talked about loads before in previous FNCS kind of showdowns and kind of championships and whatnot. And there we can finally see a team, the veterans themselves, have gone all the way now. They were in 30th position, I think, prior to this, and they hadn't broken into the top 15 in the last 4 games. Somehow come through and win out Vivid, and they are in finals next weekend.
Yeah, that's what we love about this format so much. They may not be doing well in these other games, but as soon as it happens consistently throughout one of these games and they get all the way to the end game in a good position, they find themselves as a duo amongst a bunch of other solos. And it's actually another victory royale from the low ground. We haven't seen like hardly any success from the high ground in terms of victory royales. Obviously, it's been very, very good to get some placement points, to get some eliminations, but these victory royales are really low ground based right now.
we have seen some really good high ground plays. I mean, we were talking about Elite and Cease just playing so well and having so many placement points because they've just been so consistent. It's one of the things that have stood out, and the elims, they haven't necessarily come to them just yet. Elite sees pop off a little bit on this end game, able to grab high ground here, but spent way too much on this high ground take and not able to sustain like you would want to see. And unfortunately, they may be in one of our top 6 spots, but they're not moving on just yet.
Not just yet. We were talking about this kind of like while the game was playing out there, like on the desk behind the scenes here, saying they've clearly come in today, day 3, their only opportunity in these semi-finals to make a real stand and a claim for one of those spots going through. And clearly, Vivid, there's a tactic here which is all about getting those placement points over eliminations, because they've managed to just hold on in there for a long period of time today. They're getting their Storm Surge tags when they need to at the beginning of the games, and they're kind of relying on their placement to at the end game there to work their way up that leaderboard. Now they're looking mighty pretty, I think.
Yeah, that's got to be one of the most interesting things, right? We don't see a lot of eliminations actually coming from this duo, which means that a lot of their Storm Surge must be straight up coming from just tags and those AR shots. So that is impressive in its own right. But even more impressive is a victory royale coming out of Charlie and Spigo. Again, that low round domination and that 1, 2, 3 countdown at the end. So that way they both collapse on that solo player at the same exact time. It was just done to perfection.
Yeah, there you have a list there of 5 teams already qualified victory royales. There is 1 spot left for one more team in game 6, but this is the leaderboard how it stands with 1 game to go. SBG, wow, it is tight in the bottom half of that first 10.
This is all you can ask for. All these teams in triple digits here, and the difference between 4th and 10th is only 12 points. That's 4 eliminations. We've seen teams drop in. I mean, look at Owl and Cracked have 23. So 4 is nothing in this. So going into this last game, we're going to see these teams battle it out. It is by no means solidified by anyone. Only Muzz and Avery are the ones that could comfortably sit back. And even looking on page 2 here, Vivid, there's a lot of teams still in contention.
Oh, yeah, for sure, right? Like you highlighted right there, that 12-point difference from 4th till 10th. And then these guys not too far behind either. But again, we see a bunch of donuts in that victory royale spot. That's because that nets you an instant spot in the final. So it's really possible for anybody on the leaderboard right now. So everybody's got to keep their heads up. They got to keep playing to their strengths, and they got to find themselves wherever they need to be, right? Maybe you think that you're comfortable with getting 30 points, so you play for 30 points. Maybe you have like 2 points right now and you want the victory royale. You got to play to whatever you need and whatever your strengths are.
Yeah, you're spot on there. I think that's what's going to be really apparent in this last game, because let's just set this in. We've been working the last kind of couple of weeks, qualifiers, semi-finals, to find the top 50 duos to go into finals next weekend. This game you're about to witness live right now is the last opportunity to either get the victory royale or the points necessary to qualify in that top 6 at the end of the day on the leaderboard to go through and join the teams that are waiting. So this is going to be, guys, we're all ready to rock and roll here. You can see how tight it is on NAE. That's why this region is a beauty. It's so fun to watch, and it's all coming your way in this final game. Let's head over to Monster to Sundown, the last game of semi-finals here on NAE to bring it home. Boys, over to you. Let's do this thing, baby.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. And one last time onto the island here for NA East in the semifinals, and then we will round out our top 50 duos here for the first FNCS of Chapter 3. And Monster, there's been some great Fortnite so far this weekend.
Absolutely. We're lucky enough to have that front row seat to all the action here. And again, we will watch teams battle it out. Who's going to take home that victory royale? Will it be a team with big points up at the top to alleviate a new opportunity for someone down low? Or will we see a big comeback, a big strike up for a win here, and someone who's been having a rough day secure themselves the finals?
Yeah, you are never out of it until you're eliminated in this match. There's always a chance. The victory royale being an automatic ticket to the finals, but there's also those 6 consistency spots up for grabs, and we'll be keeping an eye on who drops. We'll keep you updated on the storylines all the way along the way, because this is it. This decides who those 50 duos who are going to be competing, not only for all the money, all the clout, but that Axe of Champions, and enough is enough. One more match, game number 6. Let's go.
Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to fight fire with fire. Game number 6 is here. Dig deep and bring it on home is what the players are thinking as we're now starting to touch down. Our game leaders, our current point leaders, Avery and Muzz, have had Coney Crossroads to themselves the entirety of the day, and they have made such exceptional work with what they've been handed here. All the loot, taking it to endgame, finding their elims. It's just been a master play from Avery and Muzz. And others alike. Some teams have been out there really shining. Man, I got to give it to Elite and Cease. That duo right there has been truly impressive. Just a couple of elims shy of running away with the train.
Yeah, and Cease is somebody who I would like to talk about, because when we talk about veterans and going all the way through as we get this fight going down yet again at Greasy, everybody just loves to talk of CS. Keys going to be able to find it again, putting in work with that auto shotgun. Seems to be one of the stronger weapons when it comes to these early game fights, as we do have Mamtating, aka Mammy FN. Sorry, dictating, my bad, I apologize. Trying to clean up on the other side here and push out Unrealana and Bank yet again to kind of rescue a little bit here potentially in the final games. They did have a rough start coming through, but going back to Cease, I mean, a lot of people don't know this. He's been around since the early skirmish days, back when you were still playing Monster, all the fall skirmish type stuff, and being able to compete against him. What people don't realize is back then everyone talked about like how good some of the players were. Cease far and away had the most eliminations in those matches, and it wasn't even close. It wasn't the Dubses of the world. It wasn't, as we see Keys end up cleaning up the fight there, it wasn't all of those players who were known back then. It wasn't the Mitro who was dominating through, or the Benji Fishy, or the Mongrel, or the Stompy. No, it was Cease. And he's kind of shifted his playstyle from being someone who looks for all of those eliminations and kind of taking advantage to his opponent, and really developed and matured in his game plan, where he kind of sits here and says, okay, this is what we need to do in order to be successful. And we saw that a little bit in the content piece, where he talked about how he kind of really focused on what he could do to improve not only his own game plan, but the people who he played with and teamed with.
Yeah, definitely. Way back when Elevate was still competing, back when Gangstars had Cease on their roster, and then 100 Thieves sniped them both up and had themselves a nice little championship run there at WSOE, one of the earlier lands. There's so much history in Fortnite and more being written here today as we're starting to lean into our most recent FNCS, the first of its kind on this brand new chapter here. But this is what it's all about, celebrating even new players and old alike, as Cody and Edan are looking to fight their way on up in 14th place right now, picking up their first elimination. Owl, though, forever lurking nearby with Cracked here, trying to see if they can get their claws in on a fight. Ooh, beautiful tags here by Cody to fend them off for a little bit there. Now they buy themselves a little bit more time here to get their loot going.
Yep, and I love this decision, dropping down and breaking the sideline on the southern part. If you've already scouted kind of this southern range and you know nobody's hanging alongside of it, this southern part of the map has an absurd amount of loot available to you. If one of them is carrying a harpoon, you can nearly guarantee yourself pretty much anything you could want from that part. But with that being said, it looks like they're just opting to take the long rotation as they're going to swing on over. Currently our number 4 team had some tough games going through, but Smite and Larson down on HP, but Smite currently the one who's dictating the pace of this trade, but it looks like we have a couple other triangles potentially closing in on this fight, and you'll see that Smite's aware of that situation. He's like, uh-oh, get me out of here. We'll drop it down. Luckily, didn't take fall damage there. Might have clipped something on the side because it seemed like he was more than 3 tiles above, but going to opt to use one of those valuable chili chug splashes. I would anticipate now that they just get out, right? There's no, if you're going to invest a chili chug splash in this circumstance, you do not stay, period.
Yeah, they're thinking the same exact thing here. Too much riding on the line right now. They are not safe by any means here. Look at this. There is a supply drop right in the general direction of where they're rotating through now. Vehicle in sight here, but right around that general area, guys.
Yeah, well, don't forget. Yes, the disengage was smart anyway. get out of dodge, and we'll swing on over here to the Daily Bugle. Convicted trying to open up a very interesting edit. I feel like a peanut butter edit there would have ended up covering himself, but instead just goes for the single floor, and then he gets blasted. Blastro going to be the one who follows up on that after Aiden's first huge shot. He will get full confirmed, and now Aiden and Blastro sitting on 4 elims already. I mean, that's plus 12 points for them. They've got a little bit rolling here.
Yeah, definitely got some stuff rolling here. Taking a bunch of these players to the cleaners, hanging them up and drying them up. Just left and right now as players are... That's it. If you get taken out now, guys, your tournament run is over. Your FNCS opportunity and chance has been cut. So these are very significant battles, and victories are winning over here.
And again, even just making this far is so incredibly impressive. Don't forget, this is the best of the best duos in NA East getting their shot here, minus the ones who have already qualified through. And Boxer just trying to get a little bit of space. That uses a quick little grapple to try and change the angle, going through doors constantly, which I really like because it makes the opponent think about going through. And then unfortunately, he drops on an iron wall, but he hops right up. And a great job from Glace to be tracking him. You can see him and Chucky are ring around the rosy, trying to get the pincer in there. But there's another duo who's hopped in line. Cue the Benny Hill music. Everyone is just running around trying to find something to do.
Yeah, definitely. I would hum it, but you know, copyright. Here it is. Glace and crew roll on up. Chucky and Glace find themselves a nice little elimination there. That's going to slide them on up to the 18th position. Just ridiculous tracking there, but man, way to stay nimble for Aiden to actually slip on out. Big chase going down there. Here's a Legion P. Oh my gosh, we're seeing some super serious battles go down. These are intense fights, guys. A Legion P God. This is again a tournament run fight on the line here. Same for Tahi and Edgy.
Yeah, for both of them. I was literally just about to say, literally both of these guys. Like, we saw just a gross performance from these guys. I believe it was match number 2, but since then, they've really stalled out. On the other side, that Tahi and Edgy, slow start, but have since been going well. And this is it. Whoever wins here will continue their FNCS dream. The other one will have it ended. The first one goes down, and will they be able to turn around? Edgy's been taking out Tahi, needs to clutch it up, and Pigaz says, adios, no mas para ti, senor. Buena suerte next season, because Pigaz and Elise and Tahi and Edgy packing. One of the predictions going down there, but they will continue pressing forward and trying to make a stand, jumping from 11th into 10th on the back of those 6 points.
That is so huge because they need these points, and now what separates them are 3 eliminations up to the top 4, guys. That's how close that the standings were. So picking up all of these early elims is mega important here for Season Elite. Look, only up at 120. That's just a few points away here, guys. This is how tight the standings are. Season Elite still need about 10 points or so they cannot fall early. If they do, I mean, listen, question marks in the air for everyone here at this point, because you never really know. You just do not know. Moo down low with Wanted. We saw how close they came, that 2nd place in the last game. Saw the little reaction from him. He was definitely disappointed, was hoping he could clutch out and pull that win, but we saw what happened there. Yet that duo that was just a little too healthy there in the final game of Spegu and Charlie. So came up a bit short, but good fight for him. Now we're hopping on over, though, to the other side. A little bit more north we go to slack some clarity. It looks like zones in this general area, too. A little map shot here.
Yeah, and we'll take a look. This next zone looks like it's going to drop probably a little bit north of Covert Cavern. Yep, boom, there it is. Actually pretty north of Covert Cavern, but there are so many mountains in play. We're getting pretty much the complete opposite side of the spectrum from last game. We talked about last game, oh, it's so flat, there's no natural high grounds. Well, I mean, if we're out in the Midwest Prairie this time, we're going all the way over to the Appalachian. Since we're on the East Coast, I mean, there's mountains all over the place. Well, NA East, we're on the west coast of the map. You know what I meant, as now we're going to swing on over to MIH Mulabuka. 7W32 wanted here, trying to find a little bit of space. They want to post up on kind of the southeastern side of the zone. This is a great spot to be in if you're looking to rain shots and then potentially set yourself up for the second storm surge, because, hey, Monster, first one's not going to be a problem. Check that number in the top left.
Yeah, definitely. The lobby's starting to cut down, but this is like peak Fortnite trail. They snapped their fingers and provided balance to the world. We had a flat zone, and now we're going to get a whole lot of mountains in play here.
Yeah, everything equally balanced as all things are considered, but right now everybody wants to avoid turning to dust and being the ones who stand at the end of the day, because only or do math real quick. Only 7 spots remain, the 6 consistency and the victory royale. If you're towards the bottom part of the table, you're hoping that none of those top teams picks up the VR because you want it yourself. If you're in the top part of the table, you're hoping one of those top team wins if you can't get it yourself. So you have an extra shot because, I mean, as the boys on the desk broke down, that top 6 is pretty packed. There's a lot of teams who are right on top of themselves, and right now the number in the bottom left only matters to show kind of roughly where you are. That's because that's all going to change as we get into the end game.
That was just a breath-holding rotate right there. Vehicle almost exploded onto Moo and crew. Would have been some big damage there. On over to Fable, Taco, and Jackson have managed to find themselves this mountain too. Textbook play coming out. I love seeing that these top-ranked teams are playing for the mountains, really doing this right, correctly, playing these zones. There's a lot of players that don't really know how to play these or otherwise don't know the significance of having these types of positions. Mind you, Surge, when it does become active, because it inevitably will in FNCS, these tags being active right now is equally as important. Oh. For a second.
Just barely clipping the corner of his own ramp, and it's unfortunate because it looked like he was going to line up the headshot instead, just adding an 18 tag. And one thing to note too with this type of game, because we don't see Storm Surge in that third zone, teams don't get that nice little barometer, right? No reboot is going to come through. We have 35 duos, 35 times 2 is 70, so everybody's got a buddy with them. They'll be going into the end game like that, as we've generally seen. But you don't get kind of that check. You don't know, like, hey, how close are we? So people are going to have to be doing a little bit of mental maths to make sure they keep track. It's like, okay, how many tags did you have there? Roughly, you want to be, when it comes to the 5th zone in a general game, you want to be right around kind of 300, 450 damage to at least be comfortable and not be under. Sometimes that can creep up a little bit, but it's generally not going to be under that. And if you have 0 eliminations, it's really hard to keep track of that. Was that 2 tags or was that 3 tags? So some interesting decisions are going to be forced here in the 5th zone, as largely between now and then, I expect everyone to just chill.
Yeah, and that's the problem, right? The Storm Surge not being a true factor right now will put some ease on the lobby when it should do the opposite. People should be a little bit paranoid that they can't be, find tags right now. They don't really have a sense of safety just yet, and it's only going to get more and more difficult because the fights aren't going down. Players are staying stacked on material and resource count. It's going to make it tougher to actually push any set of duo. As Moo, it seems like we were talking about that, breath-holding rotate. They got punished at some point or another. Not sure if the flames that were set ablaze from the vehicle actually chunked into their HP, but it's possible.
And there is no white HP in either of their inventory, and given where they're playing, unless they have an opportunity to maybe like scoop a quick fishing rod or something,
campfire,
I mean, you're not gonna, maybe a campfire down. I think there's a campfire actually right at that little shack that's right over there, but we're actually going to get a nice little replay here in a second to see how he lost his HP, as Enkos actually picks up Zuck there in a second, and it looks like he's throwing shots out.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's super unfortunate. Well, get down, Mr. President. Mulabuka's taking that one for you, and luckily he caught it with his forehead, had the helmet on, but it's still going to really cut in there, and that's the type of thing we're talking about. He doesn't know he has to poke out for those shots, right? He has an idea. He doesn't know whether or not they're safe, and hey, that's exactly what you want to see, but boxing up directly on top of it, need to be a little bit careful. Luckily, also has a nice thick boulder there to be able to kind of top off what he just used.
Talk about the risk. Willing to go toe-to-toe with the trade before getting the material, before getting the HP. Now, though, it's a little bit of health for that. Not bad at all. I thought that was...
So I didn't realize it was a combo berry. Yeah. The combo berry going through there. I thought it was a med mist too. I'm like, oh, that's so fortunate. Who would just leave a med mist there?
Now we
makes
know.
Sense now.
Now we know why he wasn't so in a rush to get to it.
Right, I was like, put the HP on. What are you doing? But it's better. Like having the extra 10 HP is better than not. But now gonna try a little bit of a central rotation as we're gonna swing on over.
P-God down.
P-God, he is down. It's all going to be on the back of the leads. They're currently sitting in 10th. We talked about it. They were the ones who knocked out Tahi and Edgy, and right now just completely on the back foot. It's all going to be down to Elise, but again, we've talked about it. Despite players having a penchant for carrying the Stinger SMG, no matter how strong it is, it's near impossible to clutch when you're using an attrition weapon. And as I say that, Elise says, well, hold this, hold my chug splash. I'm going in. He trades fantastically there, but he has to back up and use some of his excess shields. Doesn't cover his back, doesn't reset the wall, and the third party says, hey, what you doing over there? Do you mind if I get involved? Sprays some shots over Leech, just trying to back down, and P-God just keeps ticking.
Meanwhile, yeah, I was going to say, P-God is still up. Just a low ground rotate here. He's going to go and work his way around the outskirts. Careful, though. These are some enemy builds, and these wood walls are easy to get into. They don't spot him, but maybe that wall right there is a dead giveaway. Did someone else just show up? No, never mind. That's still the duo shooting from the distance here. Toe-to-toe with two SMGs. It's not looking too hot. He's starting to run out of mats. Coned up, and Elysian P-God gets shut down. They're going to have to take a rain check to the finals this season, unfortunately, as they lose their opportunity. But man, oh man, what a run it was. It became very close in the end.
Yeah, it's tough to go down that situation, especially when you have the rift right there. You don't want to end up getting caught in that type of fight, but now we'll swing on over. We talked about the projected points being at 134. Well, currently our fourth place team is sitting at 114. Again, that leaderboard in the bottom left-hand side doesn't account for ties, so could be a couple of jumbles there, but it just goes to show you how close kind of the top of that leaderboard is. That 20 points, even for our fourth place team, that's not an insignificant game. You still got to get in there and make the end game. As we have our fourth zone reveal monster, if you check the bottom right-hand side, we're pulling away from most of the major mountains, but on the western part of the zone, there's one real kind of high beam there.
Yeah, definitely. One big position to play off of. That's going to be the prime spot. That's right about where we saw teams rotating in from as well. Smite and Larson, though, I like this spot too. I mean, they're on a solid foundation in piece of land. They definitely have some elevation off the rest of the opponent, so is equally as a powerful drop here. However, Yuz and Okiss down at the bottom, bit of a sleeper team. They've been kind of lurking about there, kind of dipping their toes into top 6, falling in and out of it. They're now on the cusp here, on the bubble of doing something for this game right here. There goes Lyson and Smart. They just have to move a little bit here. Smite and Larson do make it on in, okay.
Yeah, but look at Tieko on the right-hand side. Gold is down. I believe Tieko is currently sitting in our 6th place spot. He's, oh no, 8th place spot. They're actually on the outside.
Slipped out.
Yo, it's nuts. That 4th is at 114, right? Maybe 115 now with the placement point coming through. And we have 8th at 109. So you know how close the battle for that top 6 is. And now Tieko, all the pressure's on him. He's on the outside looking in. Even if somebody in the top 6 ends up winning, he would still be looking out. So he needs points.
And look at this. He's got Smacked and Casker down at the bottom trying to fight for this loot here. They know this is where they took out Gold here, and that's why they're trying to fight for this. Big challenge here. Very, very bold challenge by Tieko. He doesn't even throw a wall down either. He's just leaving that floorboard open for the edit, open for the sight lines for Casker. Very risky. 32 below now. It all makes sense as he's been keeping track of how active he needs to get. He needs another tag here. So does Moo. Uh-oh. Moo is also below. Yes, he found some whites, so he does manage to cap off, but they are below. 10 seconds left here. 12 players have to go down. Top seeded teams right now have to get active. A 7th and 8th place, and they're looking for it.
Here's a knock on the right-hand side. They're going to pull it back, and they're going to be able to min-max the Storm Surge damage. One of them needs to just hold the walls while the other one finishes off the Elim. They need that Elim. They can't let somebody else confirm it. They need to get the maximum damage there. They will be able to get it, and they'll get the resources. They go from 17 below to 63 above. That's huge with 4 duos who need to go down.
Still
Tieko,
moving.
though, on the left-hand side, it needs to end up going. And no, actually, as I say that, they're back below. We'll zoom back in on them as wanted. And Mulabuka are trying, Monster. They're trying, but it's not enough right now.
And it's not enough heals either. Look at this. Only bandages. Bandage is one of the most inefficient ways to make it through the surge because it's so slow and doesn't give enough HP to survive the ticks. Zen and Tyler, however, also trying to survive the surge. They find someone in equal desperate position, and they actually take him out. Nicely done. It's just the knock, though. They need the finish. I don't even think they got the finish. They're just happy with the little bits of tags there. They're going to back up here, start to pop their minis here. 170 damage below. There it is. Can they get the full finish? No, that would have been the second siphon. That would have been 6 more points. That could have been everything for the game here. However, Tieko still alive right now as well. Down to his last couple splashes here. Up above him is Muzz and Avery. That's a team that's not peaking, even with all the advantage that they've managed to put themselves up with here. Here's a team rotating. This could be the one golden shot for them. See some fresh metal. Can they get the tag here? Nothing pierces through. This is not looking good for Tieco. It might just all be over.
Yeah, but only 2 more players need to go down. However, he's out of utility. He's throwing the shots he can, but the zone is closing. Everyone's rotating in. It's a race against time. It's out of his control. There's nothing he's going to be able to do. He desperately needs tags or he needs someone else to do it for him, but no one's even going down in the feed. There's no more knocks. There's a confirm, but that's from the Surge, and it turns. He finds splashes. He finds some minis. But Monster, nobody's shooting. Listen, it's so quiet.
Shout out to the communication from Gold. Probably just let him know there's a little bit more heals left here. Armored wall comes down. Don't throw down too many of those. Be careful. You can't edit those. Here it is. One more Storm Surge, and then it's the final opportunity now. Just a single player has to go down, and everyone knows there's one desperate man out there, and that's why they are not making edits. They are not fighting. They understand it's not us, it's you. And everyone nearby is probably a risk, and no one was willing to take the risk there. That's what just happened.
Right now, we got 4 solos running through.
Now the shots turn back on. It's over.
Everyone opens up, but Mulabuka, somebody who needs elims, he finds it on Despexy. Unfortunately, Zypha is out, so despite the amazing effort in match number 1, their car stalled out, the engine failed, and they're left on the side of the road waiting for the bus next season. So we have Neverfight in the bottom left, Mulabuka in the bottom right, Larson on the top. 115, 114, and 112 now. Only separated by barely an elim each way through. It'll be able to go through just keeping an eye. Does anybody go down as they all have their duos up? But right now, the big difference, wanted with no shields. Otherwise, everyone else is mostly 100-100 as we get into the 6 moving zone.
Dude, Moo just literally Mythic Spider-Man his way across, hit a floor, and almost, I swear, looked like he was gonna take fall damage, but he managed to survive. Now he's split up from his teammate. They managed to find one another. It's getting very, very intense down here, but also for Larson and Smite, they're just holding on. 119 finally. Look at how close it is in the standings. 115 means that, oh no, Wanted falls. They're at 116, 2 points from 4th place. One single elimination will jump them up to 4th place. No one is safe right now. Not even Smite, not even Larson. Cease is going to fall in the feed there. Have they done enough? They did. However, we're leading just by a little bit here. I don't think they had enough elims. They've been slow on the pressure there on high ground. Sparebow and Burbs, where in the world have they come from? They're now trying to run up this end game here. So is Mega. Mega still alive here. Sparebow versus Cracked 1v1. Burbs is going to fall there. So now it's all up to him here. What can he do now? No longer in control of the high ground here. Another team's going to go on and control that. Fable Taco's going to fall there too. Oh no, another contender is down. Moo's in 6. He's barely got HP though. Keep him counting here.
Dan Smite and Jackson 4 and 5 directly on top of each other right now. 6th place. Mulabuka, no more shields, but he's swimming and finding a space. Shield cake put down, and honestly, oh no, it slid away from him. He didn't notice. It's just sliding casually away from him. He's taking the damage. And you talked about the streams, Monster. You have to be aware of where the current is flowing, and instead, he was washed away. Same with his chances as the FNCS finals. They go down the drain. Quack up on the high ground, trying to spread his wings and fly, but he might need to dive down and get his feathers wet in the water as he only has 4 builds left. Still 14 duos up on their feet. Clue on the high ground with Danny, who also is sitting on 3 floppers, has the win condition in terms of the heal off, but we haven't seen matches go that long yet. You can see Sparebow picking up an elim there right after he ends up going down as Mega still up trying to find the challenge. Jackson in 4th place, low ground. No builds, no mats, 1v2, he opens up, but that's the wrong door. Haven't you ever heard of closing it? He says no as Clue finds Owl on the backside. That's their 5th elim, Monster, but the elims don't matter. They need the dub.
They need to win this game. They don't have enough points. Otherwise, it's all about the victory royale here, and they're fighting. They're actually fighting, trying to defend this height as Chu tries to come on through, but it is enough for them to go ahead and secure it. Dubs and Mega also need this victory royale. They're somehow holding on. 2 mythics in play here. They can make a couple plays here if they look up for high ground, and they're thinking about it, and they're evaluating the situation right now. Yes, he also has him. Here it is. Swings on out, playing for the front side of zone. They're trying to play for these elims, playing for the end game. It's a low ground position. Beautiful lineup right here, but the high ground is open. Gotta be careful, Dubs. He knows a little bit better than that. Mega, few layers above here, so a lot of information in play. Dubs now, sandwich, crushed down below. No suffocation in place though. Dubs goes all the way up. Beautiful shot. Big clutch comes through. Nice shot there. Zone's doing the rest. This guy does not have any health. Dubs might actually clutch this up. He now has control. The mountain is actually perfect for his positioning here.
but he has no more mats, he has no more mythic gauntlets. He's relying on the old build. He's looking back in the zone. He needs the siphon. You talk about shooting fish in a barrel, but Dubs, the Spider-Man, he comes right up through. It's Coop looking to rip it away. Dubs trying to push it back down, but Coop does it himself. He falls down, but it's pulling away. There's only one mat, catches himself, denies the fall damage. It's Dubs on the other side. The winner will go through. It's all about the W. Dubs trying to mine the brick, gives himself a little bit of room. High ground taken away, trying to find the shot. Serbsky, will he be able to get it? Konet, it comes through. Dubs misses the first, misses the second, and Dubs and Mega, the veterans, do not make it through. The FaZe Boys fall in the final moment, and Serbsky rips the run away to claim the final victory royale spot in NA East. We'll have 6 more due.
What a game. Serbsky flying on through at the end there, keeping it extremely exciting, and that is the power of the Mythics in play. Flood and Serbsky out of nowhere come through. Power of the Shiesty tag, I think, is just the name right now. The players just literally clutching up when it matters most. Take a look at the winning shot right there. Both players just masterfully executing movement right there. What a game for them too.
I mean, the movement from Serbsky there, you saw the little dip, making sure he still had the right-handed bandage going through. I mean, it was so close using the utility, but what an amazing set of 6 matches, Monster.
I thought Dubs had it there for a second, though, the way he threw the cone up, but he made the edit and made it too easy as it broke on there at the very end. That was an exciting games right there. And hey, listen, we got all our finalists now, Sundown.
We have all 50 of them, but that's it for the NAE semifinals. Thank you so much from myself and Monster Deface. We're going to kick it back on over the desk to wrap everything up and show us who the last 6 duos are. So Adam, Vivid, SBG, close us on out.
Wow. Thank you, Sundown, a monster, for that incredible display of casting prowess there on that last game. That was awesome. I mean, the fact that we've had so many teams drop out there as well. Big shout out, big GGs to our winners there going through the finals. But we lost Dubs and Mega. They're so close, Vivid, to getting through the finals. The veterans.
A flood of emotion goes 2 different ways there. Serbsky, he is absolutely on top of the world right now. Like, loving everything. Feels great about how he played. Dubs, though, he's got to be feeling just down in the trenches. He was in it all the way until the last moment. He played so well here. Even Mega going down a little bit before right here, as you can see, and he just Spider-Man's up and he goes for the play. Does some great damage, and here on out, he has the high ground control. But it's been the story throughout these semis as they've progressed. The high ground just doesn't have any resources over time and time again, and he can't finish it out. But he played it so well, and honestly, it just came down to a missed shot or 2.
Oh man, you're gonna be reliving that one, and that's unfortunate on both sides, but also awesome for Serb and Flood to be able to make it. I mean, those guys able to push through and make themselves an FNCS finals. You gotta be hype if that's them. Honestly, doing more than enough, and we're playing some flops. We have the Chili Chug, so he could have dove into Storm and tried to play the heals, but he's like, no, I'm taking this in my own hand. I'm grabbing this one. This is our final spot.
Love that final finish there as well. The final elimination to go through, absolutely extraordinary stuff. But I mean, we talked about this throughout the entirety of that as well. We lost so many big names. We saw Tahi and Edgy go down. We lost, I think, Slacks has gone, Clarity G. This is crazy. This is what happens at FNCS. There are so many unbelievable duos now in this region that inevitably some of them cannot make it through the finals. But as the boys just mentioned on the casters there, Monster and Sundown, we have our 50 finalists, and we're going to see very shortly who the top 6 were on the leaderboard. First things first, the Victory Royale winners early today who went straight through the finals. You can see here in Game 1, way back when we had Ver and Creo. In Game 2, we had Senti, which is Twix, Senti Fan, and Chubbs. We had Pamstone and Fatch in Game 3. Game 4 was Milks and Rhythm. We had Charlie and Spegu in Game 5, and we just saw Serbsky and Flood join those 5. The famous 6 going through there to the finals next weekend. Let's look at the final leaderboard. The top 6, Vivid. Who are we looking at, baby? They've done it.
Wow, look at this. 27 eliminations for Al here. 160 total points. They're going to be putting themselves at the top of the leaderboard. Yes, we also see Muzz and Avery. They make it through. That is my prediction. I am so excited to see that. And another really good name here, Cease and Elite with 104 placement points, SPG.
Yeah, just a completely different play style and points for them versus Owl and Cracked. For the two of them to even be contrasting there. But yo, shout out to Fable Taco, Jackson J, and also Smite and Larson. We see these guys battle through all 3 sessions, both of them. And hey, Wanted, Mubuka, they had a shot in one point during the semifinals to win a match and fell down to fall damage. Now Redemption is so sweet, claiming that 6th spot.
Oh, you know what? I mean, looking at that top 6 as well. So we featured them so much. Smite and Larson as well have an unbelievable last couple of days. Haven't quite made it through. Here we are. Suddenly they're in 5th position here, joint points with Wanted and Mulabuka as well. But we talked about Cease and Elite as well in that 4th position there. They had a game plan. It was all about sticking to the placement, sticking to getting as many points as possible every single game, not focusing on eliminations, just sticking it out to the end, and it's paid off, Vivid. Unbelievable stuff.
Yeah, we're looking at the leaderboard there. Al and them, they had 27 eliminations in the 1st place division. C's and Elite in the 4th place division, they had 9. Everybody else in the top 10 had double digits. They just simply had 9 eliminations. They knew what they were playing for, and they did it so well.
Yeah, just racking them all up, and you love to see that differential play style. We saw the high ground, the low ground, the high elims, the low elims. We saw a little bit of everything this weekend, Adam.
We saw it all. We absolutely. I mean, that keg that kind of floated away there at the end as well was just. Oh, it was a thing of beauty, wasn't it? I'll never forget that for as long as I live. It was great. Entertainment all the way. That's what happens here at FNCS. Let's actually look back at our predictions from earlier on today and see if any of those kind of tales of fortune came through here. Slacks and Clarity, do you know what? 3 days now in a row here. So unlucky. They came, I think, in 8th position today, so missing out by 2 spots again. 9th the last 2 days by 3 spots. So close, and would be gutted to not see them in the finals. But Vivid, 5 for 5, baby. You are the official prediction king. You're royalty now.
I'm doing pretty good on the prediction. I'm happy for Muzz and Avery. Listen, I said it at the beginning. They really didn't show me anything throughout sessions 1 and 2 that I was like, oh, they're 100% going to make it. They weren't honestly playing too well, but I knew the caliber, the type of players that they are, and I just couldn't go without having them in the final. So I went ahead and predicted them, and they went ahead and clutched it up.
Yeah, well done. And on the opposite side, I picked Tahi and Edgy. Unfortunately, not going through. We saw some flashes throughout the 2 days they were able to play, but not being able to put together one big game or one big tournament. On the other hand, Monster, right along with me, Glaze and Chucky, not going through. But hey, we all know Sundown, Patch and Pam Stew finally getting through. You know, the fan favorite at this point, and probably the caster favorite.
Yeah, we were so behind Sundown the whole way. 5th time lucky, it came through, it happened, they went through as well. There we have it. We have our teams confirmed for FNCS finals next weekend on Saturday and Sunday. We have 2 days, both days, 6 games apiece, 12 in total. At the end of that, the team on top after 12 games will be your new FNCS champions. You do not want to miss it one bit. Semis has been nothing short of superb. We've loved every single second. Do make sure to follow Vivid and SBG on socials, as well as Monster and Sundown. These guys are crushing it. Love them to pieces, and we're back next week on NAE to bring you those finals. Obviously, next up as well, you have NA West to look forward to. The final day at NA West with Kelly and the squad as well. That is a last chance for the players in that region as well, to get through to finals. It's all going to happen. It's coming your way very, very shortly. Thank you so much for watching. Big shout out to all you guys for watching. We'll see you next week for FNCS finals. Do not miss it. Have a good one. NA West is coming your way very soon. Till then, take care. Bye-bye for now.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? It's Life with Panda here, back again with another player joining us. Defiable hanging out, returning to the lobby. What's going on, Defiable?
Nothing much. How are you doing?
Doing good. Looking forward to the season, man. Now, obviously, 2022 is here, and we have a brand new competitive game mode in duos. What is your personal favorite game mode in Fortnite?
My personal favorite is duos, followed behind by solos. Obviously, this season's duos and their solo cash cups.
What is your favorite part about this current meta?
I'd say the Spider-Man. I like how the mechanics work. I like how they function, and I land at the Daily Bugle where the Spider-Man is most common there. I really like the meta right now.
So tell us a little bit about you. What does your day-to-day look like, and including Fortnite into that schedule?
Obviously, I have school from for like 7 hours, so I get home at around 3:30ish. Do my homework until 5 or until I'm done with it. And then I hop on. If there's any tourneys, I play them. If there's not, then I usually just play creative or play scrims. And then on weekends, it's tourney days, so I just warm up for the tourneys, and that's basically it.
How did you get into Fortnite?
My friends in Season 3, all the hype started building up at my school, and then they were like, hey, you should download Fortnite. And I've been playing ever since.
What are some expectations for you and Fortnite in 2022?
I hope to place top 5 in FNCS in one of them, especially this one, because I have really high expectations for myself. I want to place in a lot of the cash cups, and I just want to get my name out there, basically.
How do you stay motivated when playing Fortnite?
When I'm not motivated, I usually just take a day or two off, or if I'm like if I'm not playing really good, and I'm like playing, or if I'm playing really bad, then I'll take like a 1 or 2 day break, so I can just fully reset my mentality and everything.
So you mentioned that you like to take some time to rest to avoid that burnout when playing a game too much. What are some things that you do when you are away from Fortnite?
I like to play football, and then I also like to play other games, or I just like sitting in a call with my friends and just talking to them.
Thank you so much, Defiable, for hanging out with us and answering some questions. Tell the people at home where they can find you.
Twitter.com/Defiable1_. You can find me on YouTube, just search up Defiable, and those are like the main 2 I use.
I would position myself right below towards Rocky Reels. There's like a butter barn area. Yes, I would set up right there.
Okay. I feel pretty good about this one. It's gonna be to the left of Chunkers, but like where the road goes into like a fork. Yeah, like right there. I feel that.
That one's pulling tilted, I would say. A little bit below tilted. Yeah, that's good.
That's looking pretty good.
Nice.
Go.
That's good. Perfect.
That was pretty close. I'll take that.
All right. So based off of this circle, I would probably try to position myself, or where I think the zone's going to be going, towards the bottom right of Shifty Shafts, sort of like the mountain over there. Yes, right there.
I feel like this is going to be a weird one, and I'm going to have to go with somewhere in Coney Crossroads. Yeah, I feel like that's going to be it.
I think that zone will pull to the Daily Bugle and like the top right of the circle. Yeah, that's probably fine.
Okay. Oh, I'm barely in. Was close.
How did you become a pro, and what advice would you give to those trying to become a pro player themselves?
Hopping into a scrim Discord and being able to see your improvement and going against some of the best, it will help you improve.
The two most important things you got to remember are just confidence and experience.
You have to see what you're doing wrong and be honest to yourself about it.
Don't work on everything. Like, don't be a jack of all trades, basically. Just work on what your strength is.
You're having a good practice routine, making sure that it's effective. You are improving. You're seeing improvement in your placements.
The best advice I can give you is to learn from the already established pro players. So if you watch their videos, you can learn a lot.
I'm absolutely cracked and creative, but I can't seem to replicate it in real games. I know some of the part has to do with my nerves, but any recommendations on how to get over this hump? Hop in creative and then make sure that you do also play in arena before tournaments so you can get the even balance of the two.
A lot of times when I'm playing creative, I'll switch my server to East, which puts me on like 60 to 80 ping. That way when I go into game and I'm on my normal like 25 ping, it'll feel a lot better.
Experience is probably your #1 factor in not getting nervous.
Honestly, same. Like, a lot of creative stuff I use, I don't use like 90% of them in game.
I think you probably need to slow down. I'm assuming like a lot of creative players are really fast. They have really like fast mechanics, but in real games, I don't think you need that. I think you just need to know when to bring in those skills.
The best way to get rid of these nerves is just get a lot of practice. Oh wow, I did not expect that.
I got 5 out of 5 last time we did this.
Don't think I'm gonna do very well.
Where is that? Alright, so my guess for the spot's gonna be Sleepy Sound.
I think that's by Logjam.
The Sanctuary? I don't know.
Yeah, it's the fields at Sanctuary.
I'm trying to remember where the cornfields are. My guess is the Sanctuary.
I don't know the name of it, but it's a landmark near the Bugle, to the west of the Bugle, I believe.
Oh yeah, that's, I remember that.
Alright, so this spot's gonna be the Logjam.
That is Logjam.
That would be at Logjam.
I think that's Logjam Lumberyard.
Lumberyard? I think that's what it's called.
Hey, this one's familiar to me. This is Logjam.
Oh, perfect.
This one I have no idea.
I think this is the clock tower in Tilted Towers.
The clock tower at Tilted.
I would say Tilted.
Oh, that's Tilted Towers. That's the clock tower at Tilted.
I think that this is the Tilted Towers clock tower building.
Oh geez, this could really be anywhere. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Camp Cuddle.
Sweet.
Oh wow, I did not expect that.
I peeked through that window before. I think this location is Sleepy Sound.
That's the top of Bugle. The Daily Bugle.
I think that one's at Pony. Maybe.
Oh, I've seen this. Yeah, I don't know. Condo Canyon?
I think this is Greasy Grove. I just see like a lot of plants, and I feel like I might recognize that building.
So this is the roof of Bugle, of the main building at Bugle.
Oh, it's Coney. No way. Oh, I knew it.
Bugle has like a similar roof over there.
Not even close.
I think that's Condo Canyon.
Actually, I'll go with Camp Cuddle. That looks like, yeah, Camp Cuddle.
Maybe Condo Canyon? I don't know.
I know it's on the desert somewhere. I think that's Condo Canyon.
I'm trying to think of the racetrack name, but I completely forgot about it. So I'm gonna go with Condo Canyon.
Sandy Shores has a lot of beach, so I'm gonna go with Sandy Shores.
That's Camp Cuddle? Oh, that was Camp Cuddle. No way.
Nice.
Camp Cuddle? Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed on a million years.
Oh, Camp Cuddle.
Last time on FNCS North America West, we saw experienced duo Doritos and Kytrix join us for Session 2 and progress straight through to the finals after securing a victory royale in their third game. Assault Gosh and Sharp 2K proved that they're a duo to watch by jumping from 15th place on day 1 to 8th place on day 2. They also placed top 10 in 3 of the 5 matches, making them strong contenders for a spot in the finals. Shades and Clux showed us that they're very talented at playing the late game, so if they can power through the early game, they stand a good chance of advancing to the finals through consistency. Lastly, Wavy, Jacob, and Chris hop on the battle bus for the first time this semifinals. But is it too late? All this and more will be answered. The last NA West semifinal starts now.
Welcome back, Fortnite fans, to Day 3 of the FNCS NA West semifinals. The final day and final chance for these 50 teams to claim their spot in next week's finals. 38 teams have already punched their ticket, and today we will find the remaining 12. Which team will it be? Well, that's what we're here to find out. I'm your host, Kelly Link, and of course, I have 2 incredible analysts that are going to be joining me today, breaking down the nitty-gritty of each game that we're going to be watching, and that is going to be Panda and Clay. Love to have these 2 guys on the show with me every time. And Panda, this is it. This is the last shot for so many of these teams.
Well, you're right, Kelly. This is it. This is the final moment to make it to the finals for any of these teams on NA West. We've seen it complete in EU. We've seen it complete in NA East. Now it's time for these NA West players to step up to the plate and see if they have what it takes to make it through. Like we mentioned in that content piece just moments ago, there's some players that are only making their debut today, so less chances for them to make it through.
But Clay, this has been a long, arduous journey, having to go through the qualifiers to even be able to think of making it into the semifinals, but they're here now, and so are you. So how are you feeling? How excited are you for this day of competition?
Ooh, I cannot contain my excitement. That last game at NA East was so close for so many players, and I can't wait to see what West comes out with, because we know that they can be aggressive when they want to be. So I'm expecting full aggression today, which is just going to make that end game that much more monumental.
And you know what's going to be even more monumental is if you're watching it in Legends Landing. You guys have to check out this new viewing experience. It's you can find it in the Buy Epic Discovery tab. But Panda, tell me about your favorite part of Legends Landing.
Well, I mean, there's so many parts that are kind of like super enjoyable to dive in here to Legends Landing and take place. You got box fights. You got aim duels. You got the Hall of Champions. This is personally probably my favorite part, right? Getting the opportunity to run down and honor the players that have made it to the finals and come out on top their different seasons. So the whole experience is really cool. But listen, if you're watching us from Legends Landing, what's going on, guys? I see you all. Thank you for tuning in.
Thank you guys indeed for tuning in on the final day of the semifinals. And of course, this leads all to the finals, which will be next week. But maybe you guys want to know a bit more of the details of our schedule. So we're going to pop that up right now, because 3 days of semifinals, we had 2 separate qualifiers as well. Well, none of that is going to matter anymore after this, because it's the semifinals 3rd day right here. You can see it. And of course, March 5th and 6th will be the 2 days for the finals. But we need to break down the format right now, Panda, because there's probably some new people watching, maybe watching in Legends Landing.
Absolutely. So again, we've made it to qualifier 1 and 2. We're in the semifinals, and we're in the final day of the semifinals, right? So obviously, day number 1 semifinals was 5 matches and 6 consistent teams making it through. Those 5 VRs and 6. Same thing for day number 2. Now that we're in day number 3, it's a little bit different here, because day 3 is 6 matches. You guessed it. You see it right there on the screen. It is 6 matches and 6 consistent teams advancing. That means there's 12 total opportunities on the day to continue going forward to the finals. But Clay, how are they going to be able to get some points here other than just those VRs?
Yeah, obviously it matters getting those placement points overall. Look at 28 points for second place. You see 1,000, and that's just so we can differentiate between who gets that victory overall. But second place with a lot of eliminations, because they're worth 3 points each, mean that even if you're secure in quote-unquote qualification going to the last game, if you go down early, you could lose your spot, because look at how drastic the point spread is. When you get into that top 10 situation, it starts to get higher and higher and higher in points.
But we've also seen it several times where players won't do that well in the first 3, 4, 5 games. But with this one new game being added, the 6th game of the day, you could literally be in 45th place and grab that VR, which we've seen, and make your way into the finals. These are the teams that we're going to be watching today, everyone. The qualified players that are going to be competing for those 12 spots, Panda.
Absolutely. You got the likes of Cool and Kaboo, Slick and Day, who we've seen for days going into this, going up now against people like Wavy Jacob, like Chris. Again, more veterans in the space, but they're just showing up here in the final day. So will it make a difference for these teams that have gotten that experience over the first 2 days? Or will the veteran experience of players like Chris and like Jacob just be able to carry them through, despite them not having the same experience as some of these other players, Clay?
Hey, talk about experience. Aguilar and Klomp there have a chance. They've been playing since day number 1. Really want to see them perform well. Maybe switch it out of Chonkers, Speedway, go to a different drop spot, try to change it up. And Fruit and Tiny as well, also been playing since day number 1. So they've had a lot of different chances to come through and to qualify. And this is their last 6. So I don't know if they're going to be able to do it.
Yeah, there are just so many incredible teams and players that are going to be competing today. And for the fact that we have all these players here with us, of course, we had to pick their brain a little bit and bring them on for a few interviews. So with that being said, everyone, let's see what some of our players have to say about the FN effect.
I started playing Fortnite in the very first season of Chapter 1.
I heard it from my school friends, and I've never played a Battle Royale before.
I started playing in the first season, Chapter 1, Season 1.
I think I remember watching Ninja the first day Fortnite came out, and I was like, wow, this game looks pretty cool, and I've just been in love ever since.
At first, it was a bit like I thought it was really, really hard just because of that whole new building mechanic. Everyone else was like used to it compared to me.
I loved the building mechanic. I remember the first day I played, nobody really was building at all, and I was using, I believe, just walls, and it was so easy playing back then because I was the only person placing walls.
No, it was just different from any other game you'd play, like building, editing, all that stuff was just completely new.
The building mechanic is by far like one of the best things I've ever seen in a video game.
I loved how they constantly are changing the game up, so you sort of have to relearn the game.
The thing that drives me the most when it comes to Fortnite has to be seeing improvement when it comes to my social numbers and also my performances in game.
I think it was just like the drive to get better than my friends. I always want to get better than them, so I'd always like keep playing and playing and playing.
I just like the competitiveness. I'm a very competitive person.
The drive to want to be the best and want to place at the top.
What I would tell someone that was coming into Fortnite for the first time ever, I would say that the meta is always changing, so you can always be ahead of your opponents as long as you put the time into learning those new things.
It has a large range of really cool guns and just so many utility items that are really unique.
You can't really max out your skill level. It's fun and addicting every day you play.
So if I get them on the first time, they'll probably get hooked to it.
I've made so many memories on this game that I'll probably never forget.
Well, one thing about the game that I definitely messed up on not doing was putting my socials in my username.
If I understood like how zones worked at the beginning, it would have been way easier to rotate and stuff.
I just wish I knew how to aim better when I first started.
Maybe how important connections are. Just like getting yourself out there and meeting lots of people is really important in the competitive scene.
Always appreciate the players' insights so much. So again, to all those players right there and to all the players that gave us interviews throughout the regions, thank you so much. I'm sure there's a lot of new players watching right now wondering what they can do to be like a lot of these pros. Speaking of pros, we have to take a quick look at some of the pros and their drop spots that we're going to be expecting today. And I do want to focus first on some of the teams we saw compete yesterday. First of which, Tavern and Cause. Obviously, Turtle Tavern has been such a pivotal pro for so long, Panda. But yesterday's performance, I think they got 40th place, so not the best.
Yeah, it's definitely not the performance I was expecting from them. However, a new day, new opportunity. This is their last opportunity, though, so they need to make sure that they win over the game plan. They ironed out any kind of issues they had with day 2. They've thrown it out the window, not worried about it, going into day 3 confident, and they need to be smart, right? Again, we saw a lot of rotations there where they weren't necessarily covering their back, and they were end up taking a lot more damage than they needed to in the mid game, and it just caused more issues than it did good for them. So they have to be a little bit more vigilant when rotating. Otherwise, they're going to have a similar day 3.
When I say Turtle Tavern, Clay, what is the first word that pops into your mind?
I said yesterday, volatile. He can either have really good games or really unfortunate games where they don't play as well. But when he is playing great, his good games are phenomenal. So it's kind of a flip of a coin. Which Turtle Tavern are we going to get today? Are we going to get that one that is patient, that is waiting for the end game, that knows when to take high ground? Or are we going to get the one that's going to W key a little bit too much?
Well, I feel like today, with it being the last chance for these teams to make it through, I'm wondering how many of them are even going to be trying for those points for the placements and eliminations and instead not going for the VR. But right now, let's focus again on another duo. And again, a duo that we saw compete yesterday. I think they got 39th. So again, not the best performance. It's going to be Jeevan and Quaxy here. But Panda, just as Clay was saying, that, or just as you were saying, there's a lot of opportunity for things to change up over 6 games.
Yeah, and here's where it needs to change, right? Daily Bugle was extremely contested yesterday. It's been extremely contested throughout all of FNCS this season. So if they're going to continue to take this spot, they need to be more vigilant in where these other players are landing and stay to their loop path. I cannot stress that enough. Sometimes you find yourself going on your loop path. You start off strong, and then you veer away thinking that you have an opportunity on another player, but that means they have more time to continue to loop before that engagement takes place. You have to be smart. Focus on your loop path and either try to get away from the engagement or take the fight quickly, because you cannot afford to spend too much time off spawn in an engagement like that.
Oh, without a doubt. One last duo to focus on real quick, and a duo that we all probably know, although I don't know how much they've actually played together before the trios competition of the last chapter, but Wavy and Chris. Clay, I mean, these two names right here are synonymous with NA West.
They are. Wavy Jacob is a phenomenal player. It's been around for a long time, but I'm interested to see how he differs up his play, because obviously during the qualifiers he wasn't able to make it into those round 3s, wasn't able to perform the way that they wanted to. So how are they going to change their performance there to now? I'm very intrigued to see. Are they going to still play a little bit over aggressive and still play for that victory royale? Because again, the format didn't really reward that in the qualifiers. You really need to play for those placements along with the victory royale, rather the eliminations along with the victory royale. So I'm excited to see how they change it up, because Wavy Jacob, again, like Turtle Tavern, loves to go aggressive but has to keep it measured.
Well, Panda, with that being said, then Wavy Jacob being the aggressor, maybe the other side of the yin yang is Chris there, who is a bit more passive as a player.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen Chris play with the likes of Falconer and Ree. We've seen him do big things within the scene, and he has a great Fortnite brain. That's what I like to call it. It's that IGL standpoint within a team, and Chris has it. However, that doesn't always work well in duos. We've seen teams like actually Day and Clicks, who neither player is really an IGL, but that still works in duos. So it's not necessarily as convenient and as serious as it is in trios, but here in duos, anything goes.
Oh, anything goes, and anything is definitely going to be going on these off-spawn fights. A lot of times we'll see a team that seems to be the team that's going to be able to make it through, but they have a contested drop spot. But then once their contested drop spot is the first off-spawn fight, Chet, I'm sure you're already aware what I'm going to be saying. Daily Bugle, everyone seems to be landing there, Panda. Why is that?
Well, like we've talked about before, it is one of the hot drops because of the way that it's set up. It's set up very similar to a Tilted Towers in the way that the buildings are structured, but a little bit smaller. Obviously not necessarily as impactful as Tilted. There's still so many opportunities to take advantage of here from top to bottom in the buildings, but the big point that you want to focus on, if you are landing here, like I said before, is loot paths and then trying to get a height advantage on any other teams that are around you. Any of those early game tags that you can get are impactful not only for Surge, but for your confidence level. The more damage that you put on the other players that are landing on you, the more likely you are to scare them off.
So do you think it's an opportunity, a successful opportunity there at the Daily Bugle for all three of these teams to actually be able to walk away and find some potential success in the endgame, Clay?
Daily Bugle, not as much, right? If you're dropping Tilted, Sleepy, yes, that's one you can split with 3 teams, but Daily Bugle.
On 5 we need to look to is Rocky Reels, which I'm actually excited.
He doesn't have enough loot for. So conducive to being able to fight if someone does in fact contest you, right? You've got that big middle building that you can kind of cut people off of. If you can land there and your teammate can land at the taco shop and just kind of come together, you get a majority of that loot, and the others are kind of just left to a couple different houses. So if you know how to play Greasy, you can control it while being contested and not have to worry.
Well, thank you guys so much for pretty much breaking down the entire map there. And Chad, I know that you guys are so excited to get into game number 1. But before we do that, we have to look at our predictions. Every day we like to predict which team we think is going to be coming out on top. So for me, I had to pick Wavy and Chris. How could you pick anyone else? I mean, Chris has been in the top 3 for the trios competition so many times. And yes, this isn't trios, it's duos, but when your duo is Wavy, I just feel very confident with his team right here. And Clay, it seems like you chose the same team as well.
I did. I mean, it's NA West. It's Wavy Jacob. Of course he's going to make it to the finals. It's NA West. He has to. It would be such an interesting finals without him. So I'm excited to see how they play. I do think that Chris can kind of keep Wavy Jacob from going a little bit too hyper aggressive and can rein it in. Like Panda said when he played with Ree and Falconer, that's kind of his role. And I'm intrigued to see if it'll work out in duos.
Yeah, well, give me a moment here to break something down for you. I see the 33s in their name. You talk about how they're normally a top 3 team. Well, guess what? They only made it to day 3 of the semifinals, meaning that's just why I don't have the confidence in them to continue on as a duo. Despite them being incredible players, that's why I didn't pick them as my number 1 choice. Now, Fade and Zaire, they're consistent, right? They know how to win games. They know how to bring something to the table. Despite this new meta, new format, new season, new chapter, they were still able to do things now. So that's why I'm confident they're going to be able to walk away with a VR today.
Definitely have to agree with Jacob PR's pick right here, Gosh and Sharp. I think they got 13th place, so they were just 2 away yesterday. So obviously proving that they can be able to grab a lot of points through placements and eliminations. And then we have Takata going with Slick and Day, another great team. But in just a moment, everyone, we are going to be jumping into game number 1. And in case you're joining us for the first time here, this is it. This is the final day of the semifinal for NA West. We've already had more than 50 teams go through each day, with 11 teams making it through each of those days. So now 11 new teams have joined us. The only thing that's different, instead of 5 games, it's going to be 6. So
looking like they have a good amount of loot.
Yeah, this is one of those teams that switched up their drop. Not too much yesterday, but they did switch it up. They realized they were so far down. They try to contest those two teams over towards Daily Bugle. They actually did win the majority of the loot over on that side of the map, but they were so far in a hole late into the day, they were just unable to pull themselves out of it. And you can obviously see they're switching it up just a little bit, going more northeastern of that Daily Bugle. And that's something I kind of like, not too much, because you know as well as I do, if you don't practice the drop, it could hurt you a lot. But if for a team like this and you have multiple options, it could be something that saves your game.
I mean, it's key to know your loot path, know your drop path, right? Where you're going to loot, how you're going to loot, and depending on what goes on, if you decide to disengage from the early engagement and if you go loot the outskirts, you got to know where you're going to loot or where you're going to go so you don't waste time. But take a look here at Tavern. Looks like he's getting himself into an engagement here, trying to get a drop. Remember, the drops can give you launch pads, so that's very good for mobility in these games, but you don't want to risk it all as Cause gets cracked. Tavern's going to have to back him up. An opponent getting into his box, but looks like he's able to escape. This is looking dangerous.
Yeah, I think Clay said it as well. Tavern and Cause are going to have to figure out a way to perform better today, whether it's because you land on that north side of Sleepy Sound, but it might be a little slow. This time around, it's not. So the tags, everybody trying to get that drop and take it away. Cause found a moment, thanks to Turtle, to heal back up, and they got some shots off, maybe even a third party. So they're going to try to finish these eliminations quick to get the damage they need for Surge so they can have an easier end game.
Looking at Cause here, using the Med Mist to get back up to 100 total of 200 effective HP here, but it looks like now that they've got their damage done, I believe they even secured the drop. I think they did. It looks like they're happy, right? They've got their damage, they got their loot. I don't think they're going to keep looking for that engagement, but I mean, who knows? Maybe they want to secure a bit of eliminations. It is 3 points per elimination. That can be a huge factor on it, whether you qualify or not. But no, they're taking the safer route. Gonna get out of there, already have what they need. Now it's all about positioning.
Yeah, I love this right here. Exactly what you said. They got what they need. Now it's about positioning because they landed on the north sound of Sleepy Sound. And they kind of struggle on Surge when it's not over on this side of the map. They're used to rotating over, but now it's a little bit chaotic. So they know the tag opportunities are going to be there. So positioning is going to be the first thing on their mind as we jump on board superstars of the West region, Wavy, Jacob, and Chris. And this is something our analysts hit on again, and this is why we have some of the best analysts in Fortnite to kind of call and lay down the foundation. Wavy Jacob, known for being aggressive. There's multiple opportunities here all around him on the map for him to do so, but it's probably Chris letting him know, hey, we just play our game. We have all the experience in the world. The opportunities will come to us as long as we survive.
I just want to note as well, a player was just rebooted, and now we have 92 players alive, 46 duos in this match in the second zone. 30 seconds left until zone starts closing. Storm Surge is going to hit, and it's going to hit very, very hard this match.
Yeah, it just makes me wonder who is prepared, who is not. If you're under Surge, how much heals do you have? Because we see such a mixture of gameplay, and I'll say it again, I love Fortnite because it allows you to change things up. It allows you to kind of be creative to where teams, when they're down Surge, they know they have to get aggressive. They know that either where the players are at, how many are left alive, as every single player in the lobby is still alive, they're going to have to either get the tags or find a way to out-heal that Surge. Since there's so many players alive, Takata, out-healing it does not seem like an option.
Out-healing, it seems way too difficult. You can see it. Second zone Surge popping. We already have our first duo, which is below, but I'm sure there's many more alongside them. So right now, it's a quick stress ball all over the map, seeing how are we going to get these tags, or do we push a team? Do we go for shots from afar? What's the play? What's the strategy to get the damage, Jacob?
Yeah, and I kind of feel for these teams that don't have the necessary heals to out-heal it. You're 53 below. That's just 2 good tags. Maybe even less, depending on what you hit them with. But Hurton right now is just waiting for that opportunity. He knows players are around, trying to minimize the audio in which he's giving out. And this is where you see almost everybody on screen right now is below that Storm Surge threshold. So there's going to be a lot of action to go down as Static is going to start us off. The elimination feed he gets to.
Oh, Taking a look too, you can see Fallen here. This is our duo, which actually, if I'm not mistaken, disengaged from Rocky Reels in the early game. Now, with the Spider-Man web shooters, with a good amount of loot. So it looks like it worked out for them, but what didn't work out for them from not taking that engagement is the damage. 130 below Storm Surge. Zone is already coming to a close. 35 seconds left until it's fully closed here. Still 88 players alive. They have to make a play happen. Either it be a box fight or some shots from afar, but they've got to do something.
Oh, now we're already getting aggressed onto piece by piece. Their options are slowly closing, but they have to answer back, and they're going to go ahead and try to take the pieces back. And you see the Stinger Hammer onto Volty, but they're still 174 below the Surge. Prism takes a big tag. He's going to be knocked. Volty by himself. He's receiving a massive amount of damage. Forced to back up, trying to build up, and he gets taken down. Out of the lobby you go. Waiting for next game is underway.
And that's it. Bo Cross and his duo are going to secure those 2 eliminations. That's 6 points, but also that's a lot of kind of a safety net for the Storm Surge there. But take a look here at Hurt, who's 178 below now that his duo partner Smoke has been knocked out of the game here. He does have a good loadout, but not a lot of shields, and that's what you need for surviving this zone here at 200 below. Jacob, I mean, Hurt's got to do something.
Yeah, he's looking as hard as he can to try to find the players that are around him to get the tags. But they know the Storm Surge is there. They know they just got to back up. He's trying to take the pieces. He's chasing them. The enemy team knows they just need to back up. It's only a matter of time before Hurton goes down. Now he's looking in the distance, and he gets taken down. That's exactly why you see teams in the later portions of the game start to get aggressive. They don't want to let their entire tournament rely on Storm Surge.
Taking a look here at the zone, we have 2 duos that are not even inside of the circle yet, still getting picked by Surge. We have Batterista and Physics, 2 players on a different input, playing from console. So this is our actual only duo, I believe, which is in semis here, playing from console in the NEA West region. So very impressive just to make it here. I'd love to see what they can do here in the last day. But looking at Pollo, who's 19 below Surge, that's just 1 shot with that MK7 assault rifle, and they'd be above.
Yep, and this is one of those teams. They're only 19 below because they had that contested Rocky Rails where they're able to put a couple shots down, and he connects with even more, but still only a sliver above the threshold, so he knows his job is not done yet, as it looks like Confi and Yale on the side, they're below the threshold as well. They're taking damage, and they can't out-heal it. They have no heals to do so, so they have no choice but to look to get aggressive. There goes an 18 tag, but being down 38, it's not going to be enough.
19 below now, just looking to see if they can connect one more shot, and they do, but just as they connect it, they go even further below. Yael's teammate goes down. Confi, you heard the loot hit the ground, you heard the materials hit against the wood, and now Yael is just trying to do everything he can to come out on top in this situation, but with 1 more tick to go, that is going to be the end of this duo.
And unfortunately for them, they didn't have enough to out-heal it. There weren't enough players exposing themselves for the tags, but a team that was able to survive because of early game action, Tavern and Kaz. They didn't have a good day yesterday, but that's why they worked so hard to get the series points to advance on Saturday to give themselves not 1, but 2 different days of opportunities.
1 point currently, but a lot more to come here for Tavern and Kaz. They have 2 big shields, 2 minis, so you can tell that Storm Surge did affect them. They had to use a few of their shields to come out on top and tank it, but now with 4th zone appearing soon, they're gonna have to see whether they'll have to do a rotate or not.
Look at that replay. This is finally their chance. They got that opportunity they were waiting for to get aggressive. It doesn't look like they actually got the elimination, though. They're probably just going for the refresh. Matt and Javier, CZR, not having the best day. You see they're back to the lobby. But you see where everybody in game number 1, it's just placement. It's a little bit slower than a lot of that action we had to start the day yesterday, because this is that final chance, Takata. We kept talking about it, and I'm going to keep talking about it all day long because there's so much pressure on the line.
I mean, just like you're saying it, there's some duos here that have been here since day 1 of the semifinals. In day 1, they said, okay, you know what? If we don't make it today, we got tomorrow. And if we don't make it tomorrow, we got the next day. But now we're on the next day. We're at day 3, the last chance to make it to the finals. And you can tell that the pressure is at an all-time high, as I think we've had the strongest Storm Surge I've I've seen in semis.
Every player alive, I mean, 100. I've never even seen anything like that. All players alive. Storm Surge bouncing off. Dom was down very, very early on, but not before they can get both of those eliminations and set creep up to where he doesn't necessarily have to worry about Surge early on. There may come a time later on the game, but if you look at his resources, his mats, he's probably trying to put himself in a position for a refresh, but doesn't want to force anything either, as Pollo and Glow have emerged for now as one of our first place teams.
Cool first place teams, and they're looking good. Almost 500 above the Storm Surge threshold. 6 mini shields still. Even has a med mist, but be careful with what I say as Pollo gets cracked down to 56 HP. Gonna recuperate that with the med mist. Look at his teammate Glow with 10 splashes, Jacob.
10 splashes. Probably found a lot of coolers getting ready for the beach, whatever it may be. He's going to have a great arsenal of heals, just like you said, to get his team back up to that tip-top shape. And I like the way he's effectively used them as well. Even though there's a sliver of shield missing off of Pollo and himself, he's not wasting it. He knows how important those are going to be later in the game. As you see Epic Psy-Razor towards the bottom, you see Nico. That was one of my players to qualify onto day number 1. Unfortunately, after 2 days of chances, they're here on day number 3, just like everybody else, feeling that pressure.
We got Matt here at 35 below, feeling some of that pressure you were talking about. Meanwhile, Tavern, what's going on here? They're out of the zone. They're in an engagement here, dropping down the hill, looking to get inside a box. Actually knocks down one of the opponents. It's cool, but be careful. The pressure is coming in from afar. You have different duos from the surrounding areas applying that pressure with their assault rifles and causing Tavern. They're going to go down in game 1.
Yeah, they got put into a blender there. When you're the chosen one in the lobby, only Neo is able to survive that one. As you see, Matt Knobs, day by day, taking it step by step, trying to survive, just like BQtify on our right side of the screen, trying to survive that damage threshold. Luckily for him, he puts himself 52 above. So he's going to be able to outmaneuver it from now and get the loot of what looked like it could have been his fallen comrade. But Matt and Knobs have some uphill to kind of overcome, and it's not going to be too hard, because if they have themselves in zone, no, it does look like they're actually going to have to go to the mountain. I was going to say, they can keep themselves below there and stay out of the line of sight of everybody, but that's not going to be an option, as they have to go to the top of the mountain just like everybody else.
Would have been a nice option, but unfortunately not gonna be one now. Trying to see if they can get that rotate through. You said it's gonna be difficult, and it's showing that right now. 3 damage above the Storm Surge threshold. Looks like they might have barely edged themselves in, but great find from Matt there, doing a good amount of damage to put themselves above the threshold.
Ooh, I think I just saw somebody get taken down by Storm Surge there towards the bottom. Matt probably seen that was an opportunity, and the thing is scary is when teams see you taking that surge damage, that's also a green light. Everybody in the lobby is going to make you a target, whether they get the elimination or not. It's the refresh, it's getting another player out of the lobby, that everyone has that same goal. As Matt Knobs splitting those builds, making sure you have equal amount each, but BQtify is still going through it, stuck into the storm. He knows he's down and out, not gonna waste the energy.
He said, this is it. There's a multiple amount of duos looking at me, applying pressure from afar. I don't got any shield to work with. I'll let them have it. Now in the 6th zone, 12 seconds left till we start getting into those moving zones. And look at that, Matt finds an incredible angle, which is almost gonna take down Chris, Wavy Jacobs duo, but does not get the knock.
Yeah, and you see Matt and Nav, they know in this position, endgame, about to be moving zone. They're in a good spot right now. They cannot chase after those eliminations, because even though it would be great to get a little bit of that refresh, you would put yourself in such a bad spot, especially everybody in the lobby notices, as Aguilar and Complant for now are going to be 25 below the threshold, looking like they might be setting up a short pad to try to get ahead of zone and set themselves in a spot where they can look back and get the damage they need.
Trying to pick out the perfect position to land here, as we have Chris on the right side of the screen here alongside Wavy Jacob, trying to recuperate a bit of his HP, but be careful. 2 below the Storm Surge. They have to focus on 2 factors now, rotating and also damage. Aguilar, though, he's made it to the zone, but he's close to other opponents. Actually going to get straight to the engagement there. Knocks down his teammate, but now it's all up to Aguilar playing it out as a solo.
Yeah, a little bit of miscommunication, not on the same page, different speed as well for Aguilar and Complant. That has been one of their main issues throughout the qualification process of the semifinals here. They're one of the teams we talked about from day number 1, but Aguilar will not quit. He will not stop. Gets a knock on a Batterista. Can he get the siphon? It's going to be needed. Living on a prayer. 1 HP. He takes fall damage and goes back to the lobby.
Take a look at the high ground, though. The contrary of Aguilar, the duo that was contesting them yesterday. We have Show, we have Poppy Blast 4 eliminations, legendary loadout 500 above the Storm Surge, and they have the high ground.
Yep, you can see what not contesting can got to do to you, because these guys have been battling all day long yesterday. Neither one of them able to get a footing because of that initial battle, put themselves in such a bad spot, but they're holding on to the high ground for now. But it looks like there is going to be a battle, but the separation is in. A player drops low. Salt Lover has no choice but to drop low as well, so the high ground will remain in control as Jacob and Chris here on a layer towards the middle, trying to play slow and steady, but they need the refresh and the match. So Chris is going to drop down low, but he doesn't get a ton, so he still has more work to do.
Poppy Blast and Show still on the high ground. They've secured it, but right as I say that, they get knocked down. Looks like there's some duos that want to contest it. Who's going to be able to come out on top, keep that high ground? Looks like Blast has been boxed up, but Show seems pretty relaxed right now. I feel like he can keep it. Can he help him? Can he get the knock? There it is. Smuck going down. Poppy Blast is still alive, but no clutches coming in from the zone, knocking him down. Now it's a 1 versus 1 for that high ground. Clutches versus Show.
Yep. Clutch just lost his teammate as well, but he gets a sacrifice. For them, it's points. It's damage needed, but Hound and Prism find their way on the high ground. Yesterday, they were taking it a little too early, and teams were overthrowing them through that position. Now they change up their game. A zone later, how will it work out for them?
We have Hound here looking for angles, looking to see if they can secure some eliminations. Great one there from Hound, but be careful, you're dropping down low. This could be a chance for another duo to take that high ground, to come out on top. Also, Buzo and Evo, they're sitting on the low ground. That's a full duo. It's anybody's game.
Yeah, no mats on to Hound, so he's going to have to drop down low sooner or later, but he's waiting for that perfect moment. The opportunity prevents itself, as it looks like it's 3 duos alive. Hound and Prism take that mid layer and get the elimination and take out that duo. Evo and Buzzle, 2 duos that have been battling for the high ground for 2 straight days. They get dropped down low, fighting out of the storm. Evo's getting the damage. The knock is in on the Hound. Refresh is going to be picked up, but no mats, or at least not too many. They're trying to force the player out of the zone, and they do it. Evo and Buzzle pick up game number 1 and punch their ticket to the finals.
That's a win from the low ground. Evo and Buzzo played it perfectly, waiting while the high ground teams battled it out, while they used all their shield, all the materials, and took it at the last moment, securing those 2 eliminations, winning the 2 versus 2, and getting that victory royale and that golden ticket straight to the finals.
From day 1, struggling as 2 separate solos to bring it together. Day 2, coming closer and closer, inching themselves up that leaderboard to day number 3, starting off hot and taking game number 1. That opens up a spot on the map, though, to kind of somebody to take and try to win a game just like they just did.
Great point. A reminder, after getting that victory royale, that duo's qualified. They're in the finals, so it opens up a spot, chains up rotations. I mean, I'm curious to see what the desk has, to think about this, because there's a lot to break down.
I love to see this kind of start, because I was so afraid that it was all just going to be the height takes. That's what the victor's going to be, which becomes very predictable. But honestly, everyone is now trying to take height because they think that's the one path to success. And then Panda, these low ground teams are kind of just picking off players and playing patiently, and that ends up getting them the VR.
Well, I mean, we've talked about it before, right? It's these teams that try to go for high ground too early, or they don't have the sufficient material to actually hold high ground. So 2 very big problems here going into this for these teams, right? A good example here is Poppy Blast and Tano. Both went up for high ground, right? They got a good layer. It looks solid for them, right? But now they're getting contested. So now they have to use extra material to try and deal with this contestation. On top of that, they didn't really have too much mass to work with. That's why you see Show and Poppy down to, 1 build here, and I'm sure Poppy, I believe, only had a few more builds outside of that. Does get a refresh, but it's still not too much to work with.
Yeah, and really it comes back to, Kelly, the fact that a lot of these players didn't play in the previous metas where they had a lot of mobility, right? The shockwaves, the impulses that we used to have, right? It's same sort of scenario back in the day. People would wait, they'd play second height, and then in 7th, 8th zone, they'd all start to try to take it because, oh, hey, we take high ground, we win the game. But it's not how it works, because if so many people are going up, low ground is just going to run around uncontested, getting all the extra little siphon mats and be fine.
Which is exactly what we saw from Evil and Buzzo there. But I do want to talk about another player that was going for that height, and it was Hound with Prism, of course. But just like the other team, they kind of ran out of mats, ran out of resources there, Play.
They did. And again, it comes back to they're taking it a little too early. They tried to go for this, but again, they don't get any of the mats because it fell behind, and so they dropped all the way down. They were able to get the mats this time, but look, siphon mats weren't really there for them. They didn't grab all of them. Wasn't a prioritization about that, more about getting into zone. And then the targeting there from Hound, he swapped his target mid-fight there, so unfortunately he didn't put the same amount of damage down. He would have if he had just focused on one. Maybe could have gotten one of them down and then swapped over, but a great play nonetheless.
I mean, it was a great play to start, right? From the height, instead of going all the way down, they just went down to the second height, were able to take out that team right there, and then they had to do it again. But after kind of taking that fight, Evil and Buzzo are just going to chill on the low ground. But I said their name, I'm going to say it again because we need to take a quick look at our winners page, everyone. Typically, you would see 5 teams here, but of course today there is an extra game, so it's going to be 6. And the first one, it's Buzzo and Evil. They're going to be moving forward to the finals, which starts next Saturday, everyone. So congratulations to this team. Can't wait to see the 11 teams that are going to be joining them. And it might be some of these teams that we see right here, Panda.
Absolutely. Looking at this leaderboard, it's a start, right? Obviously, this is only game number 1. There's still 5 more games to play. But remember, it's not just about the VR. It's about being consistent and climbing up this leaderboard as well. Because again, those top 6 teams still have the opportunity to qualify through consistency. You don't necessarily need that VR, but it's going to be really interesting to see how it works out for these players. But a good start for people like Prism and Hound. 43 points on the board in 1 game is a good start.
Indeed, and with it being so close overall there, it's anyone's game. And I just want to point out yet again, another day 1 team qualifying for the finals. It just shows that, hey, these extra games that they end up getting to play will end up helping them out in the long run.
But I mean, you saw how close that was. I think it was 1 point separating first, second, third, and fourth. And this is still just game number 1. So many things can change over the next 5 games, everyone. And with what we saw there in that last game, Panda, it's really hard to prepare. Like, these top teams are able to play smart. They're able to take height when it seems appropriate. And they're still not able to convert that into a victory royale. So before we hop into game number 2, what is a key to success for holding height?
For holding height, not taking it too early, and having a way to refresh material. Because again, this is duos, not trios. We kind of talked about it yesterday, but we'll talk about it again today. Because in trios, you have a lot more material to work with. 3 players, one's holding that additional 1,500 material. That makes a difference for high ground, right? However, this season, you have the Spider-Man web shooters. You have the harpoon. These are things that you can use to get refreshes from the low ground if you're doing it effectively. So if you're a team that is trying to take high ground, make sure you have sufficient material before taking it. And then when you have it, you need a harpoon or you need those Spider-Man web shooters in hand to get some material from down low, any kind of elimination that you get to take advantage of it.
Now, I asked Panda about the high ground, but Clay, we just saw low ground win, and we've seen that between every region, and we saw it over the last 2 days. So what is the key to success when you're on the low ground?
Being hyper aware of everything around you, right? Like high ground, same kind of vibe, keep being hyper aware. But with low ground in particular, everyone's going up, so eventually they're going to have to come down to you. You need to be aware of that. You need to be looking at these players. How many players are going up? How many people do you see above you? Do you hear above you? And making sure you tarp out everywhere. Cover that entire low ground area. That way, people do have to drop down. You'll hear them breaking through your mats, and you have the advantage.
And that's exactly what we saw from Evil and Buzzo. But I'm sure Hound and Prism are going to learn from that last engagement. They did so well. So I'm sure we're going to be seeing them in the end game during game number 2, everyone. It's going to be starting in just a moment. So I'm going to be tossing it to our casters, Jacob and Takata. Please take it away.
Thank you so much, Kelly. 1 game down, 5 to go. And Jacob, I mean, what have we witnessed already in game 1? 92-player Storm Surge in the second zone. That's one of the craziest things I've seen.
Yeah, even one of those players, because we saw it drop down to 91 at one point, getting that reboot back up. But one thing I wanted to take note of is Evo and Buzzle did a great job at winning that game number 1. One less team over towards Covert Canyon. That is a ton of loot for whatever 2 duos are going to stay on that side of the map. So it's going to get really interesting here in a moment.
We saw them looting up the vault, but now they're qualified. That vault might be open for just another duo, but be careful, because if multiple duos try taking that spot, then it's going to be a very congested area. We also have the Daily Bugle, which has some duos that like battling it out. We saw people in Rocky. I mean, there's a lot of action on this map.
Yeah, and one of those duos you're talking about, Daily Bugle, sitting towards the top of the leaderboard this time around. So great switch up of strategy, and not going to have to wait long to see who else is going to try to switch things up, because the battle bus is ready, and game number 2 is on our hands.
One game down, 5 to go. We've seen already so much action, so many clutch moments, and we're getting right into the action here in the wintry, snowy part of the map. We have Creep and his duo Dom going for more of a split drop path here. They have Spider-Man web shooters close by, but they're most likely already going to be contested. So the decision is, how are they going to get their tags? What's their loot path? Where are they going to go to secure the medal? Their materials, Jacob. There's so much to think about to prepare for getting into this game.
Yep. So many different things here, especially as each and every game develops. It gets a little bit more shakier. Decisions end up a little bit harder and tougher as your opportunities to get the points and the victory royales go out the window. But I talked about one of those teams landing towards Daily Bugle. Coxie and Static is one of those squads, and they're always trying to switch things up. You saw yesterday, they were battling it out for Daily Bugle. 4 players even landing on one chest. Last game, they went ahead and left Daily Bugle early. They wanted to set themselves up and get the damage from the Storm Surge tags and got everything that they needed. But Yellow Glow and Pollo, at one point or another, they too had a share of first place. They didn't have to worry about Storm Surge early because of this off-spawn exchange.
In the last match, Fallen and his duo here, both the Fallen duos decided to take a disengagement from Rocky Reels, but it looks like they weren't happy with that, how that turned out. So they're gonna go for a battle here now against their opponents, Pollo and his duo. But the question is, who's gonna come out on top? We have Glow in 4th place right now, Prism and his duo in, I believe, more in the 20th in the leaderboard, 29th, I think, exactly. So, I mean, they're pretty split up. It's all about what their game plan is. Do they want to play for that late game, or do they just want to get their Storm Surge tags done now? Because last game, it was so strong.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to do a combination of taking control, trying to smush their options in. Pollo with a big tag. Boltzy is going to get dropped. Shield Keg doesn't even matter when they're putting that amount of damage that quick. And already off spawn, our first duo is out of the game as Pollo and Glow set themselves up with early Storm Surge tags.
And you can see how big that elimination point is. I mean, they went to first place. They went from 4th to 1st with those 2 eliminations. That's just a 6-point difference, shooting them up in the leaderboard. Now we have Beast Remy 2 and Greasy Grove. We heard Panda, we had Clay talking about this drop spot. It's been in Fortnite in a few different chapters here. Now seeing it in chapter 3. I mean, brings back good memories, Jacob.
Yeah, it definitely does. A lot of familiarity going on that side of the map. So it's going to get really interesting to see how a lot of these things happen and kind of go down, because we've already seen a couple of teams that landed here throughout our first couple qualifiers and then leave this spot and not want to claim it anymore. Beast and Remy also one of those teams that are switching up their spots. To me, that says there's not a ton of things that are comfortable for them. So they're just trying to take what they can get in certain situations. Wavy and Chris, they got uncontested Logjam, Lumberjam, similar to what they did last game. So they're going to take their time. They're just going to get all the resources they need, get all the items that they need before they have to go in towards zone. And luckily for them, it's not a far travel to the zone. The only worry for me, Takata comes in, is where are they going to get that Storm Surge from?
And that's hopefully what they've planned beforehand. Good thing about Logjam is you can get your materials very quickly there, but it's all about that Storm Surge. They have mountains close by, high elevated positions that they can box up on and maybe look from, or some shots from afar, but it really depends to what their game plan is. We know Wavy, very mechanical player alongside Chris, so they're pretty confident taking box fights as well. If they want to do that, I mean, that's also another great way to get some Storm Surge. But take a look here, Remy and Beats seems to have found a player swimming close to their greasy drop spot, but looks like they're disengaging quickly and there's not going to be action here.
Yeah, for them, they got the information about the team that contested them towards Greasy on one side. They just spotted out another team on the other side. So they have to go ahead and make it towards zone. Otherwise, they might put themselves in not a good spot. And I say towards zone, they're already in zone. They want to get themselves some good high ground so they can set themselves up for a good opportunity, catching all those duo teams, rotating around. But Poppy Blast and Show sitting in 6th place already. So a switch up of strategy of drop spots, not wanting to have that contested fight anymore, is doing wonders for them, but it's only been one game so far, so it might also be too early to tell.
I mean, it might be too early, but for what I'm seeing, it's working very well from them. Poppy Blast and his duo have a great amount of loot, good amount of shields, almost full materials, and they're not contested. So as long as they don't have problems with Storm Surge, we should be seeing them consistently in the late game, and that's what you have to do if you want to play for that consistency leaderboard, if you want to get top 6 and qualify to the finals. But taking a look here at Chris, Wavy, looks like they're doing a rotate now in a vehicle to get to a high elevated position quicker, and now look for those Storm Surge tags. But here we have another duo more on the outskirts by the windmills. This is a Spider-Man's web shooters drop, so it's a very popular locations. We have Landjock Punisher already qualified, also dropped here, and now we have some other duos trying to take it up.
Former on one side along with his duo. Winks is just trying to go wide and get an angle, crouching to try to minimize as much of the audio as possible. Depending on if they're the ones who did the damage onto Ozzy, they are just trying to possibly look for a cleanup here as Former's just distracted, and that's going to team on the right side of your map. The shots are in. Winks, only one tag, though. That could have been dangerous as Former tries to back down little by little and reunite with his teammate.
Playing a little slow here. You can see Former was just looking for an angle, not making any aggressive plays, whereas Winks went for that shot on the side angle, got a few tags in, but didn't instantly commit, instantly go for that engagement. Just said, okay, did a bit of damage, didn't do enough for me to want to go and play that aggressively, want me to push it. So they're just going to keep, relaxing here, looking for angles, waiting, kind of deciding what to do. As I mean, you can see his duo there, SMG, is also pretty far away, so I mean, they're using up time right now, Jacob. I'm not sure exactly what their final game plan is.
And this is something we saw yesterday and it's being repeated today. Exactly what you said. They're using up time, and you already see another duo team trying to interrupt this fight. They heard the shots, they took their time rotating over, and there's this angle. This is where they're going to come into play. Winks and Yang have an opportunity to try to get the damage, but they're so split up right now. They're so far out. I do think this is going to become troublesome for them once they're trying to look for their own escape route, because they have 2 different teams now set up on both of their exit routes.
Yeah, it's not looking good for them, but what it is looking good for here is Tavern and Cause with a great position to get damage done. Also saw Slick and Day there on the side of the hill, who also have a great position to do some damage, and that's the benefit of being able to rotate early and take one of these mountains, one of these high elevated locations before the opposing duos do, because now all the duos that are rotating in looking for a good position, they're too late, and you're just going to get free tags on them.
Yep, he's at least trying to do so. His Tavern missing a couple, but if you look at all the medium and light ammo, he has all the opportunities in the world, especially if he got tags early on, because he does land a North Sleepy. In order to get to the spot, you have to go through a couple of duos already. As you see Blast and Show towards the bottom, still not giving up on the tags that they need as well. And that's Day and Slick, your pick. We already talked about them being on that side of the map. Everybody just calm, cool, collected, and a little slow pace to start off our day. And to me, that's not too surprising, because that's a little bit of what West is known for. Once we get into later games, when people are realizing where they're positioned in the leaderboard, that's when things tend to get a little chaotic.
that's when things get a little more crazy. Taking a look, though, at the map, we have more of a west, a little bit of a northwest zone here, close to a few lakes, close to a few mountains. A lot of possibilities on how this can close, but we have Poppy Blast Show kind of taking some tags at Slick Day. They're getting some tags back, just doing as much damage as they can without putting themselves in a very risky situation.
Yep, you kind of see right now, all 4 of those duo teams, all 8 players, are going to have to rotate a little bit towards the zone, but the 2 that are closer, they know they can wait till the last possible moment. They can even wait till it closes, so they can use that as their opportunity to get the tags that they're looking for in that moment. But talk about needing a rotate. Nabs and Matt also need a rotate, and that's where they'll hop in the vehicle. Very, very similar to Aguilar and Compilant, who's that duo that's kind of right in front of them. So everybody's going to be forced to rotate to the north side. You see the info, the stat. Faden's there, Nabs and Matt. Only duos that won a game to qualify yet haven't advanced.
Oof. Good info there. Taking a look here at Navs with the 6 splashes, 2 shieldfish, 5 minis, and look at that, a legendary pistol, Jacob. Not using the MK7, not using a Ranger assault rifle, but using a pistol. I like it.
I definitely like it, depending on kind of what you have, and it's going to be a legendary one as well. But it's going to have a punch kind of pack to it, especially if you get in those close quarter combat fights along with the striker. It's not going to be as deadly as a stinger, but it definitely could outpunch an MK7 if you kind of have that great aim. As you see everybody trying to rotate towards zone, some a little bit easier than others. Aguilar and Compilot, they are one of those teams we saw in the car early on. They're going to find their spot in the zone, leave it a little early, and just kind of clarify that stat, because obviously in the semifinals, it's win and you're in. They were the only 2 teams to win a game in the qualifiers to get to this point and not advance directly to the finals.
Exactly. You heard that, though. The Storm Surge meter has appeared, and I'm liking what Glow and Boyo are doing here inside a little bush. They're fine with Storm Surge. They don't have to do damage. They're good. But if they have some opponents that maybe take the wrong path, take the wrong road, and end up in Boyo and Glow's bush, this could come out for a few eliminations or a couple. I mean, they already have 2.
Yeah, they don't have to worry about damage. Right now, it's just going to be one of those duo teams that might be just rotating by, not really thinking much of it, trying to get themselves a spot in the zone that could catch them off guard. Is Coxie and Static, one of those Daily Bugle teams. 3rd place after 2. So for them, it's just slow and steady. You already have on pace. You got towards the end game last time, so you already have a little bit of that formula figured out, so you don't have to change up too much. Other than going for tags, as you see that the 34 below, and almost everybody on screen is going to be below that Storm Surge threshold.
Oh, well, you can see Salt Lover and his duo, they want to get straight into that action. They're not trying to get eliminated to Storm Surge. They're going to get eliminated to players, or they're going to go straight into the action and secure some eliminations. But be careful here, as Static and his duo partner, they're just above the threshold at 27 damage above. They have the mobility they need, but now you heard the tick, 22 below. They've got to make something happen here. 20 seconds until the zone closes.
I'm just waiting. They know duo is there, built into wood. And you know as well as I do, that's a signal right there that it's easy going to be able to break through the boxes piece by piece. They're taking away options, but the tables have turned. Coxie gets shot up, taken down almost to a sliver of HP. Now Static is forced to be the hero. Defensive, the tables have turned piece by piece. Is being taken away from them, but Static now, deja vu, backs down the opponent team and allowing his teammate to kind of heal up. And you've got to look at the result. They got the damage they need to go above the threshold, but instantly it's dropping before our very eyes.
It's kind of like one of those situations where you take a box fight, but you don't necessarily do it just because you want eliminations. You do it just for that damage, and they secured it, but a team that needs it, Clux, Shades, 182 below. They're using those chug splashes to try and keep themselves up, but be careful. They have to do that damage, going for a spray with that Stinger SMG onto the wall, trying to do anything they can to get a bit of damage done. There it is. Few ticks on their opponent, almost cracking Ghosty, but now Clux doesn't have any shield. Shades is down as well with no shield. Jacob, they've got to make something happen right now.
Yeah, I can see being contested over towards Ruins. They're not positioned to get the damage they need, and this has been the struggle even yesterday. Their top 2 placings was a solo from Shades, and it was when they were uncontested and didn't have to worry about the surge. And you're seeing the opposite. They have to worry about it. They put themselves in a bad spot, forced to battle with their backs up against the wall. Clux loses his partner, and Shades is forced to make a miracle happen, running out of resources. Definitely doesn't have any form of heals to heal on back up, so this is going to be a journey. This is going to be a hard one for him to accomplish.
Journey for 2 solo players. Clux, though, almost getting eliminated. Their zone now closing, trying just to see what he can do to get out of this situation. We also have Poppy Blast playing as a solo. His show has gone down, but making use of the vehicles on the map to get into zone. Clux, though, does not have a vehicle available to him and is going to have to rotate on foot through previous builds. And I mean, if you look at that map, he's got a long ways to go.
Oh, there's a med kit right to his left. I know he would have found it useful. Probably doesn't think he has the time. Poppy Blast using one of those med kits right before getting that vehicle and trying to just beeline it towards the circle. Ooh, he's going to get the reboot off, but it almost makes me wonder if that stat is still true, because yesterday it popped up on screen. No team has been able to successfully win a game after rebooting, but that was yesterday, and that's why I said it makes me wonder if this is a blessing or a curse for Poppy Blast.
I mean, this could be it. We could see the stat being broken here today if it wasn't done already yesterday. Now Show appearing back into the game. Poppy Blast and Show in 6th place. You can see went to the passenger seat. Let Show drive as he uses the med kit. 10, 8, 6. Oh, gets the med kit off just in time. Looks like they're going to make it into the zone, but now it's the harder part. They have to survive this spray. The pressure from the opposing duos, the vehicle getting exploded. Poppy Blast and Show, they have to do everything they can to get out of this situation.
Yeah, Poppy Blast, as the driver, knew exactly when to get out of that vehicle, but Show, he was the one that took the brunt force of that damage, and now he is forced to live with the repercussions. Backs up against the wall. The lobby knows they're there. The lobby knows they're chipped out, and you see a bunch of players that are hungry for the eliminations, particularly Tiny and Fruit. What more hungry duo can you get of a team that missed out barely tying during the qualifier process?
Oh, just on the cutoff there. Also, though, taking a look at a new duo that came in today for the round 3. Chris and Wavy Jacob currently in 10th. Doing a good job so far here in the second game, but getting a little stressed out as Chris only has 4 mini shields. Does have 2 peppers for mobility, but I mean, looking at the zone, they're going to have to maybe use them. You can see throwing a pepper to Wavy. There it is, popping them. This is where they have to figure out the rotate. Do they go to the right, to the left, under the builds, build over them? So many options. But Chris, with that IGL mindset, has to make the right decision.
He's probably looking towards his left side, seeing how congested it actually is. But it's the decisions. Do you go into that congestion, or do you play towards the low ground, possibly making yourself a target just like this? But they're going to escape untouched for now as they try to find a spot in zone. Salty Lover, Sunseat, trying to find those tags. Tavern might be on the receiving end. The car's just a target right now. They might have to think twice about what route they choose to get in towards zone. Is 177 for now, above the threshold. Doesn't necessarily have to peak, but they know sooner or later that's going to be tough to maintain as they spot a duo living on a prayer outside of the zone. That's going to be Rush. He's going to go down. The elimination is going to be cleaned up, but there's still another player there trying to survive. And Show and Poppy Blast, they're just being sneaky as could be, and it works out. They beam Tavern down, leaving Cos by himself. A great shot from Cos to try to answer back, but to numbers 2v1, that's too much.
That is maybe too much. Blast getting shot down to 12 health, though. Has the minis he can use to recuperate the shield, but the problem is they have to get the zone. They have to get the zone quickly. Just one tick. Blast going down. Show now without any shield has to clutch it up to get to the zone, but is unfortunately going to go down. They took out Tavern as well, so Cause is now playing as a solo and has to rotate in sneakily to the zone, but I think he's might have done it.
2 elims on to Chris. And that's why this team, that's why you got 2 of our analysts picking them out of many to kind of qualify for the finals. They have all the experience in the world. They have the aggression. They have the mechanics, but they have what it takes to win it in 2. Only time will tell. 47 above the threshold, though. Team is still currently sitting in second, so they're doing a good job of holding on to their position.
I mean, it's doable. As a solo, if you have that Spider-Man web shooters, if you have a good amount of shield, mats, ammunition, I mean, you can really clutch it up in this duos format. But the problem is getting that damage done. 43 below. Go has to figure out what his game plan is here. 2 players have to be eliminated, and the Storm Surge will stop ticking. So he can try and tank it out using the shield, or he can go for a bit of damage. It looks like he wants the damage as he makes that edit onto Cause, going for the elimination, but he's not able to secure it as Cause ends up coming out on the winning side of that, securing those 3 extra points and 1 more elimination.
Yep, for Cause, he's probably looking for a mixture of placement points and any eliminations that does come his way because he lost Tavern. And that's a little bit of revenge because those are the same people that took him down as Chris and Wavy trying to get themselves a good spot into zone, a little bit towards the low ground, so that way they can miss out on all the action. They know they don't need it, so it's about surviving and making it to the end game as long as possible, waiting for that perfect opportunity to try to take high ground, because this is one of those teams I can see them at least making an attempt.
Taking a look here at Hound with 10 health to work with, trying to do whatever he can to get out of this situation. But just like you said, I'm liking how Wavy and Chris are looking here. They already have 2 eliminations. Storm Surge, not a worry for them. They have shields, have medkits, even a harpoon. I have not seen a lot of the harpoon being used in this meta, but I mean, Panda was talking about it. If you're on that high ground, you have a harpoon. You can fish up that loot from below without putting yourself in a risky situation. So if Wavy and Chris end up getting a refresh, getting the high ground this game, it could be big.
See exactly why Play loves the harpoon so much. There's just so much utility, so much use out of it. And if you're not able to find the Spider-Man web slingers, that is a great alternative. It especially depends on what loot crosses your path along your journey as Poyo and Yellow Glow. They have a journey of their own. Max pull for them. They're going to recycle this launch pad. Take it step by step before they get in. But this is the moment. This is the zone. This one and the next one where teams kind of take that high ground too early. They waste a lot of resources trying to hold on to it. And it costs them, just like Yellow Glow and Poyo. They're getting turned on right now. The damage is not going to affect them, though, as no shots are going to be landed. They just drop down a layer to make themselves a little more safe.
Great job staying ahead of zone here by Wavy and Chris. On the other end, we have Glow and Foyer, which aren't too ahead right now, trying to end an engagement here, seeing if they can get out without getting knocked down or eliminated. As Glow gonna get a nice shot into opponent, actually secure the elimination without a stop to his rotation. Now almost ahead of zone, finds another one, not able to get the knock, but cracks his opponent here above the Storm Surge threshold. Now 51 points, Foyer and Glow, they're doing a good job here.
Yep, see Kaizen, Tiny, both of those going out. Nebitz and Balance Photo with the high ground. But for how long can they hold it? Javier and CZR, it looked like they were kind of go for an attempt, but with that jump pad, they just go right past it. Sunseed and Salt Lover, back-to-back games. This is their attempt at the high ground. It didn't work out for them last game, but second time could be the charm as the battle will continue. Chris is going to go down in the elimination feed to Aguilar. Gotta wonder what Wavy Jacob's able to do as a solo, as Balance is trying to hold on. The second attempt is going to be denied as Devitz and Balance Photo will hold on.
They're gonna hold on, but for how long? We've got another duo. They want it. They want that action. It's cool. It's his duo partner, but Balance Photo, they're doing a good job here of holding the high ground, even using reinforced walls to not allow those opponents to take them down. Take a look at Salty, though, actually gonna get a pickup on his duo partner. They're gonna try and make it back to the front of the zone here. Has the materials, has the splashes, but be careful as they're getting split up.
They're holding on to the high ground as much as possible. It looks like Chris did go down. 4 eliminations for this duo. Jacob is just going to go ahead and pop the med kit, give himself time before he tries to make his way in towards zone. It looked a little too close, a little too scary there, as now he's just found his position. 26 builds. He's going to have to make his way here and try his hardest. Gosh, now as a solo as well, towards the low ground, a little bit in front of zone. Him and Jacob side by side, back to the high ground though. And third time is definitely the charm, Takata, as they finally have achieved that high ground status.
They've been trying it for so long, and it looks like they might just be successful here. Still have the high ground, but there's a lot of duos on second high. There's a lot of duos close to them that might want to take it here in the next zone. We're currently in the 8th moving zone. Just one more, and it's going to be in the last zone here. Sunny, Salt, they've still got it, but be careful. Sunny getting boxed up, has to get out quickly. Successfully does it, but his teammate is in danger. Wanks and his duo partner, Yang, have the high ground now. They've taken it.
Yeah, I think Jacob survived at a fraction of a second to use the med kit. He found elimination. Nevin's trying to get in the box. Jacob staying alive yet again. Denies the opportunity. Even gets saved a little bit by Elder. 6 duos alive as Jacob is just a solo.
Just a solo, 64 points, has 3 eliminations, looking to get more 100 damage, but it's not enough. We still have Yang on the high ground with Wanks. They've taken it, and they're holding onto it. 4 duos alive, that's 8 players, and the action, the aggression from the low ground is not stopping.
Yeah, everybody's dropping. Only 1 solo, 2 duos left alive. Yellow Glow's doing what he can, runs out of chug splashes. Now has to find his way in towards zone. He has the mythic. He wants to try to take a shot at the high ground, but his builds are going out as he gets tagged up. He tries to go on the offensive, gets the refresh onto Javier. 1v2 situation, a mountain to climb, but is definitely a chance, but he gets shot from above. Wanks drops down low. He finishes off the elimination and takes game number 2. We got 2 teams punching their way to the finals.
Yi Yang and Wanks once again showing that the time to take high ground in these semifinals isn't in the first moving, the second moving, even the third. You want to take it at those last moments when your opponents don't have a lot of shield, don't have a lot of materials, and they did it just perfectly, securing them the victory royale.
And yeah, I like the way you said it, waiting for that time with all the resources and maps to do it. Salt Lover and the duo 2 times in that last game alone. They try to make a play for that high ground. You got to wonder how many resources does that cost you? And they weren't able to hold on to it. I'm hoping in this next game, they've learned their lesson. They don't go for it too soon because you can see the consequences.
Don't go for it too soon, but I think they're going to keep going for it. They have 4 more opportunities. Could be 4 more tries at that high ground. It's all about adapting, all about learning from your mistakes. And that is what the desk is going to break down for us here shortly.
Thank you so much, Takata and Jacob. And we just talked about this, guys. When is the right moment to take high in a secured way? And that's exactly what we saw from Wanks and Yeon, Clay.
And exactly, and it comes down to experience, right? Like Jacob said the other day, no matter how many V-Bucks you have, you can't buy experience when it comes to those moments. And sometimes it just comes down to that. Do you have the experience of knowing when to take high ground? And looks like they did.
And Panda, there was a moment there where Glow on the low ground, I thought we were going to see Evil and Bozo again, but as a solo, there's only so much you can do.
Yeah, there really is only so much you can do in a moment like that. I mean, look, when we break it down here, right, obviously Yellow Glow and Polo, this was another team that I wanted to pay close attention to because they were right outside of that qualification range yesterday as well. Now they're here. They're doing extremely well, consistent through 2 games, and they had an opportunity here. While they didn't necessarily get to take it, but they were able to just get elimination after elimination on the layer that they had. They weren't focused on the high ground. Look at the material count. They understood that they didn't have too much to work with, and that's why they were a little bit more cautious and more focused on getting those refreshes, Clay.
And they did really well. Look at how Flow Yellow is playing. They are doing so well. Look, like essentially 2v1ing right here, does get the knock and does get the elimination, and decides, you know what, it's not worth it. I don't have my SMG reloaded. I'm going to step away from that, use the chug splashes to heal up and make sure that they save themselves. And this was executed perfectly. Just look at that, the beautiful hit of the pickaxe coming through. And then unfortunately, they didn't have builds to protect themselves there, so they just took too much unnecessary damage.
But as far as a solo run on the low ground could go well, that right there was a perfect example from Yellow Glow. So great performance there. I'm sure him and Pollo are going to have a better performance in game number 3. But we have to remind you guys real quick who our winners are of the day so far, because remember, it's not just the top 6 at the end of the day that get to move forward. It's also every Victory Royale winner. And so joining Buzzo and Evil is going to be Astra Winks and Yeon SMG. So congratulations to that that team right there. Truly showcasing that you can't just, like, what we're so used to seeing in Chapter 2, where teams will hold height from Zone 6, Zone 7. That just doesn't work anymore as a duo competition. But what is working are the teams that we're seeing up here right now. Pollo and Yellow Glow jumping up to a pretty good lead, Panda.
Absolutely. Looking at the way that this is set up here, this top 6 is starting to run away with it in the top 3. So listen, if you're in a position where you're not in the top 10 right now, you need to be adjusting that game plan. You're going to need some serious points going in the next few games if you want to continue to climb, because some of these teams are staying consistent and they're putting some major points on the board, Clay.
Yeah, 48 points there. It's still in contention for a lot of these players as you take a look at the second page here. Down to 25 points there in 20th place. That's just a Victory Royale's worth of difference. That is well within anybody's range here, or even a second place, right? You get that Victory Royale, you're out. But again, those top 6 teams, if anybody gets a Victory Royale in there, they're plucked out, and that just makes that top 6 a little bit more close when it comes to overall points.
You know, I think we need to keep an eye out on one of the teams there that only had 2 eliminations total compared to everyone else. So going to be going for the Victory Royale win. But game number 3, this is going to be the halfway point real quick. And obviously, I need to talk about Chris and Wavy. They seem to be able to make it towards the end game every single time, but they're not able to break into that top 10, top 8 area, Panda.
Yeah, you're not wrong, but it's still working for them. Obviously, finding them in the top 3 after 2 games is really solid, especially when they went into this not in the top 10. So this is going to be a huge improvement over game number 1. However, can they remain consistent? Like we talked about, they're veteran players. We know them as such, but they only made it into day 3. So again, it's kind of that story of, despite them being so good as we know, will they be able to clutch up and continue to stay consistent, or even walk away with a VR here, Clay?
And it's about that chemistry as well. Look at how well they played together. They boxed out together. When it was just Wavy Jacob, he was getting Elim after Elim. It seems like Zeno ended up going down here at the perfect moment for Wavy Jacob. He did get pressured by a couple teams here. And look, just the experience of, hey, I know I had to change layers. Changes 3 layers back to back. Beautiful shots from him. Is able to get the refreshes right when they need to. Got 15 builds there, only had 1, and really put himself in a great spot. Unfortunately, right there did take a lot of damage, and you do see him being just taken down there because there were just too many players. You can only clutch up so hard when you have 22 HP, but a really great performance, and that bodes well going into the next couple games.
Oh, without a doubt. I'm sure game number 3, I mean, in game number 1, they were 13th. Game number 2, they're 6th place, so it's only a matter of time before they claim that VR. But will it be game number 3? Well, let's find out and join our casters, Takata and Jacob PR.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Panda. Thank you, Clay, for breaking that one down and getting us ready for our 3rd game. And this is where I think the 3rd and the 4th game, Takata, they're kind of like swing games. Where you are on the leaderboard after these 2 games is very, very crucial and important, because it really dictates how you got to play the rest of this one.
Exactly. If you're very close to that threshold, or maybe already in that top 6 threshold for qualifying through consistency, you want to not take too many risky plays, right? If you need Storm Surge, you want to look for it from afar on a high elevated position. We have a lot of awareness on the map, but if you're more down on the leaderboard and you're playing for that Victory Royale, how are you going to make it happen? When are you going to take high ground? If you want to play high ground, maybe you want to go for the low ground VR like we saw in game 1. I mean, there's so many options.
Definitely so many options, and the option is to get ready for this next game, because the battle bus is ready and game number 3 is right now. Game number 3, Takata. Calling it a type of swing opportunity for some of these teams that are around that bubble. But for some of those teams that are confident to go for the Victory Royale, it's just business as usual. And only one team, Pollo and Yellow Glow, been able to cement themselves a little bit of a difference against the rest of the competition.
Taking a look, though, at some other top duos here. We've got Formers duo. We have Kiz and Chicken, who are dropping in the Greasy Grow. Very popular POI, but I like what Former was doing there too, dropping on the antenna. Has a good kind of lookout on where his opposing duos are dropping, how they're going to be looting, and kind of where he might see them further along his loot path. But here with Kizin already finding some splashes, minis. I mean, now it's all about looting in the most efficient way possible.
Yep, and this is tend to, you see a little bit more speed, tiny bit more aggressive games, but you already see, or the lack of seeing them, I should say, switching up that drop spot, the game plan yet again. A duo trying to make the finals.
I mean, if you've studied your drop spot, you've made it the most efficient it can be, and then you change it in the middle of a tournament, it's definitely gonna make it more difficult. You're gonna have to play very well if you want to come out on top still, but it can be a good decision. If it's going very poorly for you in the early games, you're not securing points, you're getting out of your drop spot with not a lot of loot, not a lot of tags. I mean, you might have to do it, but it's not gonna be easy.
And not going to be easy at all, but it can kind of work out for you. We've seen Show and Poppy Blast having a much better day than they did yesterday, no longer contesting that Chonkers Speedway at the bottom half of the map against Kampalat and Aguilar. And we can see the difference. Some teams are using those contested spots to their advantage, others not so much, but the team sitting in first place by about 20 or so points. Pollo and Yellow Glow again against Prism and Faulty, who are seemingly always on the low ground.
Always on the low ground, kind of like Clay was saying, you have that billboard in the Rocky Reels, which is a permanent high ground, and that's where Yellow Glow and Pollo like to drop. But on the contrary, we have the Fallen duo here that have been playing it on the low ground. They went down in the early game here last game, and now looks like they want to change it up as they're playing aggressive. They're taking those shots. Fallen knocking down Pollo. It's now a 1 versus 1. Glow versus his opponent here, gonna finish down his knock, get that siphoned HP and shield, and now 1v1 Jacob.
Yep, picking up that epic Stinger, but the shots in the Stinger shotgun are dwindling down. Only has 3 different attempts, but plenty of ammo in that Stinger, so it's not going to be too much to worry about just yet, as Yellow Glow is just trying to figure out where the rest of that ammo went, but still switching over to that heavy, misses that first shot as Prism takes away the high ground. Yellow Glow knows this is not the time to try to battle for it, at least not just yet. Trying to see whatever is left over towards the ground and try to use it to your advantage.
Use whatever you can to come out on top. What a nice edit there from Glow. Was unable to connect his shot, though. Only 1 more shot for that heavy shotgun. Now, is he going to make it work? He does have that epic Stinger SMG, the epic Ranger assault rifle, but he only has 1 more shot in his heavy shotgun. Is he going to be able to connect it? Looks for it, does not connect, but takes out the Stinger SMG. Will he be able to do enough damage here to take down his opponent? Now they're both cracked, quickly popping those chug splashes.
Yep. Now he knows that Striker's shotgun still has, what, like 3 shells left in it? If he wants to go for the trade, and he does, playing this one perfect. The information that he's remembering right now could be the difference maker, as this one is going to be a prolonged battle. Still over towards Rocky Reels. Not able to leave the drop spot just yet, but the options, you can even see his resources and mat count is dangerously low as well. With Prism holding on to that high ground, I feel like he has that little bit of advantage, but still how you play it means so much, as Prism, both of these duos, actually, not just Prism, could have an opportunity to try to escape the Glow. Still from the low ground, tagging back and forth. Only 1 shot left, and that's all he needs to finish
it off there. Taking it down his opponent, showing why they're in the #1 spot currently.
Yeah. That's what you got to do here, is if you're not going to have those victory royales along the way, you need to be playing your game plan, getting those points around the map from placement or eliminations, and where you get those off your drop spot makes it even better, because now they can just finish looting up whatever's left, hit their loot path and try to grab whatever's left there as well if anybody didn't take it along the way, and then they could try to go directly towards a high ground spot in the zone to continue to try to disrupt the lobby and get even more Storm Surge tags, so it becomes a less thing to worry about.
Right, there's the pros and cons. They took a bit of time getting those eliminations, but now that they came out on top, they not only have 6 extra points starting off this game, they have the damage done, and now they just have to loot up very quickly and get those mats up quickly, because then they can just focus on the rotation. They don't have to worry about damage until further Storm Surge zones.
Almost about 20 plus points ahead of the rest of the competition. And that's something we've seen on a few regions throughout all 3 days so far in the early games. But it's how you hold on to it, because you got to remember there's an additional game today. So if you kind of forget that there's more points at the end of this one up for grabs for a lot of duos, you begin to slow down. That could be a problem. But that's why I like their way they're playing. Whether if it's 5 games, 6 games, or they got to play 12, they're playing the long game the entirety of the way through.
We'll take a look here at Aguilar's duo. They're not contested today, but they do have duos close by, duos that rotate close to their drop spot, and that's something you've got to be aware of. That's something you have to research beforehand. Which duos are in my surrounding area? Are they going to be looking for tags on me? Where are they going to rotate from? Are they going to want to take my vehicles? That's what Aguilar knows here, and they're trying to play a little sneaky here. We've got Matt and Navi here going straight in, looking for that action. He knows his opponent's cracked, doesn't have any shield, but be careful. You're alone right now. Matt is still coming to that engagement. The zone is closing, but still 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. This is not a situation you want to be in.
Yeah, not at all. And that's why I love the decision to back out of there. You have 10 splashes, 2 big pots. You don't want to use them all just to get towards that first zone. But look at that. They found themselves a loot llama. Now would be the time that you might think about taking those extra opportunities, those extra chances. Definitely want to take as many of the heals and resources as possible, because this is a blessing.
I feel like Fortnite just kind of told them, like, you made a good decision. That disengagement, here's a bonus. I'll give you a llama right there. Put it in that bush. Tell you guys you made the right choice for disengaging here and now. They've got not 6, but 12 chili chug splashes. Great for mobility. They've got everything they really need here. They just have to get out of the zone.
Depending on where it's at. And honestly, it does look like they might have a decent road to travel. Ghosty and Flameback, depending on if they landed and tilted, quickly trying to get out of there, along with Shades and Clux, Javon and Quaxy here. Everybody's just stacked so close together, and if you kind of look at the common trend, 27th and above. So this is a big game for them to perform or get that victory royale so they don't have to worry about it.
Taking a look at Jeevan and Quaxy here, both inside of the same box, kind of together. I feel like, yeah, this is more than just the 2 versus 2 engagement. There's 3 duos here, which is why Jeevan's trying to take kind of the sneaky route, seeing if they can catch a duo off guard, maybe get a full piece quickly, quick elimination. But Ghosty and Flameback are choosing to play it safe, refarm up their materials, play it slow, listen around to see what's happening, but be careful. Quaxy and Jeevan, they were close by. They saw the opportunity and they took it, but unable to get a knockdown now. It's looking like a pretty fair 2 versus 2 engagement. They have the web shooters, they have the shield, but looks like they want to get some damage.
Saw their opponent, and that's something I hope Quaxy noticed as well. The pre-edits are on, so that is a strategy that's been so useful and kind of brought back because of the Stinger SMGs, because how easy it is to get in the boxes and take away the covers and pressure onto your opponent. They have to be very, very careful, and the longer they take here, because you saw the zone pull north yet again, so many teams are going to have to make the decision. Do you fight in towards the storm to get the damage you need for Surge, or do you let it become an afterthought and worry about it later?
Ooh, Quaxy going straight in for that engagement. You can tell they want these eliminations. He's literally inside of their box right now, going for those tags. Takes down 1. Now they have the player advantage. It's a 1 versus 2 against Ghosty. Ghosty, though, knocking down. Oh, no, take that back. Jeevan knocking down his finish there, getting the siphon. Quaxy and Jeev have the player advantage still, but they've got to be careful. You can always do a 1 versus 2, but this is not going to be the time where we see that, as Ghosty goes down, giving another Spider-Man web shooter to this duo, but the third party's coming in.
Yep. Sniffed that one out from a mile away, heard the shots. They know it's important because of the way they stand on the leaderboard as Poppy gets 1. That elimination is going to be easy, and it looks like it could be a wipe as well, as Jeevan went down to Herbie. That's going to be a squad wipe. Whew, for them, it's a much needed one. As we look on board, the replays there in Fade. They go down, or it looks like they might, as Fade takes only a sliver of health to survive. And that is a dream team, and that is why they're one of the only teams throughout qualifier number 1 to win a game that is still here, unable to qualify for the finals just yet. But it's that type of momentum, Takada, that you build to get yourself the confidence to end these games on right.
and you build that momentum, and it's not only just for the leaderboard placements. If you build it enough to secure the victory royale, that will take you to the final as well. And I almost thought we were about to see a fourth party in this engagement, as we just saw 2 battles come to an end, almost starting a new one here. We also have Sunzi though and Salt. You know how much they like the high ground. They're gonna get into that late game, but right now they're in kind of a sticky situation here. 54 below Storm Surge. They have a good loadout, they have good materials, but they just need to do a teeny bit more of damage.
Hey, they look like they're gonna go for the high ground retake onto that hill. If it wasn't for Tavern and Kaz on their side disrupting him, but it looks like they're gonna try to sneak their way up there regardless. I think that was Biz and a duo not really catching this one just yet, but because they're unable to get any higher right now, this could be a good spot. They might not be able to put the shots above them, but it looks like they're going to continue. They just love the high ground and fighting for it.
They're going for it. Looks like they have it, but be careful because their opponents aren't done yet. Sunsi gonna take the safer option to box up, heal up. Salt gonna have to do the same thing here. There's a lot of duos below, so that's a lot of pressure from afar with those MK7 assault rifles, with those Ranger assault rifles. Meanwhile, they do have a duo trying to box fight them for that high ground. So I mean, as long as they get their damage done, that's a mission successful, but they have to not get eliminated trying to do so.
Yep. We know in 2 out of 2 for end games being achieved. You know, they attempt that high ground toward the end game, so they're going for that victory royale. And if they don't, they have the points through consistency. As Zeno and Nickjaw towards Shifty Shafts, 40 above. That's not too much, so that's definitely a thought in their mind. They might have to go for these tags here. And down low into Shifty Shaft, depending on where the cover's at, you might not be able to build. It's easy to get caught off guard if they're taking layer by layer, closing in on the options.
Sunzi ticking down little by little, losing shield little by little. We have Nickjaw too in the shift. Yeah, 61 above. Look at that shot though. Assault Lover now actually getting hit so low that one tag of Storm Surge fully eliminated him. Now Sunsi is just trying to get out of the situation as his teammates down 1 versus 2. Meanwhile, another duo applying pressure, and another duo, and another duo, and now Sunsi has to do everything he can to get out of this situation. 16 above only. This could go downhill literally at any moment.
I don't know how he's able to survive here. The lobby just say, you know what, we'll let him escape for now. We don't want to waste too much ammo. He brought out the hard mats. Now he's going to have to do it as a solo. And so that makes me wonder of the high ground attempts that he could possibly make, or even if he's going to go for it, because so far 2 out of 2 games, count 3. If you count that right there, as CZR and Javier end up in another battle against Nickjaw and ZNO, who were trying to push a team that was Crimson and Flux deeper, lower into Shifty Shafts and close out their options and block off all the escape routes. But now the same thing is happening to them.
Chris and Wavy Jacob on the right side, popping up some shields, recuperating everything they've got. I mean, they are looking pretty calm and collected. They talked about it on the desk. Wavy Jacob and Chris, they've been getting to almost every, if not every end game, but they just have not been able to secure that top 5, that top 3, that victory royale, which is what you need to get to the finals. But if they maintain that consistency throughout these 6 matches, we can see them do it.
So far, it doesn't look like they're getting over-aggressive. They're not chasing eliminations. They're not putting themselves in a bad spot, because that's the experience that we keep talking about of this superstar duo from the West region. And they're just waiting, getting themselves in deeper towards zone if they want, because they're already in on the edge. But this is where you know this duo is experienced. Being on the edge, especially onto that side where it's highly congested, you're just asking for trouble.
Asking for trouble, asking for something to go wrong here, as Sunsi is somehow still surviving this situation, getting out of it with a little bit of hope. But be careful as you see that opponent trying to find him, trying to look down onto him, but I only see one. That might be another solo. Sunsi making use of that sliding mechanic. We saw him do it to disengage the first battle, and now using it again to get to the zone, and it seems like he's just about made it, but the opponents, they know it's a solo and they want it.
For him, this game isn't necessarily about the victory royale, but if the opportunity prevents itself, I guarantee you he's going to try and take it, but it's getting as much placement points as possible. Any eliminations that fall his way as well, as Flux and does go down in the elimination feed to Javier and CZR. They were kind of jam-packed close together. And look at this, the amount of separation Chris and Jake were able to give themselves. I talked about, they're not in trouble just yet. They're not under siege. They're not becoming a target. They're just picking and choosing their battles. Because you can have all the confidence in the world to take every fight that you want, that you think you're going to take it. But in a lobby with such great players, you need to know which fights you should take and which ones you shouldn't.
That's the thing. It is 3 points per elimination, but you're not just eliminating anybody. You're eliminating the best of the best in the region. It's not an easy task. So if you're able to do that, I mean, you get rewarded heavily, but it's very difficult. We can see Pollo here on the left side alongside Aguilar on the right, just trying to get the rotates in, trying to get their nice position for the upcoming zone. We're in 4th zone here, so half and half will be appearing shortly, but so far it's all about just strategizing. What are you going to do depending on the zone? Where are you going to rotate depending on where it closes and what the final game plan is?
Yep, they close in about a minute. And just judge, and that southern portion of the map is just a mess. You don't want to be there. So for the teams that are on the north, especially if it pulls there, they're going to be thanking everyone around. No one's there. 257 is above. How are players going to try to deal with this as they continue to get the shots that they need, that they don't have to worry about it? And that's absolutely imperative for Aguilar and Compalot.
8 players have to be eliminated for Storm Surge to stop ticking. Aguilar and his duo are looking good right now. They don't need a lot of damage, but what they do need to do is be careful because they do not want to get knocked down in a situation like this. But on the other side, we do have Wavy and Chris, 470 above. They're feeling very good with their damage, but it looks like they want some more. It looks like they want some eliminations, and that's exactly what they're gonna secure. Getting some Spider-Man web shooters, actually 2 of them. 1 for Wavy, 1 for Chris. That is one of the most important refreshes they could have gotten.
Yeah, and you can already see they have the chug splashes so they can get right back on up to 200, sharing around those steel walls. You know how useful they've been up until this point. But surprisingly enough, the first place team, Pollo and Glow, who started off with 2 eliminations, find themselves 28 below the Storm Surge threshold. So this could be an opportunity for any team that wants to make them a target, get them out of the game, and try to bump themselves up the leaderboard. But Goss and Sharp, they end up on the wrong end of those shots. And that's going to be Pollo and Glow, just 80 above. It's going to be an afterthought, but for now, they don't have to worry.
Great use of the shield keg from Pollo and Glow to not get too negatively affected from the Storm Surge there. You can see they weren't too worried. They were staying in their box as the shield keg kept healing them up, kept giving them shield, and now they were able to get some tags done from afar without putting themselves in a risky situation. But ooh, Slick and Day, they're in a risky situation here. 50 players alive, so Storm Surge will stop ticking, but they were not left with a lot of shield. Day getting knocked down. Slick now with only 15 health to work with. Be careful going into Wavy and Chris's box, giving them a present here. Little bit of loot from Day there now. Slick's put in a 1 versus 2, and it's going to be very difficult to come in on top.
Can you imagine if you're Wavy and Chris there and the body just gets thrown at you? Ooh, what is this? A blessing in disguise? I know Slick didn't mean that, but oh my gosh, that's something you don't see every day. And they're going to take it in stride. Now they're going to run for it, reposition themselves in towards zone. They didn't like where they're at. It was over congested, not a safe feeling, so they had no other choice. Pollo and Glow, they're going to go up a couple of layers. You see them above Tavern and Cause, but they don't want to make themselves a target. And that's Shades and Clutch that are putting down a lot of those shots.
2 eliminations for Glow here. Pollo with 0, but they're getting close to 100 points here in Game 3. Once this game finishes, that's half of the matches gone, and so far they're on route to qualify through consistency. But you never want to speak too soon. With 3 games left, anything can happen as we have Aguilar here and Compalot going for a more elevated position. They have a lot of vision on the zone here and a lot of options to rotate.
Yeah, they have the launch pad that you're talking about. Spider-Man web slingers. Herbie's getting tagged up just a little bit. Not too much to worry about, though. 431 for now. Looks like it is going to be a below, but not 450. I knew that had to have been a mistake. I know they were getting aggressive. Everybody launching through the sky, trying to get themselves a spot because they were at the high ground. Aguilar and Complot have the choices. They have the options of what they want to do, and they're going to start off taking those tags, build just a little bit before they use the mythic Spider-Man web slingers to get across the map and still hold a portion of the high ground.
Look at this, 2 on the right side. We still have Slick making the rotate, getting it done with his teammate partner already down, playing as a solo, has those Spider-Man web shooters, but does not have enough damage done. Aguilar on the left side, looks like they want to control this high ground, but it's an early zone to control it, so they're definitely going to get contested.
You read my mind. 2 peas in a pod. A little too early for my liking. Zone 6 going into zone number 7. This is where teams begin to threaten you for that high ground. If you don't have the resources to back it up, it is going to become troublesome. But Aguilar is just watching around him, not putting the pressure on the lobby. He doesn't even have a lot of light ammo to do so. So this is going to allow him to freely watch his teammates back, which is important. On the right side, Polio and Glow are going to go down. Our first place team is out of this one for now. But Cool and Kaboo, they take the high ground. They knock down Aguilar. So this is going to be a solo mission for Compalom.
Will he be able to clutch it up? He has the damage, he has the materials, but he does not have the shields. Cabo and Cool, they're looking healthy on the high ground, but right as I say that, Cabo getting dropped down, has the 3 minis, has the mechanics to get the retakes done, boxing up his opponent. 43 blue, but it's not enough to take down all of the shields here. 38 points, gonna make a final decision to drop down. A little too risky to play that high ground, and now they just want to secure as many points as possible.
Herbie and Poppy, they take the high ground, but they don't have resources either to hold on to it. That's been a thing. This is where a team just waiting for this opportunity to take the high ground. Epic, Siderazor getting an elimination. Herbie getting an elimination. It will continue. Chris with his back up against the wall. The pressure will be alleviated thanks to Jacob. This duo could do it here in game number 3.
Great shot off there from Wavy, taking down an opponent there, making Chris feel a lot safer, but now they're gonna have to group up. They're gonna have to break these old builds that's not theirs. They cannot edit these walls, making a nice rotate on the low ground, staying ahead. Look at the high ground though. We have Herbie and his duo up above, but remember, they don't have a lot of materials. If Smuck goes for this retake, goes for that elimination, almost knocking down one of the players, that's their chance, that's their opportunity to go for it.
Yeah, he's saving that one web shooter to probably try to get down from the high ground. Clutch is gonna get lost in the fray. Medium bullets are none. Smuck gets dropped to just a sliver of HP. He takes that storm surge damage and he's gonna go down. Herbie, Poppy still holding on to that high ground, sitting in 16th place, reinforcing their ground because they don't have the resources to do it that way.
13 builds for Poppy. Herbie, not too many builds either, but look right below them. We have Show and Poppy Blast, both looking healthy. They might want to take that high ground. They might want to go for a retake, but meanwhile, the low ground being dominated by Wavy, being dominated by Chris. But look at Nico, 6 eliminations already, and he's looking to get some more here as a whole duo gets into his box, finally stopping his wrath.
Is that Chris and Jacob taking first place at the low ground? They do. Poppy, Herbie, they're splitting a layer, but they're holding on to the high ground. 4 duos remain, and they're full duos at that, so everybody having a fighting chance here at the end game.
Chris and Wavy Jacob are trying to strategize, trying to plan how they can close this game out. We have Poppy Blast Show on the mid ground, Chris, Wavy on the low ground, and then another duo on the height. There's so many duos alive. You can actually see there's 4 duos, 8 players. There are no solos currently.
Yep. Makes me wonder the resources on Herbie and Poppy. They didn't have a ton to begin with, and they've been holding it this whole time, possibly recycling the builds, using their brains here and not just using all brawn to try to take this victory royale. As Jacob and Chris out of resources as well. Everybody just waiting for the storm to push them into a battle.
Summy making good use of the med miss, trying to get his teammate to full health here, as they're most likely gonna have to go for an engagement. But look at that launch pad from Show and Poppy Blast. They're trying to take the high ground. Show getting knocked down, dropped to 30 HP, gets down on Chris, knocks him down. An incredible engagement happening on the low ground as Herbie and Poppy are relaxing here on height. Now 3 duos alive.
It makes me wonder, is Jacob still alive at the bottom? Chris goes down for sure. there's at least 2 different solos. Herbie and Poppy doing what they can. Jacob gets the siphon at the low ground, running out of mats, no resources. It makes me wonder about the heals. The med kit's being popped. Herbie's looking for Jacob. The med miss is being healed off. Both of them are down to a sliver. Herbie goes down. Poppy versus Jacob, but Poppy has the med miss. He could take it on a heal off. Almost hit the jump pad. Med miss versus med miss. Jacob runs out. It's all up to Poppy here with just a sliver of health as an advantage. Poppy advances to our finals.
Poppy and Herbie clutching it out with a heal off, gets the med kit play, and also on top of that has a med mist coming out on top in the heal game against Wavy Jacob. Great game for both players, but Poppy and his duo Herbie are going to end up securing the victory royale and securing their golden ticket to the finals.
And that's why I'm saying sometimes, Takada, all you need is a chance. I mentioned 40R Storm and Kadenox in your qualifiers. Guess what? Wavy Jacob and Chris here, even though they didn't get that victory royale, they got here on the 3rd and final day, and they're putting on the show. But for Herbie and Poppy, they're advancing to the finals. They get to watch the rest of the show unfold themselves.
What a great game for those last duos. It's been a long time since I've seen so many duos up in a late game. Normally there's a solo there wandering around, but I mean, these duos, you can tell they've worked on communication. They've worked on their game sense. They know how to stay together and they know how to make it happen. But we've got to throw it to the desk. Kelly, Panda, Clay, I need you to break that down for me.
And there is so much to break down. I feel like every time we talk about something on the desk, that's exactly what we see from the players. We were talking about when is the right time to steal height, when is the right time to stay in the low ground, and it kind of looked like everything went perfectly there, Panda. Of course, it kind of started with Aguilar and Kompalomp holding height from Zone 6, and we were all saying it in the green room, this is too early, Panda. So what exactly happened?
Well, I mean, like we've been talking about the last couple days, you have to be a little bit more vigilant with high ground. You can't take it too early. Like we saw with Aguilar, it just didn't work out in his favor for his team. But for teams like Poppy and co, they did it to perfection. They had heals in the inventory just in case. Wavy, of course, did run away, but they had the heals ready to go. They had the high ground. They had everything to their advantage. All it took was Wavy Jacob running away, using up those heals. And fortunately for Poppy and co, they walk away on top with that VR.
But before we could even get to Wavy in the 1v2 situation, Poppy and Herbie here, Clay, holding height from Zone 7 and doing it exactly what we needed to see.
And it was such a smart strategy there for them to use that armored wall just to get those heals to where they wanted to be. They denied a lot of high ground takes, and that's a really good siphon for Herbie, which will end up leading to them getting more HP overall. And you see, that was actually really smart, throwing the med kit away because he didn't want to give an opportunity for whoever was on the low ground to get that. You get the siphon and have some sort of possibility of using it. It's a very small window of opportunity with the med kit. Once zone has hit you, you have to have some of those heals that will over heal you past zone, but still smart play and beautiful work from them.
Definitely smart, beautiful play from height there. And I think we can even say the same thing from low ground, especially from Wavy and Chris. Wavy, who was a solo for a lot of that situation there, Panda. They just kind of controlled the low ground, even when there seemed to be a bunch of other teams down there as well.
They absolutely did, and they did it with exceptional fashion. You see them controlling every layer that they transition to, not letting any pressure go. They do. Wavy Jacob does lose Chris here for a moment, but fortunately, he's still able to hold on. If he had just a few more heals in the inventory, this game would have been his, but it came down to these final moments, and I gotta say this, Chris, Wavy Jacob, consistency. This is what you want to see, right? It's not all about that victory royale, right? You can qualify, obviously, with the VR, but for Wavy Jacob and Chris, they're doing it through consistency qualification. So far, so good for them, but will they be able to keep it up? That's the question.
Well, obviously, we have to take a quick look at all the winners we saw today, but I do want to keep talking about Chris and Wavy in just a moment. Herbie and Poffy, after that incredible height control there, going to be joining Winx and Yeon, as well as Buzzo and Evil as our VR winners for the day. And of course, we still have 9 other teams to join them, and 6 of those teams are going to come right here from our leaderboard. But Wavy and Chris, I wanted to talk about them. You know, I always like to talk about momentum in these games, and this is their first day joining joining us. So a lot of these teams coming from day 1, day 2 have already played 10, 12 games already. So to see Wavy and Chris after game number 1 being in 14th, game number 2 being in the top 10, now getting second place, this is what you want to see, Clay.
Hey, all that's left is the victory royale. I mean, they're making their way up to it. I'm excited to see it. But look, it's still very tight overall in terms of points. There's still a lot of opportunity for the players that are in the bottom half of the leaderboard to get to the top and get into that top 6.
You could literally be in last and grab a VR and make your way into the finals. Is that what's going to happen? Well, guys, we're going to find out real soon. Of course, we have to join our wonderful casters. It's Jacob and Takata.
You know, Takata, I always love the way they break it down because I keep saying it. Fortnite is always the game of possibilities. You just need one chance, one opportunity. Wavy and Chris are proving that one opportunity getting in on day number 3 is all that they need.
I mean, anything can happen in Fortnite. We've seen so much come out of these early game engagements, come out of these late games, these high ground retakes, these teams that are playing it from the low ground, even playing the heal off, which isn't too popular in this Chapter 3 FNCS.
Yeah, you haven't seen it too much, but that's why this format is so great. You win and you're in. You can also get in by top 6 in consistency. And that's the dream. So many options. The game is definitely yours. Your destiny is around the corner. Just like game number 4 is right around the corner.
Three games down, Jacob. We've got 3 games to go, just halfway through this tournament. I'm excited.
I'm definitely excited. It is literally what you make it here. And Pollo and Glow back over to Rocky Reels. And it does look like this time it is going to be uncontested. So a team switching up their strategy, no longer wanting to go out early. And this is where sometimes you have to do that. Going out early 3 games in a row, even if you haven't practiced the next drop spot, sometimes it's a must.
Sometimes it is, and that's exactly what the Fallen Duo have decided to do here. Looking to see what they can do in their new drop spot. Right now, I mean, it's looking pretty calm, it's looking pretty collected, but they've got different rotations. They've got different things they have to worry about. So let's see if they can make the most of it and come out on top.
Does look like, I was about to say a couple players nearby, but no, uncontested here for this first drop, trying to do what they can. I'll be talking about it as well. That's something that's so important. While you're looting up, while you're matting up, you got to talk about some of the adjustments that you're making, so that way you could be on the same page, especially if you're switching up POIs overall.
Looking so far, they do have the MK7, they do have the heavy shotgun, but they're gonna have to loot up a bit more. Meanwhile, we can see a replay here of the early engagement. Looking at that use from the gray pistol, Jacob, showing you that you don't gotta be scared to pick up those pistols.
And some Crimson and Flux there. That's got to be a little bit of a heartbreaker. In our qualifiers, I forget it was the first or the second one, they were right on the bubble. They were 9th, barely missing out, but I think it was 3 points. 1 elim, Takata. Can you imagine how it feels to miss out and then you go through the semifinals and you're not having as good of a time? It is definitely easy to begin to doubt yourself.
Ooh, Jeevan there was not looking too hot in the bush, but taking a look here at the replay from the Daily Bugle as Ko and Static looking like they're gonna come out on top, but be careful as Jeevan makes the comeback in that engagement. A quick 157 shot from that heavy pump shotgun. Jacob, what a play.
Hey, when you make a play like that, he did exactly what anybody else would do. I'm lucky to be alive right now. Let me get out of here and get my teammate up as fast as possible, because if this has shown you anything, anything can literally happen here in Fortnite. But once again, you can see why they're playing so well, or they're having the start of the game and the great loot that they're having. Uncontested log jam, lumberyard. But honestly, I don't kind of blame any of the teams. When you're going up against Chris and Jacob, you don't want to have your game being on the line in the early portions of it on that drop spot.
Oh, that is absolutely correct, Jacob. Taking a look at Dom and Creep, though, here. More on the deserty side of the map. Close to Herden and his duo partner, but I don't think they'll get themselves into an engagement as Dom is going to take that vehicle to kind of get away from his opponents, maybe loot up a bit more.
I like the idea. Slowing down. I would say just a little bit, but it literally all depends on where you're at on the map. I see balanced. Multiple teams actually going over towards Covert Cavern. And that's because one of our teams early on the day who already won, they were out. So that's kind of what happens, especially if things aren't going your way. You see Jeevan, he goes out of the game, and it only wonder if he got the reboot off. Probably not, though, as he was wandering around with not even a full HP bar, 0 shields, no extra resources. And that's kind of what happens. You just get hunted down.
I'm trying to count how many duos are by this hill right now. You can see it the right side on the map. I think that's 4 duos, maybe even more players here. So, I mean, these players get into, you know there's going to be a third party. You know there might even be a fourth party coming into that.
Yeah, gotta be very, very careful, especially when you're actually inside Covert Canyon. If you don't know the terrain, it's very easy to get lost, get caught off guard. But Kika and Worldka over towards Daily Bugle. Last 2 teams remaining against Ghosty and Flameback, who, at least there's one thing about this team. No matter how good or bad their day is going, they don't back off of their game plan.
They make it happen, right? They know what they want to do. They know how they want to do it, and they're sticking to it, Jacob.
Yeah, sometimes it can be a good thing, it could be a bad thing, but when you have faith, anything is possible here, especially when you believe in yourself the way these guys do. But Kika and Worldka still also struggling. We talked about the doubt being 3 days in this competition, not having either one of those days go your way. It begins to hurt just a little bit to see Wavy Jacob. The most elims in this one so far with 12.
12 eliminations, but Worldka, who knows, might go to beat that record. He's going straight into the box of his opponent. Does not get in, though. Worldka trying to see if he can find an angle going against the opposing duo here in the Daily Bugle. It's Ghosty and his partner, but be careful. They're looking for a high ground play there, trying to see if they can get into the box or maybe even get a bit of control of the real estate in the area. But so far, there hasn't been any big shots come out from either duo.
Yep, and Kika and Worldka can easily choose to try to abandon this fight. But we talked about it in game number 3. Game number 4 is the same. It's kind of like a swing game. Depending on where you're at the leaderboard, you have to have a big game. And for them, you might want to start thinking about, you know, a little bit more placement points, setting yourself up for the later half, because these early skirmishes haven't been working out for them, especially for Ghosty and Flameback throughout a couple of days so far. No matter which duo lands here, they always seem to be struggling once the dust has settled from Daily Bugle.
I mean, you can even see on the mini-map that the first zone doesn't close in the Daily Bugle, and they're spending a lot of time in this engagement. Worldka, Kika, they're going to figure out, don't think it's worth it anymore. We didn't do enough damage to fully commit, fully get inside of a box there. So they're just going to keep looting, disengage, trying to farm up their materials. And now both duos, I mean, you can say they came out negatively or positively as they both did damage for Storm Surge, but now both duos are going to need to farm up more, are going to loot up more, but I mean, I think they can still make it happen.
Yeah, that's kind of my only concern. The maps, the resources. A Sunseat and Salt Lover, yet again in an early exchange after back-to-back games that were rather good for them. They just kind of matched that with back-to-back games that aren't good for them.
But look, Jacob, they had some 2 games that didn't go great for them, but from their play style, from what they've learned on when to go for the high ground and playing that high ground play style, that's a play style for the victory royale. So it doesn't matter how many points they have right now, how many they're losing out on by getting eliminated early. If they secure that victory royale, they're going to the finals.
Well played Steel Wall to stay alive after getting the revive. Gonna try to get out of there. You see them going for that vehicle, but Pollo and Glow going for it. Elimination, some more damage. You see the opponent duo trying to back down, but I don't think they're going to let this one escape their hands for free. The only thing that's going to slow them down. I say slow them down because we know them and seen them so far. If nobody's around, they are going to continue to try to go for this, but slow down because there's so many teams in the distance trying to get their own tags in.
Glow, Boyoth, 99 points. I believe they're just below Wavy Jacob and on Chris on that leaderboard from the last game. So they're doing a good job right now, making it to the end games, getting a good amount of points consistently, which is the important part.
Yep. Said 99 points for them, 113. About a 14-point differential between first and second place, which that's not much at all. That's not much. All it takes is Chris and Jacob going down early. Can easily get that first place taken from you and fall down to that leaderboard. But Day and Slick also looking for damage. Fade and Zare looking for damage. Fruit and Tiny looking for damage. And the thing about this is everybody has to rotate.
Everybody has to rotate, and everybody's looking for damage here, Jacob. They're trying to figure out how they can get their damage done quickly without putting themselves in too much of a risky situation. But I thought this engagement was done, Jacob, but clearly I was wrong. Worldka, Kika, they're still here in the Daily Bugle battling against Ghosty and his duo partner.
Yeah, a little late to rotate on out, and they're going to have some rotations to do, and that's exactly why, you know, we kind of thought they would have tried to get out of there a lot sooner and get their resources up, because right now, when it comes to those mats, they don't have many at all, most of it being 191 in the metal. So on their rotation, they're going to have to start thinking about where are they going to get even more tags from, because even though it's not too close, only 77 players left in the lobby, it's still something that's going to be in the back of some of these players' mind.
Taking a look at Nico's points here, though. Whoa.
Let's say Nevitz in the elimination feed picking up 2.
Oh, little 1v2 action. Maybe we can get a replay on that. But looking here at Epic and Nico, I want to point out that they have 80 points. Second place team was at 99, if I'm not mistaken, and Wavy Jacob 113. So, I mean, there's quite a difference there between the first, second, and third place.
Yeah, and you kind of mentioned 80 points. 3 different duos sitting on that 80-point threshold. So these last couple games are really going to begin to put some separation in. It's hurting. And I do believe it's Grandpa Smoke versus Navs and Matt here, who have all the heals in the world down there. So they can kind of take this battle back and forth. They're sitting inside zone as well. Not too many teams around them to disrupt this fight. But the only disadvantage here is they're on the low ground.
On the low ground and below the Storm Surge. 74 below, but quickly gonna correct that to 122 above. There's 77 players currently in this zone. 7 players need to be eliminated for the Storm Surge to no longer be active. 6 splashes for Nav here. 3 floppers. I haven't seen a lot of use of floppers here. I mean, there's still quite a few places you can go fishing trying to get some floppers, but I mean, you don't see it too often. You have the Med Mist, which is so powerful that you can tank storm and move at the same time, that floppers aren't so appealing anymore as they take so much time to get.
Just gets tagged up. Not too much though, not too much to worry about. But that's going to cause him to use the splashes, so the decision is his, but takes another tag, 60 above. He's still worried about that surge being a problem for him. He's just peeking back and forth, and it makes me wonder what the resources his opponent has. But Cool and Kaboo, we saw them last time take high ground at almost the perfect moment, sitting in 9th place. There's 100 below the threshold. They're going to have to start to figure out something if they want to go for the tags or maybe try to out-heal it. There's only 6 players that need to go down.
Do whatever they can do to come out on top in this situation. We have Gosh and Sharp here looking to see if they can get a bit of damage done from the close range. A little riskier than taking shots from afar, but it's a more effective way of getting damage done quickly and also even securing some eliminations if it's played correctly. But be careful, you're not playing against any players, you're playing against the best of the best in the West region, and Gosh is figuring that out quickly as he's looking for some angles here, trying to connect any shot possible. Teammate gonna be able to crack one of the opponents, but they quickly place a reinforced wall.
Yeah, they're being forced out right now because of the aggression of Gosh and Sharp. We're just gonna slow down a little bit. 143 above, lands another shot. Don't have to worry about it in this moment, but as the lobby does get a little reckless, it could be something that they have to think about later on as we go back on board. Kabul and Cool, who haven't backed down from Poyo and his teammates so far. I mean, they're keeping their distance. Much respect to these two guys where it's so easy to try to do exactly this. They just wait for that perfect moment, try to put up some cover so the rest of the lobby can't be a disruptor to this fight, and just in the nick of time, it actually does, and that backs them off from Kaboo.
Kaboo now 88 above, 55 points, using those splashes to recuperate the shield. But taking a look at the right side of the screen here, we have Vic Draft with 2 Chili Chug splashes, has his Spider-Man web slingers, but take a look at him and his duo. They do not have any shields. They're gonna have to use those Chili Chug splashes to recuperate their shield, and that's almost wasting that mobility opportunity from them.
We'll say though, that Harpoon is looking good. It's looking good to me. If they can get an elimination, maybe somebody gets eliminated around them, they can go ahead and scoop up that loot. Ooh, just being patient. I like how patient they're actually beaten, but over peaks the cover. Too wide of an edit. Forces him to take a shot there, drop down to 64 shield. So the choice is here if he wants to use that big pot this early, or begin to keep going tags. And the reason why I say use this early, because you know as well as I do, you can keep going for those tags with only one big pot, with multiple minis. As soon as you're done going for the tags, that's when you would use the big pot.
Right. It's all depending on what the situation is, how you want to play it out. And it looks like Chris and Wavy, they're playing it out with a nice vehicle rotate, but Yuki is getting himself into a more sticky situation here, going downhill little by little as they're getting tagged, losing shields, but on the bright side, making it closer and closer to the zone.
Step by step, each one is a journey as he gets tagged up right before getting in the cover. Those are some of the most frustrating ones, using those minis. He knows Monkey's there with the splashes, and I like the way they're kind of divvying him up, using him around, making sure the right person has the jump pad as well. Let's jump right back on board. Chris and Jacob sitting in first place. Looks like they're going to try to make a little bit of a quiet rotation around and got to go underneath a lot of these teams, but Compalot and Aguilar are just waiting for anybody to turn that corner. Immediately fires those shots, drops down Chris to 48 shields, but with 3 big pots, it's not too much to worry about. Pool and Kaboo, they're still kind of looking for those same tags. Nico and Epic Psy-Razor, they're looking for, everybody's just kind of peeking out. They're not over peeking though, that's the thing.
Peek in from the right angle to get tags and not get tagged. But we've got Cool there also kind of holding an edit, maybe deciding if he wants to do it or not. But the problem here with what happened with Chris and Wavy is they did get stopped on their rotation. So although they are in zone, they're on the edge of zone. And now their next rotate is going to be even harder. But I actually just saw the Cool manage to pick up an elimination there with his duo partner, Cabo. So, I mean, that's a quick 3 points for the duo.
Yep. See Nico getting tagged up just on the edge of zone, and I like where they're at right now. They're sitting in third place. They have the shield keg. They have spicy peppers. They have launch pads, so a ton of rotation, a ton of heals. The only thing, depending on what Epic Psy-Razor has, is the white heal possibility, whether if it's med mist, med kit. That would be the only thing that they're lacking in their arsenal. Otherwise, they look A-okay, just like Chris and Jacob at the top side and Cool and Kaboo at the left side.
I mean, so far, all of these duos in reality are looking pretty good, pretty healthy, pretty ready to play this end game. But you got to be careful, because if you look at that mini map, for example, here, Chris and Wavy, they've got a long ways to go for their rotate. And if you're a duo like Hound and Prism here, you've got a long ways to go, but also just after picking up your duo partner, I mean, you've got a little bit more stress going on. You got to pop shields. You don't have as much time to plan your rotate and see what's ahead of you.
Yeah, there's only a few duos trying to go to that slow side, but they're kind of contesting each other. Southern portion of the zone is very, very stacked and congested. It's going to be hard to maneuver yourself in there as Hound is feeling that pressure, as well as Prism getting dropped down to 47 HP, popping the spice peppers. That's going to be cool. And
these players on our screen have peppers, so they might decide to use them for this rotate.
Yep, see the launch pad getting ready. They just want to get there. They don't want to. They got the max full. They don't want to have to go through all the chaos right below them. Jump pad's going to be used. Pollo and Glow going to have to figure out a way to possibly recycle that one as well, or go on foot. Kaboo by himself towards the top half. He's looking like it's going to be easy for now, but Nico is going to lead the charge. Beast and Remy in front of him. But depending on if they want to keep going through, there's going to be a contestation in a few moments. High ground's above them as well. Everybody's just stacking on top of one another.
Exactly 50 players, now down to 40. Team, you can see that golden border showcasing that they're in the #1 spot for that consistency leaderboard. They're feeling good, and they're continuing to make it to every end game. HP for the Siphon, decides to take the medkit, could do a medkit play, but he hears his opponent trying to get a flank on the backside, but Cabo, he's ready for that. Be careful though, as another duo is getting into his box here, finally gonna take him down.
All that hard work for just one more elimination. Look at Kaz getting lost to the storm as well. Tavern, another solo in this game, another favorite in the West region. Not having the best one as this one dwindles down. He might have to go for that victory royale in the next couple of games. Yellow Glow goes down, but luckily for them, they have a point cushion sitting in second place as Wavy's still alive. 1 elimination, 3 splashes, plenty of rotation. He could have another pop-off opportunity.
7th zone, and take a look at that. We have Puppy Blast and Show again, battling it out for the high ground. We can see they've adapted. They've changed their strategies, but look at the bottom right, Epic C. Right, RZ is gonna take down Puppy Blast and Show, but they're right back up, Jacob. They're not done with the high ground.
Yeah, it took a ton of fall damage, but they reunite at the end of the day, sitting in the 3rd place, having a portion of that high ground. It looks like they're very, very healthy when it comes to the resources, but what they don't have is a ton of ammo to continue to maintain that pressure. So there's going to come a point in time where they have to drop down low to finish off the eliminations, but that time is not now as Wavy picks up another one onto Pyro. Look at his resources. That refresh was so good at keeping him alive, and he has the chug splashes as well. Everything going right for Jacob as a solo.
Racking up points like he's been racking up eliminations in this tournament. Already at 137. Taking a look at Nico, though, also with 3 eliminations. Has his opponents cracked. No shield to work with, but decides to choose for the rotate. Gets out of that situation as Poppy Blast and Show, they're still on the high ground. They're still applying pressure, but now Nico, he wants it. Going up with the retake, taking the high ground, but Poppy Blast and Show drop him down. Drop him to 12 HP as well. One more shot gets taken down. Now it's a 1 versus 2. They have the player advantage.
Oh, he gives him over the med miss, but pops through the cover. Another team going down, but Poppy Blast is going to fall as well. It's all up to Show as a solo. Can he do it with no resources? 20 HP. He has minis, he has shields, but he doesn't have the time to pop them. He gets popped by Shades, who's now going down. He's, going pressured towards the low ground. BeCutify now has his share of the high ground. Plenty of solos. In fact, only 1 duo remains.
1 duo remains, 5 players. That's 4 duo to so many solos. Beast on the low ground deal with Remy. They're the last duo, looking like it's a 2 versus 1 now against the high ground. Are they gonna be able to take it? Applying pressure from the low, doing as much damage as they can to those builds, trying to see if they can secure this last elimination to grant them the victory royale.
And he's taking all that damage from the storm, has no choice but to fire off where he can, but it's not going to be enough. Beast and Remy from the low ground qualify for the finals by getting the victory royale.
They made it happen. Their communications must have been good as they were the last duo standing in those final moments, and just having that player advantage granted them that easy VR from the low ground, raining down above, making use of that 1 versus 2 and getting that victory royale.
Yeah, they kind of see it towards the end as well as they were making their way towards the low ground. It was the side of the cliff. They didn't have to use too many resources, and they were able to maintain their status. So when push came to shove, they had the resources to block off those shots from above and alleviate that pressure. And it really goes to show that sometimes it's not how you start, but it's how you finish.
Well said, Jacob. I'm surprised that today we've seen so many victory royales coming from the low ground. It seems like it's day 3 of the semifinals, the last day. All these duos, they're playing for that high ground, but they end up battling other duos. So many retakes coming in that just doesn't allow them to hold it for long enough to secure that victory royale. But we saw so much action during that game. We need to throw it to the desk, throw it to Kelly, Panda, and Clay. Break that down for us.
Takata, I 100% have to agree with you. There is just so many height takes. Even when the team goes for Zone 8, Zone 9, when we think, oh, that's the appropriate time to take it in this semifinal format, they are still not able to hold it, Panda.
No, they aren't. And we actually saw just some interesting plays, and we'll dive into that in a little bit when it came to the high ground. But we have to talk about these winners. We got to talk about the plays that got them that VR in the final moment. And look, it was a special series here for Remy and Beast. Both players holding the low ground, doing what they could to get the refreshes necessary to stay alive. You see Beast doing really good job of controlling the players down low. And they did another really interesting strat, which was just staying together. I know that's kind of sarcastic, but it really is all about staying together and playing as a team. A lot of these players end up getting split off from their teammate and ultimately going down. And that's why you see a lot of these teams suffering in those final moments.
Yeah, especially in that 2v1v1v1. I think it was Takata or Jacob that said it, that there's just an advantage by having another player, regardless of what position you're in. Having two players is obviously better than one, Clay. But I do want to focus on one player that's good, or actually two players, Nico and Cyrazor on the low ground. They seem to be doing a pretty good job, and they even went for that height steal, and they did it at Zone 8, Clay.
Yeah, they had some really good opportunities leading together to that moment. They got 2 eliminations. Look, they're setting up for it. They're obviously looking here